Okay, hello everybody. I am Anatoleu. I am joined here on commentary by Evil Ash. You want to say hi, Evil
Hello,
Ash?
hello. How's it going, guys?
I'm capturing Ebby's audio right now. It sounds like maybe he's talking into his mic though, so I have to find someone else.
The age-old problem of audio problems.
Yeah, let's see. Who is not talking into their mic? Probably Countess.
Countess isn't.
Yeah, we'll just pull Countess's.
Countess's stream on seems to be frozen on there.
Yeah, it sure does. One sec, we'll grab it.
Yeah, welcome in, guys. I guess this is the 8th international community race. It's amazing. There's been 8 of them already. So it's been going for, it's not 8 years, right? It's been like sometimes we do two a year.
Yeah, I think early on they kind of crammed a whole bunch of them together, and then more recently they've been more spread out.
Yeah.
Okay. Looks like we are getting started.
Yep, we're now just started. Looks like everybody's going now. Did start the timer?
Oh, yeah, good call. It's a few seconds late, but it'll be fine.
All right, so we got a 15-person race here, as you can see in the middle here. We've got a mix of Japanese runners, American, Canadian runners, and they're all playing different versions of the game. We'll be definitely getting into the differences between them as we go along, but you can see next to their names each version they're playing: the Japanese version DQ4 or the NES Dragon Warrior 4. And here in Chapter 1, the goal here is to get Ragnar through the chapter as fast as possible. Got to find Healy and kill the shadow at the end.
Yep. Sorry,
so
I'm just trying to fix the weirdly frozen streams. Countess and Shine are both froze.
Yep, go ahead. So here you see everybody's kind of walking here on top of the castle with Ragnar. Ragnar, whenever you take steps on top of a castle like this, you actually cannot get encounters. So they're actually purposely wasting a number of steps here. So by the time they get to the next village, it will be nighttime when they, hopefully exactly when they arrive. But there's actually a little bit of randomness into whether or not the time increments, which each step. So usually you'll get there on time, but sometimes you'll have to take a couple extra steps before you enter the town. But here early on, most people probably sold their copper sword and bought a wooden hat for Ragnar, and they're just going to be, most people are going to be running from the enemies. A few you might see take a couple fights on the way. So the first step here is to got to talk to a kid in this next town here, so we can advance the story along, so we can finally get Healy.
Yep, that's right. So, yeah, while everyone's kind of getting started here, you tend to see a lot of the same overall strategies for Chapter 1, although I think we'll probably see a little bit of variation on who, decides to do a little bit more grinding or get some extra armor for Ragnar, that kind of thing.
Yep, in the end, a lot of the Chapter 1 stuff is kind of like a preference thing, where they're a little bit of extra safety. In the end, you still have to defeat the shadow with Healy, so it's still a dangerous fight, even unless you get Ragnar all the way up to like level 10 or so, he can kill him by himself, but that is quite slow to do.
Yeah, so I was just going to say maybe you can just kind of introduce the kind of wider idea of what we're trying to do with the community race.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so like you mentioned, this is the 8th one we've done, and toward the beginning it was a little bit less formalized necessarily, but we've kind of gotten it to this more standard format. It's something that Crimson, who is not one of the racers today, but he's helping with the Japanese restream, came up with along with me a few years ago. And it was just kind of an opportunity to get the different speedrunning communities to come together for just kind of a fun, friendly event. So we always see some interesting kind of techniques or kind of new ways to approach, or even just like a different way to kind of have fun with the game. But to try to make it relatively fair, we do kind of agree to a rule set that doesn't use any of the Famicom specific glitches, because there are quite a few glitches to make the Famicom speedrun go faster than the English version. But the Famicom version is still going to go a little faster, just because the Japanese text speed is a lot faster than the English.
Yeah, and I think it's also kind of more interesting for the Japanese runners because they get to play by kind of a different rule set as well, right? Because they're used to killing metal enemies with throwing holy water at them, which we cannot do in Dragon Warrior 4. So they are kind of forced to either hunt metals the old-fashioned way, or come up with some alternate strategies. We'll see later on.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many metal slimes we'll see in Chapter 2. I feel like we're seeing more and more runners try to avoid metal slimes in kind of the racing route for Chapter 2, but yeah, I guess we'll see. So yeah, we've got 15 racers. You can kind of see next to their names which version of the game they're running, and almost all of the Japanese runners kind of have the Japanese characters next to their name. The only one who doesn't is YY. They're kind of in the 15th, so I think we have 7 total Japanese runners, and then 8 runners from the US and Canada today, so it's definitely the biggest group we've ever had for one of these.
Yeah, definitely pretty cool. And a lot of especially Japanese runners have been practicing a lot, but I've seen some English runners practicing for this as well. So the Japanese runners, they tend to play Dragon Quest games quite a lot more than the West, so they're a bit more practice up. So they tend to do a little bit better in this event. But you never know with the RNG in this game.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, we almost had Chrissy from Germany join the race, but the time zone was just a little bit too hard for him to manage, because it's about 11 o'clock or midnight in Europe right now, so it just doesn't quite work.
Yeah, this is like the best time between like North America and Japan, because it's like early morning for them and it's like late afternoon for us, so it kind of works out.
Yeah, so he tried, but unfortunately he just couldn't quite make it work. But yeah, everyone else, let's see here. Let me switch over Shiner to somebody who's not got the ad breaks on, just to kind of keep it interesting for the beginning here. But yeah, everyone else is I don't know, it might be fun to kind of talk about some of the runners, because I know what's going on with a lot of them. Maybe not quite everybody. It's hard to keep up with 15 different people.
Yeah, I know you're definitely more up on with the Japanese runners than I am currently.
All right,
but Cowan is here. He's been running this game for a long time. About here in the bottom left, I think he's the first one on the screen here to pick up Healy, and he's running on the Japanese version of DQ4 for this time. I think this is the first time he's done that for this race.
I think he tried before, and then he had a save corruption, so he wasn't able to finish the race.
Oh, right. I remember that now.
Yeah, so hopefully no repeat of that.
But yeah, the Countess has been around. He's done a lot of work in this game. Obviously with Anatoleu here and some Diener we'll see as well. They did a run last year for RGP Limit Break marathon of this game. 3 of them together. So
yeah, and Countess is he's the one who put together essentially the speedrunning guide that people use for learning this game. which is a really great guide. It's a incredible resource for anyone who's learning.
Yep.
So he
And we got
he probably knows as much about the game as, I don't know, anyone ever. He's really he went in
he's
deep.
been sometimes too deep.
Yeah.
So yeah, then we got Dr. Mr. Holmes here on the left now. He's been speedrunning various games for a long time, but I think he's still, in the grand scheme of things, still Dragon Warrior 4 is one of his newer runs. He's been doing it for quite a while though.
Yeah, he kind of a long-time runner of Dragon Warrior 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
Came into 4 a little bit more recently, but yeah, he's kind of got all the NES ones down pretty well now.
And Mr. Holmes here, he's like kind of known for his alternate strats that he likes doing, and a lot of them are really consistent strats that he's come up with for various things like Chapter 2 and some stuff in Chapter 5 as well. We'll see, but definitely cool to see different stuff come out of him.
Yeah, for sure. He's definitely very. He's always kind of thinking about a way to do it a little bit safer but still go fast, which is he's come up with some really cool stuff that I'm sure we'll see throughout the day. And when it comes to kind of a no reset strategy, out of all of the Western runners, he might have the most practice with doing that kind of thing.
For sure. Yeah, he tends to do his do runs just to complete the run, right? So he keeps it consistent and he knows the strats really well, and that strategy is very good for a race.
Yeah, exactly. It's the kind of thing you see a little bit more with the Japanese runners. So Ebi Doom up in the upper right is a Japanese runner running the English version of the game, and he does a lot of no reset races, specifically with Linda Nushi, another one of the runners today. And I think between the two of them, they've raced each other in this game at least 100 times. They just do it all the time. And so they're both
they're
really
both actually
experienced.
running on Dragon Warrior 4, the English version, as well. So it'll be a interesting comparison to see how well they do against the other American runners.
Yeah, we actually have a lot of the Japanese runners doing the English version. Reshiria Star in the lower right is also running English, which I just noticed. I need to actually update that on the
Oh yeah.
on the template here. Let's see.
Yeah, you see Resi Lyra Star is just now picking up a extra chest here in the cave where you get Healy here at the bottom of the well. And most likely they're going to use that to buy some armor here, which you see now Ebi in the top right here is now doing. It's going to, let's see, sell a sword. Sell his leather armor. He's got 900 gold now. I'm going to get some bronze armor for Ragnar. And a scale shield for Ragnar. Interesting. So take a little bit extra time, get some gold, buy some better armor here. It does make the chapter 1 a little bit safer to get through. Obviously, that's all determined by the end here, the last boss fight. If you die on that, you do lose a fair bit of time either way, and it's still possible even taking a safer route in this game.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. One of the hardest things about this whole speedrun is trying to get through chapter 1. That final boss is just there's a lot of things that can just go wrong, unfortunately, and there's a lot you can't really control. So even when you kind of do everything you can to prepare, get through the fight, your chances of winning, unless you go to higher level, are barely over 50%.
Yep. So now that looks like everybody's getting here close to entering the tower. Cowie's been in there for a while. And the other two are entering the tower. They're going to be grinding once they pick up the Sword of Malice here, which is at the almost the bottom floor. It's definitely by far the best sword in the chapter. So most people, you just want to shortcut your way. Don't don't kill anything until you get the sword, and then once you get the sword, then you start grinding. So we're gonna see him grind up to about level 6 is probably the minimum for a race that you can really safely, or at least attempt the boss fight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you definitely can beat the boss at level 5, but in a race, probably not what you're gonna do.
Don't want to risk that. You need enough HP on Ragnar is usually the key to that boss fight, even being possible.
Yeah, and the level ups in this game, there's a lot of randomness around the stat gains that you get on each level, but level 6 tends to be a nicer level than all the previous ones as far as HP gain goes. There's just a higher likelihood of getting more right there. Saw Countess right there got sleep locked by the giant bantams and sent back to town.
Yeah, well, thankfully, even if you do die during the grind, it's pretty quick to get back. So as long as you have enough gold to revive Healy if you need to, it's usually pretty quick.
Yeah.
Looks like Holmes is now entering the tower as well.
Yeah, and Holmes has already done some grinding. He's coming into the tower, not it. He's a level 2, yeah. I guess.
Level 2, yeah.
And I think he grabbed the gold that was down in the well, where we grabbed Healy as well. So yep. I think he's going to plan to go upgrade at least his armor, maybe also upgrade his shield, I'm not sure. I'll try to keep an eye on the kind of wider race here to see if we've got someone who looks like they're going into the boss fight early and make sure to pull him up. But Countess might be one of the first ones in there, actually.
Do this. Pop out chat so I can see you guys in chat.
Yeah, when I look over at the Japanese restream, which has all 15 racers on it, I just see a lot of people in the tower. Which makes sense. There's not going to be too much spread at the very beginning here. We'll see a lot more as the run goes on.
Yeah, I'll link it for people in chat too. So here's the Japanese restream. They actually have all 15 runners all at once. It's a lot to keep track of at once, but at least you can see where everybody's at. Yeah, looks like everybody's still in the grinding mode right now, in the tower.
Yep. So pretty soon, the next few minutes here, we'll probably see the first racers come into the boss fight. So we can talk about the boss fight a little bit. It is 2 enemies. There's kind of like the main enemy, which is Sorrow's Shadow. It has 250 HP and has a really strong physical attack. Has a pretty strong fireball spell and then a couple weaker spells as well. And he's accompanied by a giant eyeball, which Centurion is posting in chat there, which has a kind of a special characteristic where if you drop it into the bottom third of its HP pool, it goes into an enraged state where it can do 2 critical hits per turn, and each critical hit does 15 damage. So you want to avoid that if you can. It's not really within your control very well. It kind of depends on whether the eyeball parries and takes partial damage or not. And yeah.
It's survivable if the eyeball does, but you need some luck for sure. Some rolls to go your way, and hopefully they don't target Healy, because Healy will die usually in 2 hits.
Yeah. Countess and Holmes both getting kind of large monster formations they're having to deal with. Countess got away from this 3 pixies, fortunately, but Holmes lost his heal slime. We do see Countess going for the boss here. He might be the first one going in.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, it looks like he is.
And that makes sense. Countess is not a runner who wants to take a bunch of safeties here in the beginning. He likes to get as many attempts against the boss as possible to try to just get through. Okay, so Healy is down to 11 HP there, so this is a little scary. You hope Healy will go first and heal himself, which he
You
did.
did? Okay.
But we did also get the eyeball into range where it wants to enrage, so here it goes.
Yep, here comes the crits.
Ooh, nice turn order.
Okay. Yeah, that worked out.
Eyeball has 5 HP left. Oh, that was really nice. It didn't create either of those
Nice.
hits.
Nice. Okay.
Okay. So now, at this point, Countess just wants to try to stay alive. It's still pretty tough. The Sara's Shadow can definitely do damage beyond what Healy can heal if he decides to do a lot of physical attacks or cast the Fireball spell a lot. And he is casting Fireball quite a bit.
Ooh. Okay.
Ooh, this might kill Healy. Yeah, just a little
Yeah.
bit too much damage from that. So this is probably, there's probably too much HP left on the Shadow for Countess to be able to beat him here.
Yeah, I think he's out of herbs as well, so. Unless he gets a critical.
Yeah, just not quite enough. So
Yep.
too bad. It's just it's just really tough when the Shadow decides to cast Fireball like every turn. Healy just can't quite keep up with it.
Yep, so Colonist will probably take some more fights on the way back to the boss fight, so we'll get another level as well and be a little bit stronger for the next try.
And yep, looks like Rashidia Star is here in the boss fight on stream. We've got a couple others that are in there as well off stream, but we won't necessarily switch anyone out unless they get through. First one who gets into chapter 2 we'll definitely bring on the stream.
Yeah.
Oh, this is pretty scary.
Hmm?
Okay.
Healy cheated.
Yeah, so Healy, kind of as a monster, can sometimes do funny things like take damage as if he were guarding, but then later on in his turn decide to heal.
Oh,
Oh, really big hit for heal sign there.
yeah.
Okay. So Rashidia Star also unfortunately not getting through, but Ebby's coming into the boss fight right behind, so
Yeah, they're lined it right up for us here.
yeah, it's really nice for commentary that they're doing it for us like this in sequence.
Yep.
So
Interesting,
Healy,
he's healing.
yeah, it kind of makes sense with Healy at 18 like
Oh.
that, because Healy
Yeah.
will heal himself at 16 HP or lower, but at 18 he won't, and a lot of
Right.
attacks can kill Healy at 18, but fortunately it didn't work out for him that time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we are seeing the chapter 1 boss fights are definitely not being kind today.
Yeah, so far, Shadow 3 and everybody else 0.
Yeah, off stream I saw that Northrex also died at the Shadow. Some Diener is currently in his Shadow fight.
Yeah, so is Linda as well.
Yeah, Linda's actually looking pretty good. Might be the first one out. Local Void is in the Shadow fight. Yeah, whole bunch of people. So we'll just keep an eye on see who we can bring in here. And then kind of as opposed to the 3 people on stream that we saw already take on the boss fight, Mr. Holmes has been spending his time gathering money and equipment. You can see he's just gotten to level 5 right now. And so he'll be going into the boss fight a little bit later, but we'll have a higher chance of success in the boss fight when he gets into it.
Yep, and it looks like Linda did get through. So far, the only person who's won. Diener's still in the fight. Looks like he's in pretty good shape though. And meanwhile, on stream here, looks like Countess is getting close here to fighting the Shadow a second time.
Let me see if I can find where Linda Nushi is streaming to and bring him on. So I think oh no, he is on Twitch. Okay. Some of the Japanese runners are streaming to YouTube or Nico. So those ones I'll have to get creative if I want to capture the streams, but we'll do it if we have to.
Yep, looks like Diener got through as well.
Great. So we'll bring Linda and Diener onto the stream here. Just give me 1 sec.
Looks like Countess got level 7 here just before the fight, so he got a good chunk of HP, so that should help Ragnar survive.
Yeah, makes sense. I saw Countess, his Ragnar got some pretty mediocre HP gains during some of his levels too, so I don't think he was coming in really strong.
Yep, and try to for Countess here. Looks like Mr. Holmes is almost to the level he wants here, and he'll probably do his first attempt. So yeah, that's the downside about this fight is as much as you can level up Ragnar, it does help, but if Healy gets focused down early in the fight, you're in pretty big trouble. So it looks like he got the eyeball down pretty quickly. And now he just needs to get through this. Go. Healy's heal lines are pretty scary sometimes. You want to see him 15 HP or below, so he'll heal himself. And you'll see here Countess parries as well, so he knows that Healy is going to heal him for this turn, but he also wants to not, because a physical could possibly kill Ragnar at certain lower HPs, so he definitely wants to parry. So it also sets you up for a better HP for the following turn as well. So he's looking pretty good here. You know the fight's pretty close to done when Healy's almost out of MP. And there you go. Nice for Countess. Let's see. Let's do another quick check-in here with the big stream. Looks like Air actually got through the shadow as well.
Very nice.
He is in 3rd place, and I think Countess. No, Speedrun Joe actually got through as well.
Yeah.
So they're pretty much tied.
Countess.
And Countess are tied here for around like 4th, 5th. And everybody else is in between either making their way back to the shadow or fighting the shadow. Oh no. Countess.
That's not good, Countess.
I had his sound up in the background and I heard just freeze to a note.
Yep, it's also the one that is all on the stream right now. We'll change to somebody else's audio here so we can get away from the sound of a frozen NES.
Oh man.
Oof. Oh, Countess, man. Always cursed in these races, I swear. Let's see here, where's probably Diener's audio will work.
Okay, so we got Diener and Linda here, both in Chapter 2. So first thing is to get your full party here and buy a few, or I guess, buy a weapon and then start a little bit of grinding. So they need to get the party up to levels 4, 4, and 3, so that Krista learns upper to get through this next fight coming up. So having a 3-person party here is quite a bit nicer, especially that you can control them all, as opposed to Chapter 1 when it's only Ragnar. So it definitely kind of feels like the game opens up, you know, to different options, and even with simple things like a grind like this where you're just killing some enemies for some levels. So Chapter 2 is definitely one of the bigger RNG heavy ones, especially if you're going for a very fast time. And that's because if you want kind of the top times on the leaderboard, you kind of have to kill some metal slimes. But like Anatoleu said earlier, most people probably aren't going to be doing that. They're doing race strats here. So they're going to actually probably be grinding along the way and getting Lena up to probably a minimum of level 11 and possibly 12, depending on what kind of stats rolls she gets throughout the chapter to win the tournament. So unfortunately, it looks like Countess decided to start over on chapter 1.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
It's like, it's one of those things where, well, you're only about half an hour into the run, but at the same time, it's pretty painful.
Yeah, hopefully he cleaned his card a bit or something in between so it doesn't do that again.
Yeah, let's hope so.
You know, we know how finicky the NES and cartridges can be sometimes.
For sure.
But anyway, it looks like, let's see, Mr. Holmes is up to level 7. He's probably making his way to the shadow fight as well.
Yep. Let me see. I'll find someone else who's made it through the shadow, bring him in over Countess is there. We'll keep track of Holmes for a minute, too.
Yep.
We'll bring Error on. He came in pretty soon after.
Yep, looks like Error's in the 3rd spot here. Just barely. Let's see, what else we got here? Looks like Ebby just finished the chapter. Abukeen just finished the chapter, or is about to finish the chapter. Rezi's just finished the chapter. Wabai is going into make his way to the shadow fight, as well as Dr. Mr. Holmes here. Looks like Shiner is also heading to the shadow fight. Northrex is also in chapter 2.
Nice. Well, at least we're getting some runners out of chapter 2. It's definitely not or out of chapter 1. It's definitely not as easy as it is sometimes. We've had some pretty friendly races where a lot of people get out of chapter 1 without too much trouble, but it's not happening today.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can, with really bad luck, you can be there a good hour. Let's see here. So these guys here in chapter 2, Diener, Linda, and Error are all continuing their grind here. Error just started his, and Linda and Diener are kind of in the middle of it. Linda is in the lead right now for the race, so he's at level 333. Just needs one more each on Alina and Christo. He'll be able to move on to the boss fight, which is the chameleon humanoid and 2 what do they call dogs?
Yeah, the rabbit hounds.
Rabbit hounds, yeah. So like I said earlier, the safe way to get through that fight is to get upper on Christo, and he's going to cast that on Alina, which once he gets one cast on Alina, usually the fight cannot be lost at that point.
Mm-hmm.
It can go slower depending on how who else has survived it early on or how much damage you can get done, but usually once you get that cast, it's pretty safe. So you got Mr. Holmes here. Oh, he lost Healy.
Oof.
So this is kind of a prime example of you can level up Ragnar all you want. He's got his Ragnar up to level 8, and he has actually got more armor on him as well. And you can still lose it. So it looks like he's going to try to continue it. But it's definitely kind of a race against time. Oh, we got a critical. Okay.
Yeah, might help. Might help. Okay, he's
Oh,
down to the
wow.
eyeball. He's probably fine. Very
Wow.
nice.
That's impressive. So that's a perfect example of Mr. Holmes doing his thing.
Yeah, exactly.
He got armor. He leveled up Ragnar more than normal, and got through this fight by actually killing the shadow first and ignoring the eyeball.
And he's still in some danger here if he gets double crit, but fortunately he only got crit once out of 2, and he survives. That was really close, though. Oh, wow.
Wow. All right, nice.
Yeah, well, the rankings are definitely going to be pretty approximate for a while. We'll try to keep at least the top of the leaderboard straight, but further down, it's not going to be super obvious for quite a while how the lead's actually going.
Yeah, it probably won't be easy to keep track of until we get to like chapter 5 or so.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, looks like Linda is just about there with levels.
So yeah, 443
Looks like
maybe wants to get Bray up to level 4 or something.
Yeah, could be. Yep, could also be getting a little bit extra gold for some purchases after the fight.
Yeah, yep, could be. Yeah, Bray is always right behind Christo getting to level 4 there, so if you want to get a little bit more, HP or something, it's fair enough.
Yeah, he just checked his gold there, so that is what he was going for.
Yep. Cool, yeah, so I think Linda is the first out of everybody who's going into the Communion Human fight. And yeah, like you mentioned, it's usually pretty safe. I think it's a little safer if you put Bray in the middle.
Yeah, I agree with that one.
Yeah, but not everyone does it, so this way it's a little scarier because you do need Christo to at least stay alive long enough to cast upper, like you said. And so there's always a higher chance he'll get attacked by a physical attack being further up in the party there. But usually it's fine, You usually don't have the humanoid hit Christo and put him to sleep on the first turn.
Yeah, that could be pretty bad too.
Hits Christo, but did not put him to sleep.
Okay.
It's fine. That'll be fine. Although Christo has taken a lot of damage here.
Yeah, sometimes people take different strategies here after you cast Upper on Alina. Some people just kind of go with the flow and try to heal through it. Some people try to cast Upper again on the other characters to see if you can get Christo and or Bray to survive. But
yeah,
it's all kind of like preference type of thing, because usually you're pretty safe, but it'd be nice to get Christo and or Bray the extra XP.
Yeah, he sees lost Bray, but gonna cast Upper on Christo as well. So Christo shouldn't be taking too much damage from here.
Yep, losing Bray slows down this fight quite a bit because you don't have Ice Bolt anymore. But just kind of have to slowly chip down, and then the humanoid will cast heal twice, I believe. So you just kind of have to attack through that until it goes down.
Yeah. Nice thing is that Bray did get that sap spell off, so we're doing plenty of damage to him. Can't hold that for too long, and there he goes.
Yep. And we got Diener just entering the fight right behind.
Yep. So yeah, these are really good times for both Linda and Diener for sure. Anytime you're fighting the Communion Humanoid and it's not even 40 minutes yet, it's a good run. And yeah, Linda knew we kind of talked about it a little bit, but Linda is the runner who's won the most of these races that we've done, these community races. Just a really, really experienced Dragon Quest runner. Also, like kind of a long time runner in the saga Japanese speedrun scene.
Oh yeah.
Just been around a long time, and is just extremely good. Dr. Holmes talking to the cat there. I appreciate that, Holmes. Thanks for talking to the cat. And yeah, was recently the most recent runner to get a sub 6 in the English version.
Oh yeah, that's right. And that was on a practice run where did not go for medals in chapter 2, right?
Yeah, it was just kind of doing his racing strats, just like what he's doing today, and things just really lined up, and he's a great runner. And yeah, got a 5 hours and 55-minute time, which is really, really good.
Yeah, consistency and speed in this game, actually in all the Dragon Quest games, speedrun wise, it's really difficult skill to have, and definitely seems to have it. So it looks like Beaner here got through the fight, and Error is just about to start his. So we got them all perfectly lined up again.
Yep, pretty nice.
So you noticed for all three of these, they actually have to kill the rabbit hounds first and leave the humanoid in the middle here last. And that is so you get a specific drop, because you are guaranteed to get a drop from this fight. But if you kill the humanoid last, you get a it's an HP seed to feed to Alina, because we need to boost her HP as much as possible. But if you kill one of the rabbit hounds last, you get a Chimera Wing drop. So you don't actually need that.
Yeah, the drop is guaranteed from the fight, but yeah, it'll only be the last monster you kill, and getting 6 extra hit points on Alina is a lot more valuable than getting an extra 25 gold Wing of the Wyvern.
Yep.
So at this point, we're probably going to start to see a little bit more divergence in what people are doing in Chapter 2. So after you beat the Chameleon Humanoid and you get the gold from this fight, you can go and buy a boomerang inside of Tempe, which I know that Diener just did there. And that's going to allow Lena to do some pretty good damage as we grind up here. The kind of really, really fast speedrun strat for like the much riskier kind of, sub 6 attempt route really doesn't get any extra offense here. It just sort of goes straight to try to get to where the metal slimes are and the continent of Endor as quickly as possible. Tries to get experience that way. But most of the racers today, we're probably not going to see them do that.
Yeah, it's got the highest potential to be fast, but also the highest potential to go slow.
Yeah, exactly. Not sure why the game audio cut out there for a sec, but it's fine. Seems to fix itself. Yeah, in a race that's pretty scary. Going for 2 metal slimes in a race is really scary. There are definitely some hybrid routes where you grind up to level 9 or so on kind of regular monsters, and then you try to get Alina's last couple levels with the metal slime. I think that maybe we'll see that with Zytoriak or Northrex. I know I've seen a couple of them doing it more like that.
Yeah, I do like the one that you level up and then you kind of go for the last levels there around Endor. And then if you get the slime, you get it. If not, then you still kind of slowly level up as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways to approach the chapter. It's pretty fun. And the one that turns out to be fastest is whichever one ended up working. There's not a right answer a lot of the time, and especially Dragon Quest IV.
So one other thing you'll notice here is they are actually, all 3 of these guys purposely killed off Bray. So the reason here is we do end up explaining this one a lot, but it's called a Coffin block. So the way physical attacks work in this game is they will what was it? I forget the details now, but anyway, if you have one character dead in the party, the last character in the party cannot, and that character is in the first or second slot, or in the third if you have a 4-character party. But if it's in this case, you have a 3-person party. If that character dead is in the first slot or the second slot, the character in the last slot cannot get hit by physical attacks, with a couple caveats there with specific enemies that can target that position. But for most enemies, you will actually see Christo will never get targeted. Only Alina will get targeted here with physicals. So it keeps the grind very, very safe in that you can just cast upper on Alina. All the physicals will go to her. And if she gets in trouble, you can parry and heal with Christo. And it allows us to get Alina and Christo grinded up here pretty quickly and efficiently.
Yeah, the Coffin block glitch is probably the most powerful exploit for the whole speedrun. I'd say like the most powerful kind of like non-intended thing we do, especially in the English version. We just used it through the whole thing. Like we use it here in Chapter 2 as soon as we have 3 party members, and then we'll use it again in Chapter 5 and all the way to the boss fight.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And so one of the few bugs that actually came through to the NES version of the game, where a lot of the others were fixed.
Yeah, so it is pretty interesting so far that the 2 runners kind of in the top 2 slots are both playing the English version.
Yeah,
Wonder
it's a good
how long
comparison.
Wonder how long that'll keep up.
Yeah, Linda's quite good, but Error's keeping up now since he's playing the Famicom version here. Yep. The text speed, you can see how fast he's going through these menus and how much less text there is as he's buying here. It's just, it adds up to be quite a bit in the end, especially in Chapter 3, we'll see. It looks like here they're all getting, after a little bit of grinding, they're getting both, mainly Alina kind of geared up here with some armor and herbs, buying some wings that we're going to need to get around in this chapter, and then kind of moving on. I believe both of them are going to be kind of grinding as they go, right?
Yeah, both Diener and Linda definitely will be. Diener's been doing a lot of practice lately, kind of on this newer route. He was doing some just Chapter 2 practice even, because he was really trying to dial in this section in particular.
Yep, so Diener there is just kind of grinding the Life Force nuts, so he gets a 6 on Alina. It's kind of optional if you really want to grind that extra HP. I mean, you can get anywhere from a 4 to a 6 roll, and you have 2 of them. So the range there can be significant in the end of the chapter. But the thing is, at this point, you don't actually know what your ending HP is going to be. So better be safe, probably in a race.
Yeah, it's sometimes it feels bad if you lose a couple minutes just to resetting over a seed over and over, but it also feels bad to go into the tournament and Alina has like less than 70 HP or something.
Right.
Yep. So yeah, I think that, while people are kind of working up to going a little bit further in Chapter 2 here, we can actually talk about some of the runners we haven't really talked about yet. We've got Diener on stream. Diener is like a very experienced Dragon Quest runner on the Western side. He held the record for this game for a long time. Like you mentioned, he ran the game with me and Countess at RPG Limit Break last year. Just kind of also has a really, really good time on like Dragon Quest 3 Super Famicom, as well as some other Dragon Quest games.
Yeah, he's probably one of the best Western runners, like overall, for these playing these Dragon Quest games, especially the early ones, 3 and 4, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
And he's played Super Famicom 1 a fair bit as well. He's got a good time in that, and 2 as well, Super Famicom versions.
Yeah, he's even done some Dragon Quest 5 Super Famicom and some of the Game Boy Color games as well.
So anything like 1 through 5, Diener knows it.
Yeah, pretty much. For sure. When I was first learning this run, I watched a lot of some Diener speedruns to try to kind of learn what he was doing and get better at it.
Yep. And is it? I think Diener's the first one to get a sub 6, right?
Yeah, he was. He got it multiple times before anyone else ever did.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's gotten a sub 6 at least 3 times. So yeah, he's just really, really good runner. And then of course in the bottom left we've got Error. Error, I think his main game for a long time was DQ5 Super Famicom. I think that was kind of his main one as he came into Dragon Quest RTA. And then since then he's learned a whole bunch of others. He's really kind of taken Dragon Warrior Monsters 2 as like to new levels that no one else was really kind of at, and has really brought that record down, which has been very cool.
Yeah, he runs also 6 as well, 5 and 6.
Yeah, 5, 6. So yeah, 4, 5, 6. He's done a little bit of DQ2 Super Famicom.
Yep. But yeah, he decided to run on the Famicom version. Was there a specific reason why he wanted to do that?
I think, Error, I think just wants to go faster. He's comfortable with the Japanese language.
Yeah.
He's, after playing so much of the Super Famicom games in Japanese, I don't think it bothers him at all.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it's good to change it up too, right? You play a game in a certain way a long time, it's like, oh, you know what? I could do this in Japanese. Let's do it.
Yep. Yeah, it's funny because you and I doing commentary today, probably the ones who have the least experience actually playing the Japanese language ones.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with that.
So we'll work it out. I can generally tell what's going on, especially with Dragon Warrior 4, but might be a couple things that get by us.
Yeah. But he's not too far behind here.
Yeah, just finished his Death Warp at a Golden Bracelet Cave there. So, very classic thing in Dragon Quest speedrunning, of course, is you get to the end of a dungeon, you don't have a easy way to get out. You've accomplished everything you need to in there. Dragon Quest games are not really great about giving you an easy way to leave the dungeon. And so a lot of the time the fastest way is just to do a Death Warp and count on losing half your gold, but then you're right back in town.
Yep. Well, looking at the big stream here with everybody up, looks like, well, aside from Countess, because he had to repeat chapter 1. Well, it looks like he just finished chapter 1 as well.
Yeah,
he
just got right through the shadow again. That was fast.
Yeah, that's like, what, 52 minutes? Wow, yeah.
I think that he just had like a 20, like he beat the shadow right about 20 minutes in there, which is about as fast as it gets. Must have been first try.
All right, so as long as he doesn't get any console lockups, he'll be not too far behind, actually. Yeah, so you see Dr. Holmes here, he's kind of grinding a bit. He likes to leave Bray alive for his grind.
Yeah, this is a new thing he's been routing out, where he keeps Bray alive so that he can do kind of some of the newer things that have been getting routed out for chapter 5, where you don't get Mara experience. You have Bray able to cast Return and Outside, and then you can use Mara as a ghost for the Coffin block.
Okay.
So I think, he's been playing around with keeping Bray alive for this grind, so that he can go a little bit faster later on in chapter 5. And I think he's got a route where he feels relatively comfortable doing it. I don't know, because you only need to get Bray up to level 9, so He probably
Right.
does still Coffin block with Brace sometimes. I'm just not sure exactly where he does it.
Yeah. Well, he didn't heal him, so maybe he is killing him off here.
Yeah, might not need him anymore. And I know he's talked about that. I'm actually not sure which version he's going to do today, because he's definitely done it more often with Bray dying, so he might pick one or the other.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, I mean, you can keep Bray alive, but it's definitely a risk through this when you're grinding.
Yeah, it's really nice to have Christo kind of safe in the back, especially if you're going to be climbing Birdsong Tower and some of these really dangerous parts of the chapter.
Yeah, and Bray doesn't actually do too much in this chapter, aside from the Ice Bolt's nice early on, but then he doesn't really get too useful until you get, obviously the return spell is nice, but until you get Snowstorm.
Yeah, and Snowstorm is level 11, so at that point you might be done grinding anyway.
Yep.
But yeah, it's kind of fun seeing both Diener and Linda essentially tied here in the front here. They're both kind of grinding outside the western zone of the bazaar here, which has this group of Sandmaster fight, which is really the best one that you can see. It's a completely safe fight if you get upper on Alina, and then you have Christo Coffin blocked in the back there, because all they can do is a normal physical attack. They don't have critical hits or magic spells or anything like that. And they're worth a lot of experience.
Yeah, so they're also going to do enough grinding to get Christo a weapon as well, right?
Yeah, I think they may have already bought him at least an Iron Spear. And then some runners might also upgrade him to the Morning Star.
Yep.
But it's kind of nice. Once you get an Iron Spear on Christo, he's essentially going to do as much damage as Alina does with that Boomerang equipped. And they'll take out most of these monsters in 2 hits. But yeah, Diener's just finding the perfect encounters out here. I'm sure he's really happy about it.
Yeah, six Sandmasters. Looks like, okay, well, looks like Error is the first person into the tower, though. So he is not doing the grind.
Yeah, he's going for it. This 3 Pteranodon fight is one of the worst ones in here. Fortunately, he got away on the second try there. So Error just barely walked onto the third floor of Birdsong Tower, which is the top 2 floors of Birdsong here are just full of terrible encounters. He just got ambushed by 4 butterfly dragons.
That's really bad.
Really, really bad fight.
Basically,
he's just resetting. Yeah, I mean, Christo's dead. He was gonna have a hard time finishing out the tower there.
Yeah. So what Error's doing here is he gonna do medals?
I think he's going for medals. That's what it looks like to me.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I would guess. Knowing Error as well.
Yep.
He definitely likes his medals. So he's gonna give us kind of more of a taste of what the actual fastest speedrun route could look like. But obviously, if you get unlucky like you just did, you got to reset, walk back through the tower again. So there's definitely some trade-offs.
Yeah, for sure. It's actually I kind of like the streams we have up right now. It's actually a pretty interesting selection because we've got Diener and Linda, who I think are probably most objectively in the lead right now. Both doing very similar strats as well as they're leveling up. We've got Holmes, who I think is going to do something kind of similar, but I think he might actually do more grinding before he goes and does the dungeons, and then does them at a higher level. And then you got Error, who's taking the more aggressive route and trying to get through all the story progression at a low level so he can get to that Metal Slime encounter zone. So yeah, very cool. It's nice to kind of see all this at once.
Yeah, and looking at the all the other runners here, they're kind of in a mix of doing some of the chapter 2 stuff here to advance the story and grinding. So You're not missing too much, actually.
Yeah, I think this is probably pretty representative. We'll maybe for some of Chapter 3 we can check in on some of the other runners that aren't quite as much in the lead, or later on. But the way that these races always tend to go is you'll see the people who don't finish first get more screen time kind of toward the end, because they're going to be the ones who are still running. So
Right.
makes sense to kind of keep the lead up for the most part.
Did Air have to reset again? He's
Yep,
walking
sure
back
did.
to the tower. Yep.
Yeah, this Birdsong Tower at level 6 is really tough. He's not trying to get it all in one shot, which is the riskiest way to do it. There are two different things you want out of Birdsong Tower. One is the story progression item, which is the Birdsong Nectar. And that's what Air's going for right now. And the other thing is 2 treasure chests that are kind of in a different branch of the tower that are 1,200 gold, which essentially pays for Lena's best weapon in the chapter, and a strength seed, which is, it's basically non-negotiable. At some point you have to go get that stuff if you want to complete the chapter, but you can wait and do it later once you're stronger. So he's just trying to get to the nectar as quickly as he can, and just kind of running some bad luck as he's trying to climb up, but that's not too unusual. This tower is just full of really nasty encounters.
Yep.
The Cordras that Lindanushi is fighting right now, it can be a really good monster for grinding. It is good experience and good gold. They also have a really low chance of dropping a Morning Star, which is kind of amazing. It's just a very expensive and powerful weapon for Christo. But the negative to them is that they can run away from battle, so you might hit them and then they just run away. But they can also get a critical hit on you. And Cordras actually have the highest critical hit rate of any monster in Chapter 2. So they can be pretty dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, higher than Armor Scorpions or Rogue Knights or Grizzly Sabers, all of which can still be very bad. Oh, error with the Butterfly Dragons again. Yeah, it's another reset.
Yep. Oh boy. Yeah, sometimes the tower goes this way.
Yeah, I think we're mostly seeing aggression not be rewarded today, with Diener and Linda both finding these huge groups of Sandmasters and beating them safely.
You got 2 of them up, yeah. Yes, see, Linda hit level 9 now on Lena. I'm sure Diener's just about there as well.
Yep.
So one of the things probably worth mentioning is all the runners are allowed to use a turbo controller, which is auto fire. You see that they're actually using the slowest message speed, which is a manual advance of the text. So you'll see the little cursor there on the bottom right a lot as they're advancing through the text, but all they have to do is hold the turbo button to get through it. It's slightly faster over the length of the run. It probably saves you a few minutes overall if you have turbo, and you don't make too many turbo mistakes, because that tends to happen as well when you're not practiced with it.
Yeah, for sure. It's something that is a lot better once you're used to the menu timing and the turbo rate on your controller, all that stuff.
Yep.
Lindanushi demonstrating the danger of the Cordras there. Got 2 crits in a row from a Cordra. But fortunately, Alina had good enough health. She was okay, but definitely healed her immediately after that, because couldn't take too much more.
Alright, looks like he's gonna sell the spear and get a Morning Star.
Yep, makes sense to upgrade once you can. It's a really big boost in attack power from the Copper Sword up to the Iron Spear, and it's a more modest one from the Iron Spear to the Morning Star, but definitely still worth doing if you can afford it. This looks like Linda's idea mostly was just grind up to level 9, grab the Morning Star, and then looks like he's gonna head over and grab the Golden Bracelet now and fight stuff along the way.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. The tower is definitely much safer if you can handle the encounters.
Yep, they're back on floor 3 of the tower here. Immediately sees a pretty nasty encounter, but fortunately got away on turn 2. I don't think we talked about the run chance in this game, but you see Errors in a place where he wants to run from essentially every single fight. And the chances of him being successful at that are 50% on the first turn, 50% on the second turn, 75% on the third turn, and then guaranteed on the fourth try. So that one's a third try right there. Fortunately, he didn't lose his 3 out of 4. Error is extremely notoriously bad at getting a 50-50, but
Yep, Crystal in the front.
yep. Krista is promoted to Princess, gets to lead the party. So this kind of makes sense. Kristo's out of MP for Error there. And so you may as well kind of gain an extra try at running away from a bad fight like this one by having none of the physical attacks go to Alina.
Oh, man.
Failed to run 3 times in a row, and yep.
Yeah, jeez.
Yeah, just...
He's getting quite bad luck, unfortunately.
Yeah, the tower is dangerous. It's not usually this dangerous. He's definitely running into bad luck. Here, yeah, it looks like Diener is really following behind Lindanushi. Got up to level 9, got the same stuff. Heading up to the Golden Bracelet Cave. Just essentially like a minute behind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mr. Holmes here has got some Sandmasters here he's working through.
Yep. Whereas Error is getting the Sandmasters, but is not in a position to take advantage of him, so this is actually not the fight he wants to see.
No, it's quite slow if you fail to run. Less likely to die than some of the others, but looks like he took a turn to cast Upper on Alina.
Yeah, makes sense, although you never want to be spending this much MP before you've even gotten to the tower.
Yeah, you could use the inn. Oh, maybe, if you have enough money.
Yeah, if you have enough money, you could. There's that inn in the basement of the tower. One of those Dragon Quest businesses where you're not sure how it's profitable, but he's doing it anyway.
It's just for that one guy that's just running around out in front.
Yeah, the escaped convict who doesn't have the thief's key.
The fastest NPC.
Yeah, so kind of as far as the kind of race position here, I think that it's generally pretty close to correct at the top half there. It's not exactly because the runners are going to take different paths to get through this chapter, so we'll see how it all kind of comes out the other side. Once we see players entering the tournament and then getting through the tournament, the order of who's really kind of ahead of who in the race is going to become a lot more obvious.
Yeah, because after that point, things become a fair bit more consistent. And
yeah, Chapter 3 tends to be very linear. Everyone's going to do it pretty similarly. And
yeah, that tournament really filters the race down quite a bit.
Yeah, I think anyone who's played this game or watched a speedrun of it knows how notorious the tournament at the end of Chapter 2 is. It's probably the #1 roadblock in the entire speedrun. Oh yeah, no Spirit Cowie in chat today. That's too bad.
Oh. Countess forgot. Well,
Yeah.
he's pretty busy
Yeah,
right now. He's a bit behind.
Probably don't need to bug him to go wake up Spirit Cowie for us.
Yeah. All right, let's check out the other racers here. See if everybody's kind of doing the grind thing, or if we have anybody else who's taking errors strats here. I
Yeah,
don't
at
see
an hour
anybody
10,
else.
we could see somebody going for Metal Slimes at this point.
Yeah, if the run goes well enough, you could be at Endor by now, but don't see anybody there quite yet.
Nope, doesn't look like it to me. I just see a lot of kind of encounters around the Bazaar area, so I think most people are just grinding up just like Diener and Linda Nushi were.
Yep, either there or the Bracelet Cave.
Yeah, a lot of people in the Bracelet Cave right now as well. Yep. But yeah, overall, I wouldn't say too much spread. Error did finally get to the top of the tower and got his Birdsong Nectar. So he's still going to be the first one in the Endor area. If you get some good luck here, this could still work out pretty well for him.
Yep.
So yeah, he's the one advancing the story right now. We grab the... We're not going to get into all the lore. Every time we try to do that in a race like this, we forget halfway through. But
yeah.
we need that Birdsong Nectar to help the King of Sand team here restore his voice. He's going to allow us to move on to the continent of Endor, which is the final part of Chapter 2. It's kind of like the hub world for all of the chapters after Chapter 1. But we can't get there until we do this, and that is where the Metal Slimes are, so... Error's objective was to be able to get there as quickly as he could, and he's still getting there faster than everybody else.
Yep, even with, like, he probably lost, what, 15, 20 minutes in the tower. Easy.
Yeah, probably about 15. Yeah, Diener just took a death. I'm not sure what that was. I think it was the Death Warp at the end of Golden Bracelet Cave, because he didn't have very much money, so... Yeah, it looks like that was probably...
Okay.
I think that was okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, taking the Death Warp at this point, with the higher levels, cost a bit more gold, but with all the grinding here, he definitely should have plenty.
Yeah, gold tends to not be too much of an issue once I think you want gold early on to be able to upgrade Krista's weapons, but then after that you always end up with more than you need, really.
Mm-hmm.
You still go to grab that stuff in the tower because you want that strength seed, but you actually probably could get by without the gold in some of these routes.
Yep, looks like Mr. Holmes is actually in the Bracelet Cave a bit earlier than the other two. He's at level 8.
Yep, so not putting it off too long, actually. He probably, I'm betting he didn't upgrade Krista that Morningstar. He's probably still got a Iron Spear attack equipped.
Yeah.
Yeah, 17 damage. Yeah, that's an Iron Spear.
Yeah. I was going to say either that or he got lucky with a drop.
Yeah, that's true. Could happen, but yeah, if he had a Morningstar, he'd be picking out those Brommerds in one shot. The Brommer's kind of a fun monster in Chapter 2 because it has a low chance to drop a Strength Seed, which is really important. But it's really low. It's like a less than 1% chance.
Yeah, 1 in 128.
Yeah. They also have a desperation move. If they only have a couple HP left, they can do like a body attack, which can either kill you instantly.
Roll over. Yeah.
Yeah, can either kill you instantly or get you down to like 1 HP. If they can start the fight asleep, and then while they're asleep, they can roll over on top of you, which ignores the Coffin block.
Yeah, that's right.
Just all kinds of funny things that they do. Oh, Error's got a Metal Slime.
Oh,
Our first Metal Slime sighting of the stream. 3 attacks and 3 misses. Metal Slime runs away. Yep. So part of the version neutral rule set that we're talking about here is Even though Error is playing the Famicom version where Fairy Water damages metal enemies, he is not allowed to use them for that because it doesn't work on NES, so it would be an unfair advantage for the Famicom version. So he has to just attack and get lucky just like everybody else.
I have to say though, playing the Famicom version and doing that your first time, it's pretty satisfying.
Yeah.
Throw some water at the metal and it just instantly dies.
Yeah, it's pretty nice for sure. I think that's going from being able to do that to not being able to do that is part of why we don't see it from any of the Japanese runners.
Yeah,
just
makes sense.
It's really hard to go the other direction on that. So yeah, this Metal Slime grind that Error is doing. So Metal Slimes are about a 1 in 9 encounter rate around here. When the Metal Slime appears, every turn it has a 50% chance to run away. And it's got either 3 or 4 HP. You never know which one until you've done 3 damage, and then you know. And every time you attack, you have about a 1 in 3 chance to do damage to it.
Yep, so unfortunately combining all those odds together, it's not a very good chance to kill a slime. But hopefully if you get enough chances, you'll get 1 or 2 eventually.
Yeah, Error will probably be happy if he can get... he's going to need 2 Metal Slimes to be able to get through the tournament. He'll probably be happy if he can get it in the next, I don't know, half hour or so. So he'll probably be down here doing it for quite a while. Meanwhile, we have some Xener is in Birdsong Tower here, and he is gonna complete the whole thing in one shot. He's at level 9, which is a lot higher level than Error was coming through here. He's got a lot more healing resources on Christo. Alina can take a lot more damage, and he's still trying to get experience. So he's taking these fights. He's gonna climb up the left side of the tower here so he can grab the Strength Seed and the gold. And then he'll go grab the Birdsong Nectar on his way out.
Meanwhile, it looks like Linda has chosen to continue grinding outside the bazaar first.
Yeah, if you can get the 6 Sandmaster fight, it's probably a more efficient way to get experience than a lot of the fights in the tower, but it kind of depends.
Yeah.
The bottom of the tower has some pretty good fights. Like the Grizzly Sabers, of course, are kind of a classic of Dragon Quest IV grinding because they'll call reinforcements and they only have a regular physical attack, so the Coffin block is really useful. The downside, of course, is that they can do a critical hit. So sometimes that breaks through your defense.
Looks like we missed it talking about the others, but Error got a medal.
Very nice. Yeah, so Error very suddenly essentially jumps up to parity of experience with Diener all at once from getting 1,350 experience from killing the Metal Slime. Very nice. So that was really fast. He got that first one after just a few minutes.
Fortunately, it looks like Bray died, so hopefully he'll stay alive for the second one. But if not, Bray's going to be a very low level for Chapter 5.
Error regretting how far into the mountains he walked here. Because he's got to walk all the way back to town.
He's actually got to walk back. So it's actually kind of a risk here because if he dies, he doesn't actually have money to revive, right?
No, probably not. It's always possible he's got an item he can sell, but with his routing, I don't think he's got a lot of extra. But he's probably fine. Being level 9 is a lot safer around here than walking around at level 6.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Yeah, he made it.
Yeah, he's fine. So yeah, you want Bray to survive at least 1 Metal Slime so that he gets to level 9 and learns Return and Outside. It's really important. But it's not really a huge deal if he dies for 1 of them.
Yeah, but gold here in his route is very tight for this section. So until he gets up to that level 11, and then he goes back and gets the other gold chests for the claw.
Yeah, it's kind of nice the way that the chapter is sort of set up as far as gold goes, because there's one chest in the Golden Bracelet Cave that has about 300 gold in it, and then there's that one at the top of Birdsong Tower that's 1200, and Alina's most powerful weapon in the chapter, the Iron Claw, costs exactly 1500 gold. So if you just kind of run from everything and you just try to get through the chapter as fast as possible, the game does give you the gold to forge your most powerful weapon.
Yep.
I'm gonna take a break for just 1 minute here. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, so I missed what happened to Diener, but he's going back through the tower again. Maybe he grabbed the chests and then went back down to the inn, and then now he's going back up to the top. Just to be a little safe, because he's taking the fights along the way, and he doesn't want to run out of MP, because it's not a big time loss, because he needs to grind this way anyway. It's either in the tower or it's somewhere else. So he's getting experience as he needs. So it looks like Dr. Holmes is advancing the story here. And Linda is still grinding on Sandmasters outside the bazaar. So guessing Linda's going to get up to level 11. No, Linda's actually making his way towards the tower. So it looks like he's going to actually get the nectar right behind Diener. But overall, Linda is probably still in the lead just because of the levels. He's got level 10 on both Alina and Christo here. Or we said earlier, the goal here is to get to at least level 11 on Alina, and then depending on what her stats roll, possibly 12. But when you're grinding like this, you can actually kind of plan on save scumming the last level 11. If you say you're at like a strength break point where you get a little bit, one more point of strength would help you get through the tournament quite a bit faster than, or you need a lot more HP. In those cases, you want to kind of save scum and just do the one fight to get her 11 until you get a good roll on that 11. Then you don't have to grind for level 12. So most likely that's what a lot of the grind as you go people are going to do. Error, unfortunately, because he's just going to get a slime. He's either going to get it or not. He's going to be stuck with whatever levels and stats Selena ends up with here. One fortunate thing, though, about the metal slime route, after you kill 2 metal slimes, you're actually not too far away from a level 12. So he could actually opt to grind a little bit more instead of to get her level 12 if he's really bad on stats as well. So he's not out of options, but I'm guessing that he'll probably just go for the tournament anyway, even if he's got poor stats. But we'll see.
Yeah,
it's hard to keep
like the kind of thing Error would do.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard to keep track of everybody's stats here, just because there's just so much going on, so many levels ups. But when you're playing, you can keep track of them and check them. You need approximately 80 HP on Alina. Obviously, the more you can get, the better. And you want to get at, 42 strength minimum?
Yeah.
Probably, to make it pretty. I mean, you can get by with 40, but it's starting to get a little...
Yeah, you really never want less than 40, and then every 2 additional strength you get past that is making a pretty big difference.
Yeah, so 42 and above is probably what you ideally want, but it just turns into just more tournament attempts either way. So
right, exactly.
Keep trying.
For my own racing route, I try to have at least 44 strength. It just makes such a big difference just to have a little bit more. Cool. We got Lin and Nushi climbing up Birdsong Tower now. Kind of like Diener did. Gonna take care of the whole thing in one shot. Going for the items first. Looks like Diener is going for the gold chest in the Golden Bracelet Cave to grab the last gold that he needs. Actually, don't know if he needs it, but maybe he wants it for something.
Yeah, that's a good question, actually. Oh no, he's going to Endor.
He's just walking south from Frenor instead of east from the Bazaar. Okay.
Yep. He probably didn't have the extra wing.
Yeah, just something like that. Not a big deal. It's only slightly farther to walk from that direction, so.
Yeah.
See, I think Error started his Metal Slime grind right about, I don't know, hour 14 minutes or something like that. A good Metal Slime grind, you're killing a Metal Slime every maybe 10 to 12 minutes. And the bad ones, the ones that take like over half an hour to kill too. So he's still got, 20 minutes or so before this feels like a bad Metal Slime grind.
Mm-hmm.
Not too bad. It's definitely a really good start for him, actually, after that kind of terrible Birdsong Tower.
Yeah, but overall, probably like in a race setting, like if you can get like, I don't know, would you say like under 2 hours, chapter 2 would be?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Solid, really good.
Yeah, that's kind of the dividing line between if you're thinking about in a race or a marathon. If you're coming out of chapter 2 and it's under the 2 hour mark, then you're probably feeling just fine.
Yep.
But there's a lot of randomness throughout chapter 2. They're kind of trying to reduce it by not going for metal slimes, but there's only so much you can do about the tournament randomness as well. Alina's stat gains, there's a lot of randomness there, of course, which we talked about a little bit.
Yep.
So, something you can do, something I like to do in my racing strat is Alina's final level, when she's going up to level 11, you can save right before she gets that level, and then you can save scum that one. I think you might have talked about that a little bit.
Yeah, I was talking about that while you were gone. So
it makes a lot of sense for the tournament in particular, just because even a couple more strength points or more agility or more HP could make a pretty big difference for your success rates in the tournament.
Yeah, and I expect a lot of the well, Linda's already at 11 and still fighting things, but I kind of expected people to do that for level 11, but we'll see.
Yeah, I figured Linda's probably just planning on going to level 12 at this point. Still needs to climb the rest of the tower and go to Endor. Seems like he's been fighting just literally everything the whole chapter. Yeah. Which is, it's kind of funny. It's like the exact opposite of the kind of traditional way to go through the chapter where you run from literally everything until metal slimes. It's been interesting to see this kind of catch on. Because I think when we did this event, I don't know, like the first time, however many years ago that was, I don't know if anyone really did that. Like, I think it was Grizzly Sabers or Metal Slimes, really.
Yeah, I wonder. Maybe one person did, but definitely not the majority.
No, it's really, you're really kind of seeing a change in the general approach here.
Yeah, it was mostly these Grizzly Sabers. So these Grizzly Sabers was kind of like the old way to grind, where you just you kill them and they keep summoning more and more, and you just keep killing them. So you only have to like get into the battle, cast upper once or twice on Alina, and then you just kind of attack them and then parry if you need them to summon more. So you can get a lot of experience.
Sorry, I'm watching this metal slime.
Yep, Eric.
It's 2 damage, 3 damage. It's got 4 HP. Oh, it runs away. Oh man, it's heartbreaking. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. That was definitely worth watching. But yeah, anyways, those Grizzly Sabers they are pretty quick if you get into the battle and you just kind of get into a role of killing them. They can be a little risky if you get a critical hit. on Alina a couple in a row can kill her, and then you basically wasted all that time grinding on them. But people are definitely shying away from that now. You basically don't see anybody doing that now, right?
Not as much. You might see it as part of this wider grind if you want some extra experience and you're in Birdsong. But
yeah,
you
you're
don't...
already there, and you have the sabers in front of you. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But you don't really see anyone going out of their way for it anymore.
Right.
Alright, yeah, so we do have Linda Nushi here in Endor at level 11, so yeah, we'll see if he does decide to go to level 12 or if he just goes straight for the tournament at this point. Diener is level 10, so I'm sure he's going to want at least one more level before he tries the tournament.
Yeah. Yeah, so the nice thing, so Linda decided to do more grinding before doing the whole tower sequence and getting to Endor, whereas Diener went there a little bit earlier, and now he's going to do the grind outside of Endor instead. You can get lucky here outside of Endor if you do see a slime and you kill him. Unfortunately, it's a little harder to kill with only 2 party members, though Alina's crit rate's a little higher as well, so maybe it works out. But
Looks like Error got that.
You don't count on it.
Looks like you got that second metal slime.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Alright. So Bray survived this one. So Bray will be up to level 9. Alina and Crystal will both be level 11. Well, Crystal looks like it's just 10. Don't remember if Error's Crystal didn't survive the Chameleon Human Fighter, something like that, but either way, he's fine. Yeah, so depending on his stats, looks
He
like
actually might be
Error...
ahead.
Yeah, he might be the first one going into the tournament. I think he probably will be.
He's got to get the chest, so...
Oh, that's true. He does need to go get the gold and do some shopping, so...
Yeah.
Yep. But it does take a while to grind up from level 11 to level 12, like Linda Nushi is doing here. You don't really want to do it unless you have to, but I'm guessing Linda Nushi's stats on Alina is just kind of forcing the issue. Yeah, as Alina has 76 HP, which is pretty good. There's a Life Force Nut here in Endor, which he may or may not have already used. And yeah, Linda's doing... You see this sometimes with people who grind throughout Chapter 2. It's gonna cash in his gold for some casino coins. Because gold you lose when you go from one chapter to another, but casino coins stay there. So you can come back and use those later if you want to.
Are casino coins, they cost more in this chapter as well? Or is that just Chapter 3?
I think it's just Chapter 3. I think it's the same here as in Chapter 5.
Okay.
But I'm not 100% sure because I never used the casino in Chapter 2.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. I've definitely never used it. Oh, Linda's showing us the rare right side of the castle.
Wow, you never see it.
No, you don't.
Almost never makes sense to go that way just because the Life Force Nut's on the left side, the church where you save and reload is on the left side, but there is indeed another hallway on that side.
Yep. I guess if you talk to the king and then leave, it's faster to go around that way. But yeah, like you said, usually you're getting the Life Force Nuts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So doing some shopping, gonna come out here, do a safety save probably. Oh, just going straight back out to the grind to finish for level 12. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, yeah, thanks Juvenator. So Juvenator pointing out in chat that casino coins are actually cheaper in Chapter 2 versus Chapter 5.
Oh, interesting.
10 gold versus 20. Yeah, interesting. Kind of makes sense. You have a lot less gold in Chapter 2 than you would in Chapter 5.
Yeah. All right, looks like Error got the first chest. He's going to pick up the second one, and then he's going to make his way towards the tournament.
Yeah. Error kind of going there with 2 metal slimes at this pace is definitely pretty comfy. Oh, Diener got a metal slime. Did he? Might have missed it.
I missed it if he did, but he was pretty close to level 11 already. Okay, he did. Wow. He might be close to level 12 now. So, like I said, you don't plan for those metal slimes, but if it happens, it happens. Then you end up not having the save scum, the option to save scum from level 11. But he might be in the position to get 12. And then Linda just got one.
Yep, sure did. That's nice. That's gonna speed up. I don't know how close he was to level 12, but probably had a little bit to go still. Nice big strength boost there. I'm sure that he appreciates that.
Yeah, well, it looks like Diener is also going for level 12 here. He's still grinding. Error here is grinding his strength seeds. He needs to roll at least 3 and a 2, depending on what Lena's strength is. Like we mentioned earlier, the breakpoints on Alina's strength for the tournament are actually even numbers. So you want to get to the next even number. And sometimes you don't need to roll 2 3s on your strength seeds. You can just do a 3 and a 2, and that's all you need.
Yep, looks like he's not losing too much time to it. But yeah, do you think that Linda is going to be the first one going into the tournament here?
Yep, that medal definitely sped up the grind for him.
On the other stream, I saw Shiner ran into a metal slime walking down to Endor, but unfortunately didn't get it. It's always nice when you're just kind of coming down here. You're not necessarily planning on it, but metal slime just shows up and you just get it. Almost happened for Shiner, but not quite. Yeah, alright, tournament. So, tournament is 5 fights in sequence. You only get Alina, you don't have any other party members. The first fight is Hun there. Definitely by far the easiest. He just does a kind of fairly weak attack. He's only got 70 HP. Usually goes down really quick. Second fight is Rorik, who does more damage, has 90 HP, and throws the boomerang. Oh, nice. Great critical hit on turn 2 there. That's so good for that fight. The middle 3 fights all drop a medical herb. So you kind of get a free heal in between some of these fights, at least for 30 to 40 HP. Third fight is Vivian. She's a magic user, so she can cast Fireball, which you actually like to see because it actually costs more MP, but doesn't really do much more damage. And she can use Ice Bolt. She can also heal up, and it's actually kind of nice if she uses heal more, because then she's going to use less of her magic hurting you. When she's out of magic, she's kind of reduced to a very weak physical attack where she does like 5 damage. Well, 5 damage is pretty low. I think Linda Nushi has a lot of agility. Because he's really not taking much damage. Yeah, looks really strong for the tournament here. I don't think he's going to run into too much trouble.
Yeah, Eddie's a little low for level 12 HP, but
yeah,
everything else looks good.
Yeah. Samson. Samson's probably the toughest fight of the tournament. Does really, really big damage to you. Oh man, another critical hit.
Wow. Who needs level 12?
Yeah, you don't need it if you're gonna crit Rorik and Samson. Those are the 2 fights where you want it.
All right. So time for everybody to pick their favorite Lingua.
Yep, everyone pick your favorite Lingua. Lingua C for me, for sure.
Always A.
Linda knew she agrees with me, and I was correct. There you go.
Wow.
Yeah, so Lingua, as you can see, only 1 out of the 4 is the real one. The rest are just a mirage. And it has a chance to change every turn. Sometimes he just builds power. If he builds power, it only ends up doing extra damage the following turn if he stays on the same one, so you might see the runner target the one that built power just in case, like, okay, if you're going to hit me for a lot of damage, at least I'll hit you back, like that kind of thing. But yeah, it usually takes 3 hits to take Lingua out. Then Nushi has already hit Lingua twice, has a ton of medical herbs left over. And the fight's over.
Yep. GG. It looks like Diener's started the tournament as well. He's in close behind if he can get through this first try as well.
Yep, Diener is past Vivian. Error is on to Rorik right now. The only other person who's in the tournament is Ebby. Off stream, Ebby is looks like kind of the other one, kind of in the top 4 here.
Yep.
But yeah, really nice for Linda coming out of chapter 2, close to the hour 40 mark here. Yeah, for a race, that's extremely good. Had some nice tournament luck for sure, but also just played the chapter really well.
Yep, and the medal luck.
Yeah, doesn't hurt to get a metal slime.
So one other thing here, if you notice on Airstream, Vivian here has bunny ears.
Yep, this is there's a few things that are different kind of visually in the Famicom version, and this is maybe the most predominant. Nice crit on Vivian at the end there, where Vivian is kind of more the classic bunny girl kind of thing that you see in a lot of later Dragon Quest games. But one of the things that got a little bit, I guess it's like a censoring thing for the North American version, because it was, you know, it's Nintendo in the 90s.
Yeah. Alright, Diener's on the Lingua here. I didn't see how good a shape he's in, but level 12, usually it's pretty good as long as you get here.
Yeah. Error is working through his Samson fight. He's probably going to be pretty tight with where he is on healing resources. Ooh, but Lena dodged an attack there. That was pretty nice.
He's gotta go first
Gotta
here.
go first. Oh no! Oh, that wasn't a dodge.
Oh, no.
That was a medical herb.
Okay.
It's actually much worse.
Yeah, that is much worse.
So yeah, Samson, when he's in the bottom half of his HP range, he can decide to use a medical herb and heal himself, which is one of the worst possible things.
So I think Diener has one more hit on Lingor here. Yep, there you go. So Diener's really close behind as it's been going so far. So,
yeah, so
good race between him and Linda.
Linda's out, Diener's right behind him.
It's like Ebby's still in the tournament.
Yeah, who's Ebby going into?
Rorik.
Back to Rorik, so must have died and had to restart.
Yep, so this time Ayers, since he died, he didn't have much gold left over, so he's making a safety save here, so he can just reload from a save in case he does die further in the tournament. It's one nice thing about the having a bunch of gold from the grind. You don't have to worry about, saving here and how much gold you have left over, because you just have so much. Alright, so Ayers on his next try of the tournament here. Oh, nice turn 1 crit on Hun there.
Yeah, that's what you like to see. It's always nice to not have to go into the Rourke fight without full HP.
Yeah, so let's see. Here's good. Continue through the tournament here. Got Mr. Holmes is making a save at Endor.
Yeah, I think he's
Looks like
still
he's
got
gonna-
a little bit more grinding to go. I don't think he's quite strong enough yet. He also is low on strength. He's had some really bad strength rolls, so I think Holmes is probably going to have to go to level 12. Best part about Error dying in the tournament is we do get to see Bunny Girl Vivian again.
Yep. Oh, she's got the tail too, not just the ears.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, the bunny tail. Yep.
So I hope Error makes it through here pretty soon because it'll actually kind of show us the difference between the Famicom version and the NES version here, because both Diener and Linda are a fair bit ahead, but all the text difference in Chapter 3 can make a very large difference.
Yeah, hopefully either him or Ebby. Ebby looks like had to restart the tournament again, so both of them are running into some trouble here in the tournament.
So Ebby's on NES, right?
Oh, that's true. You're right. Ebby is playing NES.
Yeah. Yeah, we got a lot of NES runners.
Yeah, we really do, which is surprising. It's kind of nice. It's a lot easier to follow.
Go
Go
first.
Air. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Nice.
Ooh, 2 HP. How much does he have?
Ooh, just the one medical herb, and he only got a 31 off of it.
Oof.
Ooh, we're gonna
That's
need to
not
get
great.
lucky on Lingwar here for sure. All right, Air is gonna go with Lingwar B for sure.
Yep. It was C.
Unfortunately, as we know today, it's always C.
Now it's gonna be A, right? It
Oof.
was. And now it's D turn?
Yeah, I think this is probably not how you beat Lingwar.
Oh, you got him B.
Yeah, B built
Yeah.
power, so he's probably gonna target a different one this turn. Just no, he's sticking with B. Yeah. Well,
He's basically got to help for build power a bunch, which doesn't usually happen.
yeah. Really tough to beat Lingwar when you only have 33 HP going in the fight. You have to get really lucky.
Yeah.
And Air only got kind of average luck there. It wasn't going to be enough. Cool. Well, while we're seeing more runners kind of finishing out Chapter 2, we can start talking about Chapter 3, going on the right side of the screen here. So, Chapter 3 is Tulun, or an Echo Tulun's chapter. This chapter is kind of the odd one out for the whole game. The way to progress the story is to make enough money to progress to kind of the next thing. So, in the end, there's two things you really need to do. You need to get 35,000 gold to afford the shop inside of Endor, and you have to get 60,000 gold to be able to afford the tunnel to the continent of Branca. So we're going to exploit a few things that are very specific to Chapter 3 in order to get that much money. The first one is what Lindanushi is doing down here right now in this corner with this merchant in the Bon Momo Castle, where he's offering to sell this full plate armor over and over until he gets an offer he likes. That merchant only buys armor and will give you kind of a range of values around what it's actually worth. So if you hold out and you try it a bunch of times, you can sell it for quite a bit more money than it actually is worth. And he just did that with that full plate armor. And we're going to use that a little bit further in the chapter. We're going to buy iron aprons, which are the most expensive armor we can buy. and then bring them here and sell them to that guy at a profit. And that's how we're going to afford to buy the shop in Endor for 35,000 gold. The additional thing we'll do is we'll find a really high value item in a dungeon, which is the silver statuette. It's the only dungeon we really spend any time in Chapter 3. And we can sell that to an NPC for 25,000 gold, which gets us most of the way there. But yeah, funny thing about Chapter 3 here, since you never have to defeat any monsters whatsoever, you can complete the whole chapter at level 1. You can see Linanushi is at level 1, so is Diener. They're going to avoid getting experience on Taloon because they don't want him to waste time gaining levels. Some runners like to get Taloon like 1 level, so he has a little bit of extra HP for safety, but yeah, most people are just going to leave him at level 1. Alright, Error beating Samson in definitely better shape this time. Back in the Lingwar fight. He's got at least 51 HP. I don't know if he has any medical herbs or not. Always Lingwar C error.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah. See, Lingwar's in his head. He picked A that time. But it was B. This is what Lingwar does. He gets in your head.
Gotta go back to B. Back to B. All right.
There we go.
There it was.
See, like
Just
I said,
keep with it.
at these strength levels, you pretty much always have to hit Lingwar 3 times. If you're really strong, you might be able to beat him in 2, but that doesn't happen very often. Okay, he did have 1 medical herb, so that's helpful.
Okay, yeah.
So he can afford to miss a few more times, but hopefully not too many more. Yeah, so D built power there. Error chose to target D. Actually got a nice big hit, just not quite enough on his first hit.
Yep, just needs 1 more.
Whew, come on. Just 1 more hit.
Oh man.
Mm.
See?
Oh man. It's coming down to the wire.
Don't do this, Lingwar. B.
Nice.
Oh, Lina
okay.
went first.
Woo.
All right.
All right. Very good. Yeah, Alina outspeeding Lingwar is very rare. Lingwar has really high agility, so you don't see that very often at all. Okay, nice. Really glad that he made it through that time.
Yeah.
So yeah, Error doing the 2 metal slime route coming out. Under 2 hours. It can still be done. Don't be scared of the metal slimes.
Yeah. Unfortunately, if you kind of like, he came out of chapter 1 in 3rd, right? So he's pretty close to where he started.
Yeah, I think
all in all.
I think he was in 6th. I think I bumped him up to 3rd.
Okay.
Let's see here. Oops. This is Ebby, I think is 3rd because he got out of the tournament just a little bit ahead of Error.
Yeah, here, I'll post the big stream again here. So that's the Japanese channel. They actually have all 15 racers up at once. So if you want to, if anybody wants to see the whole big thing. Looks like we got a few people, more people in chapter 3 as well. We got Moko and Ebby. We got a couple people on Lingwar as well. Oh, 3 people on Lingwar. Northrex, Rezi, and Joe are all on Lingwar. As well as Kumasun. You got 4 people on Lingwar.
Yeah, a lot of Lingwar going on here. I'm gonna bring the audio over to Error, and then we'll bring up a little bit more chapter 2, just so we can keep some of the tournament action on the stream here.
Yep, give some other people some screen time here.
Yep.
Chapter 3 is usually pretty much the same. The only big things that can happen is if like Taloon dies in the cave, you can lose a good chunk of time, or if you die with 60,000 gold if you decide not to save in a race.
Yeah, for sure.
But other than that, chapter 3 is going to be pretty much the same for everybody. It's one of those just get through chapters.
Yeah, there's it's kind of interesting, kind of like on a, how do you get through this really fast level when you're kind of learning about it. But there's going to be very little difference between what the runners do to get through the chapter. They're all going to finish it pretty close to 45 minutes. So we'll try to keep the tournaments up on the screen here. So I brought Northrex in. He's going in the tournament. I think he's tried it a couple times because I saw him using the inn and then coming back in.
Yeah, he was one of the few people on Linguar earlier.
But he's got huge HP on Alina. Wow, 91.
Yeah, that is
Looks
like
like
level 11.
Yeah,
Wow.
attack power might be a little low, but HP is very high for Northrex, so that's pretty helpful. Oh, 79 attack power, Northrex. Yeah, that's rough.
Oof.
Yeah, you really want to have at least one more than that, or else you're going to have a tough time. So the HP is going to help even that out a little bit, but... Oh, Holmes has a metal slime on screen. 2 damage. It runs away. But yeah, 79 attack power. That's pretty rough. If you get a lucky critical hit or 2, you'll be all right. But you are almost relying on getting at least one of those probably at some point in the tournament.
Yeah, that HP though. Have I seen 90 over 90 before?
It's pretty rare.
Yeah.
So yeah, Linanushi has gotten the silver statuette out of the bottom of the cave and now is doing a very quick death warp. It's always really easy to death warp in chapter 3, which is nice. And he's going to be starting that grind to sell those iron aprons that I mentioned. What happened to Diener? He's doing fine. We just swapped him out so we could keep more tournament attempts on the screen. So
Yeah,
brought in
Diener's
Northrex.
still in second, right behind Linda. So the top 3 right now are Linda, Diener, and looks like Moko. And then Ebby's like really close behind.
Oh, I must have missed Moko.
Yeah, they have the first 1, 2, and 3 labeled on the Japanese stream, so you can pick them out pretty easy.
Yeah, you're right. It does look like Mokopoid is probably a little bit ahead of Ebby. Let me adjust the rankings here.
We got our live rankings on screen.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see. We got Northrex here on Samson. Oh man, that extra HP doesn't help so much when you only have 79 attack power. So 79 was that? How much strength is that? 37?
37, yeah.
Yeah, wow, that is really low. So I said earlier you want, for a gold, probably be like 42 strength. He is 5 below that.
Yeah, you usually when you're that low, you probably go for level 12, but
Yeah.
kind of depends on your comfort with doing that grind, or how lucky you feel. Like I said, he does have the extra HP, so that does help you a little bit, but
Yeah, it can buy you an extra turn.
but unfortunately, in kind of the hierarchy of Alina's stats, strength is so much more important than the other ones that they tend to just not be quite as important.
Yeah, looks like Mr. Holmes here is about to attempt the tournament as well.
Yep, level 11. He's filling up with herbs. He's got so much money.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
I'm just like, if I ever had 4,000 gold at the end of chapter 2 in my entire life, just like, not a chance. No way.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm guessing he does cash it in for the casino, or no?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. With his casino strats later on.
So yeah, it sounds like Northrick's got a crit on Rorik, which is huge. That's exactly the kind of thing he needs.
Yep.
Okay, this is where we'd really love to see a critical hit for Northrick, though. By far the most important fight to get it if you're low strength, because at this strength level, Samson's going to take at least 7 hits to kill and maybe 8.
Yeah, probably 8.
Yeah, 11 damage is it's pretty rough.
Yeah, not great. Definitely gonna have to use those herbs.
Yeah, fortunately did come in with more of them than usual thanks to that critical hit on Rorik, so through being safe there, as long as he outturns on this turn, he's got him. Yeah. So no luck during the Samson fight there, but at least he didn't use a medical herb or something. So Northrick's going into the Lingvar fight. This is tight for sure. 47 HP, no medical herbs. Hopefully Northrick has been paying attention and targets Lingvar C. Oh no, it was actually correct. Okay, good job, Northrick.
Yeah, he got a free turn. That's what he needs.
Yeah, Holmes is right behind him in the Samson fight. Man, Northrick's getting pretty lucky here, though. Lingvar's just building power, not doing any damage to him. So at least the fight is... Even if he's not winning it, he's not losing it.
It's a stalemate.
Yeah. There we go.
Right,
2 hits.
2.
All right, nice. Very good.
You got him.
Northrick's is through.
Nice.
Very good. We have Holmes finishing Samson up and going straight into Lingvar, right behind Northrick's here. Holmes going for B correctly. Yeah, I think the most superstition that we see in all of DQRTA is which Lingvar to target. That's 2 hits. This is looking really good for Holmes. Just needs 1 more hit. Oh, that'll do it.
Oh, and then he crits. Yeah.
Okay.
Easy fight.
No trouble for Holmes.
Yep.
All right, very nice. Let's see. So let's say,
Take a look at what we got left here. Who is still in chapter 2? Looks like we got Shiner there as well. Joe is still in the tournament. Countess is grinding. He's up at level 10 right now. Satoriak is also level 10. I think he just got a medal, Satoriak.
oh, very nice. That's great.
which got him up to 10. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. Let's bring who's still doing tournament
else?
stuff.
Looks like
Joe is
YY
on.
is yeah. YY is also in chapter 2.
Cool.
Got a few people still in chapter 2.
Oh, I need to grab Joe's.
Yep, we got Shiner, Joe, Cowie, Saitoriak, and YY.
Don't think I've captured
So-
Joe's stream yet, so this is the right time to do it.
Yep. So we just hit past the 2-hour mark. So the majority of people got like at or under 2 hours, which is quite good.
Yeah, a lot of people on a really good pace here. Okay. Got Joe. Let me find his window.
Yep. So it looks like Linda's still doing the iron apron grind here. Usually you have to do a minimum two rounds of it. Usually 3, if you don't get any critical cells. But looks like he might do one more round. But it's a bit of a judgment call sometimes with how much gold you have. Yeah, he's gonna call it. He's only got like 700 more than the minimum.
Mm-hmm.
Just enough for a venomous dagger. So basically, whatever leftover you have past the 35,000 gold is what you use to kind of seed your shop selling here in this next section. So obviously, the more you start with, the less back and forths and selling you have to do in this section. So it can speed it up depending on how much. So if you just barely get into enough gold to buy the shop, you don't necessarily want to do it always, because that initial seeding amount for your shopping does matter on speed. Looks like North Rex is riding the waterfall down, as you should.
Yeah, thanks for showing off the water ride. It's very good. Here, I'm gonna bring up another tournament attempt just to try to show these while we've got them.
Yep, Joe is on Lingor here. Have not seen how many hits he's done.
He's been in this fight for a while.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's going easily for him. And we see Countess.
He's still got an herb though. So
all the way up to the tournament.
Yeah, Countess has made a pretty good comeback for having to do chapter 1 fully twice in a row.
It's fine. I know that Countess loves chapter 1, so I don't think he even minds.
Yeah. We get the Maribels back. Man, Joe's getting really, really bad luck on these Lingars.
Yeah, he really is.
B? Uh-oh.
Ooh, this is looking pretty scary for Joe.
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
C? Okay.
Oh, he still needs one more hit.
No, he still needs another one. Wow.
Wow, this has been a really rough Lingor fight for Joe. Yeah, C built power there.
So he needs to either go first or build power again to win
this is pretty scary. D builds power. But no.
Power. Okay. Not out of it yet.
Believe in Lingor C. Oh.
Oh.
So close. Oh, that's the worst.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Oh, man. Prissy over there saying, "Oh, I feel like I should be playing this," and now maybe having different feelings.
Yeah. It's just fun to relive all the horrors of Lingor you've experienced before. All right, so we got Countess here in the tournament as well.
Yeah, so he's got really good HP on his Alina, but he's died in the tournament a couple times now, so...
Yeah, maybe not the best strength then.
Oh. The Metal Slime is showing up on Error's screen. But he's in Chapter 3 where we don't want to see these. Yeah, they're pretty scary, because the whole thing with Taloon... Oh, man. The whole thing with Taloon is he has really high physical defense, but the Metal Slime's
not running.
Blaze.
He's not running.
Get out of here, Metal Slime. Run away.
He's not running.
Okay.
There he goes.
Oh, no.
The duck spill. The duck spill.
Wow, that is just about the worst thing that can happen in Chapter 3.
Yeah. Oh. Yep, we should be back.
So what everyone missed on Error Bruto's stream, he walked onto the button, which is kind of like the halfway point in that cave, which opens up a shortcut to get into the cave and also lets you finish it. Before you actually activate the switch, you can get into a battle, which happened to Error, and that battle was an ambush, and that ambush was a Duckspill who cast Sap on Taloon and removed all of his defense, and then the other monster attacked Taloon and killed him.
Yep. So even though he was only like, what, 10 HP, it would have mattered either way. he was gonna die.
It was... That is definitely not only the worst place to die in that cave, but also like the most amazing way to die. Yeah, all in the ambush turn. Yeah, he never even got to take an action in that fight. He's just dead.
Yeah, that was amazing. A very Dragon Quest moment.
Oh man, so good. Yeah, the true villain of Chapter 3 is the Duckspill. They have that sap spell. They're just really scary.
Yep, those are the only two things you really have to worry about in this part of Chapter 2 is the Duckspill with sap and the Metal Slime with Blaze. Otherwise, Taloon's pretty much a tank.
Yep.
Alright, so looks like we got Joe and Countess still trying to get through this tournament.
Yeah, they're both having a lot of bad luck here.
Yeah, the low HP on Joe does not help him out too well. Let's see. Cyteriax is also in the tournament. He's on Lingua right now. I believe that's it now. Oh no, YY is still in Chapter 2 as well. He's quite a bit behind. I wonder what happened to him.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Looks like Countess might be committing to getting level 12 now.
Yeah, it makes sense. Gavukin is a little bit more ahead in the standings here, so let me try to fix that.
Yeah, both Countess and Joe have at least one bad stat that matters for this tournament, where for Joe, it's his HP. 71 is quite low. Like I said, you want to be close to 80 at a level 11, and then Countess's attack power is pretty low.
Yeah. really the thing that often does you in these race attempts for Chapter 2 is just Lena having low attack power. This turns out to be so important, and it's all just roll a dice. checking in with Linda Nushi. Yeah, he's in the segment of chapter 3 where we have the shop. So we own this shop, and we are buying Abagusa Virtue at the weapons store across the street and selling him here for a profit. Every time Talun's wife Netta sells one of these, she'll sell it for between 150 and 200% of its value. So you can get that 60,000 gold you need pretty fast doing this. Although this is actually kind of the second segment. This gets us we'll do this until we have about 26,000-ish gold. And then we'll actually get the remainder by filling an order for the king. He wants 7 broadswords and 7 suits of half-plate armor. And he'll give us 60,000 gold for that, which allows us to build the tunnel and complete the chapter. Oh, really? Shiner got the turn 1 crit on Samson? That feels good. It's always nice to get your revenge on Samson.
All right, Arrow made it to the switch this time.
Yep, and he turned around to pet the dog, which I appreciate.
Yes.
Good job, Arrow. Yeah, so Countess, yeah, looks like, yeah, like you said, he's going to go to level 12, which makes sense. It seems like he was really having some trouble there, but now he's getting crit by Rogue Knights.
Yeah, this tends to happen with the tournament in Chapter 2. Like we are saying, it kind of filters everybody out. It's like if you get really bad luck in Chapter 2, you can end up like this. And if you get really good luck, you can end up quite a bit ahead.
Yep, yeah. As kind of normal for the course for these races, Linda got pretty good luck, especially in the tournament.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
And Diener's also been doing pretty well, but the two of them are also really practiced and experienced at their routes through Chapter 2 and took it relatively safe along the way.
Yep.
Like, I can say that Linda was lucky, but also did go to level 12, so...
He got a slime, though.
Pretty safe. Yeah.
Okay, Samson down. Joe should be in okay-ish shape for this. At least 1 herb. 54. Don't know if he has another one inventory or not, but we'll find out. Going with D first, and it was D.
There we go. No longer believes in Linguar C.
Back to D. Alina goes first, and it was C.
It was C.
I like it when Linguar sticks the tongue out and then attacks.
Yeah, it's so good. Whew, man, every single one of these Linguar fights for Joe is scary.
Yeah.
Needs 2 more hits, but it's not looking good.
Yeah, not looking great.
Oh, he does have an herb.
Still got an herb.
Okay, that's not as bad then. He's got a few more chances.
Yeah.
Still tight though, for sure.
Not looking good.
Yeah, a lot of your luck in the tournament can depend on how good you roll on your medical herbs too, and it's a pretty small heal he got from that one.
Man, he's got like a Vaseline. He's gone first twice.
Yeah, I wonder her agility is. Oh,
ouch!
Well, hit with the big attack there. Yeah, it's not what you
yeah.
want.
All right, looks like Air is starting his Iron Apron segment, where he's going to be selling a bunch of those. Probably 2 or 3 trips. Linda looks like he has all the gold he needs and is starting the final sequence here where he can get his 60,000 gold by trading in 7 half plates and 7 broadswords. When I first played this game, I actually did not know this existed.
Yeah.
That you could
it's not obvious.
go
You'd have
and-
to go talk to the king to find out after you've opened the shop.
yeah. So I ended up just grinding the shop up to 60k, and it wasn't that bad really. It's pretty quick.
Yeah, it doesn't take too much longer because it takes like, I don't know, 10 minutes to get all that extra gold if you're doing it really optimally versus being able to finish this in like 5. So it's not a huge difference. Countess reviving his Alina there. I think I'm gonna bring Mokopoid on the stream.
Okay.
But we might keep Joe's audio because I'm using errors, but I think that most of the Japanese runners are not game audio only.
Gotcha. Yep, Moko here is in 3rd, so see, it looks like they are in the Tulun shop phase here. Yep, Linda is just finishing up the chapter here, dropping off the 60,000 gold. Let me do a little check-in on how Diener's doing here. Yep, Diener's, as expected, right behind. He is purchasing the half plates right now.
That's not right, is it?
Yeah, that's Linda.
Yep. Let's put that back. We have a lot of windows open, as you can imagine.
Yeah, you got 15 runners here, and I I don't envy all the restreaming work you have to do here, because it's definitely a lot of work to manage a stream like this.
Yeah, it's okay once you get it going. The switches take
Yeah.
a second, but it's not so bad. All right, here we go, Moko.
Yep.
I also have to remember how to pronounce the Japanese characters so I can, because the header of the videos are just the Japanese character names.
Gotcha. Yeah.
But yeah, we see Linda coming out of chapter 3. First one out of chapter 3.
Yeah, with a 222. That is really good.
Yeah, looking really good. So, yeah, Linda's going into chapter 4. So, chapter 4, many people might be familiar with because it was just kind of featured in the Best of NES Big 20 as the penultimate challenge of the race. They had to do the entirety of chapter 4 front to back, so that was pretty fun to watch. The whole idea of chapter 4 and the speedrun is, you've got these two sisters. They're both relatively weak. Nara is kind of a cleric sort of class, and Mara is like a wizard class. So usually what you want to be trying to do is get the guest character of the chapter, Orin, who is kind of like a big tanky fighter, as quickly as possible so that everything becomes much, much safer and faster to get through. So the beginning of the chapter tends to be pretty scary. And then once you get Orin, it tends to be pretty safe and consistent after that.
Yeah, so the biggest kind of variation for chapter 4 is I guess it's still there, but which sister do you leave alive for the Balzac fight at the end of the chapter? So chapter 4 is probably one of the yeah, I guess chapter 3 kind of leads into chapter 5 as well because you can have extra gold, but chapter 4 definitely leads into chapter 5 because depending on which sister you leave alive, it's going to be how much has more levels and HP, and which you're going to be using for the Lighthouse fight. So
Oof.
each sister kind of has their own advantages, disadvantages, but in the past, most people have kind of left Mara alive, but more recently, people have kind of been leaning towards having Nara alive for the fight and using her more in chapter 5.
Sorry, I was watching Joe fight Samson, and he got outturned on a healing
Oof.
turn. Got taken out. Yeah, for sure. I really like to leave Nara alive. Personally, I think that having her have more levels, being able to cast more heal and sleep spells and stuff in the Lighthouse in the beginning of chapter 5 is more useful, personally. But yeah, the upside for Mara is she can help kind of in the early chapter 5 grind when you're trying to get the hero some levels. She can cast the fireball spell and speed that up a little bit. But
Yep, and then she also gets can get return as well if you level her up
right
before the Bengal fight. So that way, even if they both die for the Bengal fight, then you will have a return caster for the next part of chapter 5.
Yeah, so if you see, it kind of shows how the routing of the whole game kind of goes together, because if you don't get Bray any experience in Chapter 2, you'll need somebody who can cast the outside spell especially. So you're probably going to want Mara to be getting that experience in Chapter 4.
Right.
But yeah, Linda knew she's going into the cave where Orin is, so this is one of the scariest dungeons, probably the whole speedrun. You're kind of just wanting to run from everything until you can get to Orin. It's actually maybe a little reminiscent of like Chapter 1 when you're going to get the Sword of Malice. You're just running from everything and hoping to not die on the way.
Yeah. Yeah, and the girls just have so low HP. It's just basically if they take one hit, you're just like, okay, I gotta heal them. And it's like a waste of a heal or herb. It feels like it, but you got to keep them topped off.
Yeah, totally. It's much better safe than sorry. We have one life force nut that's available to us before we come in here, so you always use that on one of the sisters, usually the one that you put better armor on. Put them in the front of the party and hope it helps. Alright, Countess is going back in the tournament. Got his level.
Alright, we got level 12.
Headed back in.
Man, and Joe's just been still banging his head against this tournament.
Yeah, he's had pretty bad luck for sure, especially on Lingworm. Yeah, Countess is looking like doing a lot better damage now. That was a nice level 12 for him. 93 HP. He's got good strength
93.
now. Yeah, I think he's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice crit for Joe on Samson. Saved him at least one turn, I think.
Probably the best spot Joe's been in for a while here for Lingwar.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, Samson had already used an herb. Well, then that was a huge gain for him.
Oh wow.
Hits Lingwar on turn 1. Very nice. All right, come on, Joe. You can do it. Linda having no issue getting down to Orin at the bottom of the cave here. He's still in great shape. Both sisters alive with full HP. So he's probably going to have a relatively smooth chapter from here. Meanwhile, as you see Mokopoid finishing up chapter 3 here. Not too far behind.
Mm-hmm.
Some Diener is also at the beginning of chapter 4. He's doing his early shopping and will be following Linda into the cave pretty soon here, so definitely still in that solid second place position. Oh man, Joe.
Man,
How can
he keeps
anyone
getting these second
no,
chances, yeah.
how can anyone
It's just
have
like-
such bad Lingwar luck over and over?
I didn't know it was B.
Of course. It just keeps happening. Oh man, it's really rough. Alright, so Countess is going into his Lingwar fight. He's got 41 HP, so
That's it. Wow.
yeah. No herbs. He's got enough strength, he might be able to take Lingwar out in 2 hits. He's got the power of, I don't know, 10 Maribels, maybe? Oh, 28.
20
That's what you
28's
need.
good. Yep.
Yep. So he only needs to do 27 on his second hit, and he'll get Lingwar. D builds power. I'm sure Countess will chase the one that built power at this HP. No, no. Oof.
He should have.
He probably should have.
Oh,
Oh, he's
man.
he's going full A and pray actually. So yeah, at this point you wouldn't want to chase the one that built power, because if it outturns you in attacks, then you're done. Okay, good. 28.
Okay,
Nice.
28. Nice. All right.
All right.
All right.
The 2-shot Lingwar.
Level 12. Yeah, pays off finally.
Cool. Countess makes it out of chapter 2.
Yeah, it always feels bad to like give up on the tournament, go back out and grind the next level, but then you beat it first try and you're like, all right, it's done.
Yeah, at least you're
We got-
through. You can play the rest of the
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess Joe is the last one in chapter 2.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at. I think everyone else is in chapter 3, and then Linda, Mokopoid, and Diener in chapter 4.
Yep.
All right, good stuff. I'll bring Diener back up so we can kind of see the competition for first between him and Linda Nushi. They've been keeping it pretty tight.
Mm-hmm. I've got a error stream up on the side here, so I got some game sound, and his Fenrag is just like shining right at me.
Oh no. Fendrag, of course,
There it
is
is.
yeah.
Yeah, I guess you probably should explain
It's
that.
it's Ragnar with Fen spell cast on him. That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
If you at the very beginning of the Necrosaro fight, which is many hours away for us, you want to cast Fen spell on Necrosaro, but if you hit your inputs a little bit too fast, you can accidentally cast Fen spell on Ragnar, which you really don't want to do, because you're gonna have a really
No.
different fight if you decide to
Yeah,
do that.
'cause you need spells to land on Ragnar.
Yeah. So, anyway, but Error is the champion of Fendrag strats. He's 2 for 2.
Oh man.
All right, we will keep Joe up. Cheer him on as he tries to finish out the tournament. He's gonna get it one of these times, I'm sure. And I'll switch the audio over to Diener.
Yep, looks like Diener got to Orin. Pretty smooth.
Yep, no problems for Diener either, so that's good. You kind of hate to see people kind of get stuck at the beginning of Chapter 4. It feels pretty bad.
Yep, and Linda is now making his way over to Attempto. Chapter 2 is a pretty short one. It's usually like, what, 25 minutes or so?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, about that.
you got a King Slime sighting.
Nice. I love fighting the King Slime. King Slime is pretty fun. Oh, that's funny. He sapped it, but then he ran. Interesting. King Slime has a, just like we talked about with the Bromard, has a desperation move. So sometimes at low HP, it'll decide to body attack you, and it can be pretty bad.
Mm-hmm. Orin can survive it, though.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's actually really nice. It's a really good experience. Yeah, he's trying to get the sap spell off, but King Slime likes to cast Fence Spell.
Fence spell. And that's an interesting strat, though. Makes sense. If you already have sap.
Yeah.
It's not like Mara's going to do anything else.
Yeah, exactly. And if she's already level 3, then you're not too worried if she gets hit and dies.
Yeah.
So yeah, easy 100 XP there. That'll get the sisters up another level or 2. So yeah, Chapter 4 is fun because it's got the kind of special battle music. Chapter 4 only.
Yep. Or if you put the right party in for 5.
Yeah, exactly. In 5, if you have the sisters in front and then no main characters from other chapters, you can have like a guest, and that's okay.
Yeah.
So I like to personally in like the Zenithian Armor Cave, when you're switching your party around a lot, I like to make that party formation at least once just to get the Chapter 4 battle music for a second. Lindanushi killing off the unwanted sister in the swamp here, and that's so he can use the Coffin block strat in the mine. All of the physical attacks will target Orin in the front, and then Nara for him is going to be safely in the back of the party. It's really handy having that swamp there, so you can just really quickly get a ghost character when you come into town here.
Yep.
Have a pretty safe dungeon coming up.
All right. Joe's back to Linglar.
All right. Time for the rematch. Definitely is pretty decent HP shape coming into this one. All right, that's a hit.
Hey. Come on, Joe. Guess he does not have any herbs left.
No, I don't think so.
Lena goes first again. Oh, he does. He's waiting a little too long for that.
It's a little scary, but
Yeah.
all's well that ends well.
Yeah. Man, he's been in this situation like 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing. Okay, we're dodging attacks now. That's good. Lingwar can't beat us if he can't hit us. We're learning. We're learning from Lingwar. That's another hit. 29. Oh, man.
Wow.
The first hit was
That's a
just
big one.
barely too low
Yeah.
for that to make it count.
Man, oh no. One more hit. Build power, please.
Come on. Oh no, exact
Oh
damage,
no!
come on!
Oh man.
Oh,
Again. How does that keep
no.
happening?
Oh, that was the worst thing I've ever seen. Well, that's the second worst thing I've seen today.
Yeah, second worst thing. Error still takes the winner for that one.
Oh man.
And he's gonna like run out of money here eventually.
Yeah, no kidding.
Ooh, okay, well,
Oof.
meanwhile, it looks like Linda is through the mine there. It's about to start the Balzac fight. So Balzac's kind of an interesting fight in that the game wants you to use to get the sphere of silence to use on him, so he won't be casting all the nasty spells on you. So turn one here is just going to be use the sphere and sap him, and then he's going to actually want the sister in the middle. In this case, he's actually going to kill off Nara, and he wants her to die so we can set up a coffin block for the rest of the fight. So then the sister in the back is just going to heal Orin, and Orin's just going to do his thing and attack. Usually it goes pretty well, but sometimes the beginning of the fight he'll do a physical that you don't want, or a couple of fireballs that will do a little bit too much damage and catch the other sister. But usually pretty straightforward.
Seen her doing the rare visit to Hayville. You don't see it very often. Doing some shopping up there. Alright, this is a good start for Linda.
Yeah, emit fireball is good.
Nice, that's just what you want. Physical attack on the middle character.
Yep.
It's perfect.
Yep, so Linda is, like I said earlier, is going to be using the Mara strats for this fight, letting her live, and then she's going to gain the levels from this fight, which is going to be, get her up to like a level 7 at least.
Yeah, and that's really nice. So she'll have the fireball spell going into chapter 5. And like I said, that'll help kind of speed up the grind at the beginning of chapter 5.
Yep.
Yep, really clean Balzac fight. No problems at all for Linda there. 242 killing Balzac is like... it's so good.
Yeah, it's quite good. If you're like, I'd say under 3 hours in a race setting, it's like really good pace. But like, this is 245.
Yeah. Yeah, with how fast Linda can be with chapter 5. If he has a good chapter 5, it can actually finish under 6 hours. Like,
oh yeah,
this is the pace.
All right, back to Linglar. Come on, Joe.
I've just become so accustomed to that corner of the screen, just having Lingwars, I just don't see it anymore.
It's just the permanent fixture. It's gonna burn in.
Yeah, came into this one in pretty good shape. A lot of healing resources and HP. But...
yeah, so he was the same in the last fight too. So
yeah, we've seen this a few times now.
Yeah. Don't count Linglar out.
Yeah, never count Linglar out. It's never guaranteed. Yeah, nice. That's a hit.
All right. So what, 2?
I think so. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
All right.
all right. Woo!
We made it. At least
Chapter
when
2's done.
Lingwar finally went down hard.
Yeah. That was a big hit, too.
It was very satisfying.
Yeah.
Whew. Oh man. Everyone has made it out of chapter 2. It's that easy.
Yep. Dude, what was the range? Like a 1 hour or so?
Yeah, it was about I think Linda beat Lingwar around 139, 140, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
But yeah, good. All right. Whew. Good job, Joe. Thanks for sticking with it. It's not easy when Lingwar just gets you over and over.
Yeah, that was pretty rough.
All right. Let me see if I can grab someone we haven't really seen.
Yep. Let's see. Linda just now finishing up chapter 4. Diener is just getting the gunpowder. He'll be doing his death warp and then fighting Balzac. And then Moko here is just now entering the mine. Moko's made up some time here. A little bit of time on Diener.
Let me take the opportunity to grab a new stream here. This is going to be... Make sure I have the URL right. No, that's not it. Oh, I was missing some numbers. Sorry, I'm trying to find a Kumasun. It's Kumasun 2525. I was missing
25.
I was missing at least two of those numbers.
I like that. I like that number.
Yeah, no kidding. There we go.
Yep. So Linda here is now in chapter 5. So we're about halfway through the game. Chapter 5 is probably a little bit longer than the first 4 combined, but it's probably estimation halfway. A good chapter 5, like extremely good chapter 5, will be like under 310, but that's pretty rare to see. But in a race setting, like if you get like 330, that's probably a solid chapter 5. Maybe a little bit less than that. But Linda picked the female hero. Here you get a little bit of extra dialogue that loses like, I don't know, like 1 second or something. But the female hero actually can equip one piece of equipment that the male cannot, which is the golden beret helmet.
Yeah, at least that's a piece of equipment that's useful for the speed run.
Yep.
Could also equip like the stiletto earrings if you wanted to, but it's not really useful.
Yeah. It is kind of interesting that in it kind of, I don't know if it's just a speedrun sense, but like as far as the hero character itself sense, the female hero actually ends up being better in a lot of cases because they end up being able to equip more equipment than the male.
Mm-hmm.
In pretty much all the games that you can choose, I think.
Yeah, there doesn't really tend to be a downside. In Dragon Warrior 4 in particular, you have one extra text box for picking female hero, but then, yeah, if you ever want to equip any of that equipment, then it's way more useful to pick female hero. And Golden Beret is an armor upgrade that is available to you early in Chapter 5. There's one you can buy at a store, or you can pick one up in a treasure chest at the top of the lighthouse, and it's kind of like right there, so it's there if you want it.
So Balzac fight went smooth for Diener as well. He's also choosing to do the Mara strats. Moko is doing their death warp here after the gunpowder jar, and will be fighting Balzac shortly. We got Kumasun now at the beginning of chapter 4. I believe? Yeah.
Yep, just kind of coming in, did the shopping, and heading into Orin's cave. Yeah, that golden Brett, there's also a small chance that a metal slime can drop one in chapter 2, and that's really nice if it happens, because it's better defense than the feather hat, which is the otherwise best helmet in the chapter.
Yeah, for Alina.
But it's pretty rare. I think it's like a 1 in 64 drop for metal slimes, something like that.
Yeah, I think that's right. Actually, it might be the 128.
Yeah, it might be worse.
Looks like, well, I got error here up in my side stream. He just picked up Orin.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, so Error is still keeping up with the rest of them pretty decently.
Who else we got in chapter 4? We got Ebby fighting Balzac as well.
Yep, so just kind of right there in third, staying barely ahead of Mokopoid. Looks like those two are super close, though.
Yep. And then, let's see, we got Mr. Holmes and Northrex both at the beginning of the chapter. Looks like everybody else is still in chapter 3. Or Abu Queen is also in chapter 4.
Yeah. I think the position rankings are starting to become more accurate.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I actually have not been looking at that. I've been looking at the
oh, no, it's fine.
The restream.
I was taking notes when you were talking about it.
Yep. Yeah, so I guess our position here is starting to get pretty accurate. It's probably going to be closer now that we're through the big RNG chapters.
Yep. I will say that those runners in 4th, 5th, 6th right now, Mokopoid, Error, and Kumasun, do have a little bit of an advantage from the faster text speed on Japanese. So they might be able to gain time, but the 3 runners in front are all really good. I mean, I mentioned earlier that Linda Nushi and Evie Doom are, they like to race this game against each other, and they've done it at least 100 times. I don't know how many, but like the completed run count on their live split is huge when they do these runs.
Yeah.
So they're both really, really comfortable with doing full no reset runs in this game.
I guess you have to change the Countess's game to Dragon Warrior 4 now.
Oh, did he go to English? I didn't even think about it.
Yeah, he switched when he had the crash.
When his cart had that issue. That makes sense. I wonder if it's a problem with his adapter or something.
Yeah, those things can be pretty touchy.
Yeah.
All right, well, it looks like Diener actually did the male hero.
Yeah, I think he always does, which is fine. I mean, if you're not going to plan on the equipment, then it doesn't matter. Diener also doing the one character hero name, which technically saves time. You can see Linda visiting the casino here. You have to come in here to pick up Mara anyway, and is taking the casino coins that he cashed way back in chapter 2, and I think just turning it into a magic potion. Magic potion is a one-time use MP recovery item, but it can be kind of nice to have one.
Yeah, it could taste. I mean, you put it on. Yeah, it'd be like probably 3 or 4 heals, so it's like equivalent of like 3 or 4 medical herbs in your inventory.
Yep, looks like he's actually able to buy 2 of them, so
oh.
It's kind of nice. If you're like climbing the lighthouse or something, you can just use heal spells instead of medical herbs. Nara will still have plenty of MP to cast sleep in the boss fight.
Yep, or even buy less herbs. So
yeah, less time shopping.
A little bit of savings. So Linda's going to do here a little optional detour into the was it Silver Statuette Cave that we were in earlier with Talon. And it's actually optional, but we left some equipment in there and did not pick up in Talon's chapter specifically so the hero could pick it up here in this chapter. And this is going to give the hero good equipment here through the lighthouse.
Yeah, it's one of those things you don't really know to do when you're playing the game casually, but it's a pretty nice thing to leave some of this really high value equipment like a broadsword and half-plate armor. We couldn't possibly afford those early in Chapter 5 here, but it's a huge upgrade to just kind of dip in there real quick and equip those on the hero.
Yeah, and if we didn't have them, you'd have to probably get some more levels just to survive the fights in the Cave of Betrayal.
Yeah, definitely. You'd have a really tough time, especially with the Licklix. Although it would take more hits to survive the Tricksy Urchins, and that could be pretty bad too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we also carried over some kind of valuable items from Chapter 4. Nara was holding the silver tarot cards, and she also brought in some mystic acorns, which actually sell for like a few hundred gold. So between the two of those, we were able to afford an iron shield for the hero. So hero's gonna have a broadsword, half-plate armor, an iron shield, and then a wooden hat, which is the other piece of equipment we buy for her, which is pretty decent armor to kind of kick off the chapter here.
Let's see, we got Moko's starting the Chapter 5. Kuma is just picked up Orin, and it's got the Sphere of Silence in Chapter 4 here.
Yep. Kumasim being diligent about transferring the Sphere of Silence to the right sister.
Yeah.
At the beginning of the Balzac fight, Mara is going to cast Sap, and so you want to make sure that Nara is holding the Sphere of Silence so she can use that on turn 1, but it's sometimes when Mara is the sister who's alive to pick it up, it can be easy to forget to move it over.
Yep.
Oh, Linda got the metal slime.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Wow, Linda just is so blessed in these community races, I swear. This is so good to get the metal slime here at the beginning of Chapter 5. These are the same metal slimes that tormented Talon back in Chapter 3. And then, yeah, Linda sees one, crits it. And, yeah, that's gonna get the hero all the way up to level 7. It gets Mara enough. Gets the hero to level 8, yeah. Mara is going to have the return spell.
And outside.
So
it doesn't have to death warp.
Yep. Can get out of the cave really fast. Nara is going to... this might actually get her Infernos.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, pretty rare. You do not get this metal slime very often. I have no idea when the last time I got it was. Maybe in the RPG Limit Break run last year when Countess got that metal slime.
Oh yeah,
at the beginning of Chapter 5.
Yeah, it's like I think around a 10% chance to see one down here. So even seeing one is pretty rare. And then killing them. Obviously, you got 3 party members. Same deal as in Chapter 2. To kill him, so not a great chance there either.
So yeah, that'll definitely give Linda a good advantage going into the chapter here.
Yeah, unless Linda's gonna have a good chance of first trying the lighthouse, but so Diener's basically gonna have to get kind of lucky and get through it first try as well.
Yeah, for sure.
to keep up. Because every little bit helps you here for the Lighthouse fight.
Yeah, you can also get a metal slime while you're climbing up the lighthouse. They do appear the whole way up. So if you get one there, it's not quite as nice as getting one this early, but it can also essentially even out to pretty close to the same thing. Linda's going for another one.
Oh, man.
And there it is.
Oh, my gosh. Mara hit her.
Wow. Okay.
Well.
Okay, Linda's having a very special run. Very, very special run. That's pretty unheard of to get 2 of them right there. Yeah, Mara's gonna have the bang spell for the lighthouse fight, which means you don't really have to rely on hitting the flamers with expel. You can kind of just go for damage. Yeah, everyone being high level. Linda is just gonna absolutely cruise to the beginning of this chapter now. Wow, that is so incredible. Really, really, really lucky.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen like Japanese runners playing the Famicom version actually grind for medals down here just because it speeds up the rest of the chapter so much.
Mm-hmm.
But they can obviously use the fairy water trick to kill them in one shot. So
right.
In this case, they got lucky with 2 crits.
Yeah, that was amazing. Yeah, Mara with the crit for 10 damage on that second one was... Oh man, it's so lucky. Yeah, so he's just gonna grab this half-plate armor out of this chest for the hero, and easy way to get out of the cave, just cast outside. You've got it.
Yep.
Yeah, not an FMP. Oh no, an FMP for return too. Yeah, great. Oh. So yeah, this really just could not be going any better for Linda. Just the whole run so far. Got out of chapter 1 with no problem. Chapter 2 got crits on Rorik and Samson. Did go to level 12,
that's right.
but got a metal slime because made it easier.
Got a medal to get there. Yep.
And yeah, now we're here. There's definitely a lot that can still happen. We're only about halfway through the run, but yeah, this is really exciting to see this pace from Linda Nushi with now all this extra experience.
I'm going to take a quick break.
Yep. So yeah, I tend to think about this place that Linda is going next, the Symbol of Faith Cave, as sort of like the halfway point in the speedrun usually. Just kind of time-wise, that tends to be about how it comes out. But with having all this extra experience, like I kind of mentioned earlier, getting under 6 hours, especially in the English version of this game, is pretty special. There's only been a few, like the total number of runs where it's happened is you could count on both hands. Linda just did it a week or 2 ago, and this is definitely another kind of run that looks like it could do it again, so pretty exciting. We'll see how it goes, of course. You can still get unlucky plenty of places in the speedrun and end up losing time. But yeah, we'll see. Meanwhile, Diener is actually still doing really well. Really, kind of time-wise, not very far at all behind. You can see he just grabbed his half-plate armor. So he's got the equipment out of the bottom of the cave here. The difference for him is it looks like he is... Yeah, it looks like he's got everything he wants and he's ready to death warp now. So he's got... His hero is attacking Nara with the broadsword. Take her out. And then he'll be death warping back to castle and kind of going right behind Linda Nushi toward the Symbol of Faith cave, but at a much lower level. So yeah, these fights that Linda's doing, this first one is the Licklix. So the worst thing that can happen is they cast Surround on you immediately, which totally happened to Linda there. Surround makes it so you can only hit 25% of the time with physical hits. So Linda's going to go back up and just cast Blaze over and over. Fortunately, he has so much MP that he's not going to run out of magic. He can just complete the fight with casting Blaze, so it's not going to be a problem. Really, there's not much of anything that could go wrong enough for Linda at the beginning of the chapter here to cause any problems. Having an extra 2,700 experience takes you a long way. On the stream, we have Kumasun going into the Balzac fight right now. So far, Balzac has gone pretty well for everybody that we've seen. The worst thing that can happen is turn 1, he hits one of the sisters and kills him before you can get your setup. Looks like Kumasun is actually going to take one of the Life Force Nuts into Chapter 5, which is definitely something you can do if you'd rather have the HP on the hero, which makes a lot of sense. But that was a good first turn. And looks like the fight should be pretty controllable from here. Linda going through the second fight of the cave here with the 2 Tricksy Urchins and 2 Vampire Bats. Just with the with the level he's at, it's just not going to be an issue. There's just kind of not anything they can do. You don't even have to think about the fight too much. Just hit everybody, take them out. There is some strategy there at lower levels, because we do come in here at, level 3 or level 4. You want to attack the urchins first because they're a lot more dangerous. And you might try to finish off the bats with an expel spell just because it could be faster, but that time around, you don't have to do much except hold A for that fight for Linda. It's one of the things about speedrunning this game is the way to go fast is to get lucky and then be able to kind of take advantage of what the game has given you. So you get these metal slimes, helps you get through these fights faster, and then it just kind of compounds on itself. The good luck just kind of accelerates. So yeah, Symbol of Faith at 307, which is very fast. It's looking good. Alright, so a little high five there. Linda is leaving the Cave of Betrayal right as Diener is coming in. Mokopoid still not too far behind, getting to the armor. No lucky metal slimes for them. Doesn't look like they're setting up for a Death Warp. I wonder if they're just trying to get a little bit more XP first, or if they're doing something else while they're in the cave here. Well, switching to use no MP there, they're probably gonna Death Warp, maybe just getting the hero to level 4. Which makes a lot of sense. I also like to get to level 4 before I try to fight those Licklix. Diener finishing off the Licklix with a critical hit there. You love to see it. So yeah, Diener's actually gonna have to think about this one. So he's gonna heal up beforehand. Nice to get level 5. You can cast the Heal More spell and keep your medical herbs. So he'll go for the urchins first. Level 5 is still pretty comfortable. He's also got a lot of HP. Like really, really good HP actually on the hero. So great start for Diener, at least stat-wise there. But yeah, taking out the urchins first. He's kind of keeping an eye on whether he has to heal or not, but coming in with so much health, he's not even gonna have to think about it. So yeah, we got Linda kind of coming down here. He's walking down to the town of Konenberg. You might notice he's not getting any encounters. So this is the first place in the speedrun where we can take advantage of the kind of other major exploit. We already talked about the Coffin block earlier. This is called the repel glitch. So the way the repel glitch works is when you're using either a fairy water or the repel spell to kind of reduce your random encounter rate on the overworld. The way it looks to see which monsters can show up is based on kind of like the level of your party versus the level of the encounter zone. And if you look at Linda Nush's party right now, it's like Heroes level 10, Mara's level 11, Nara's level 10, right? So usually that's kind of the level it's looking at. It would look at the highest out of everybody, so it would look at Mara's level being at level 11. But it's also got Hector there in the party with a question mark. And so obviously your guest characters don't have a level. What they have instead is just like an index value, because they're kind of listed in the same list as all the monsters. But what's really nice is they're listed at the end of the index. So Hector is like index value like 200, something like that. So it's looking after you cast Repel or you use a Fairy Water. It's like, okay, well, what's the highest level of anybody in your party? And it looks and it's like, oh, this one's like 200. And it just checks to see if that's bigger than the encounter zone. And it's like, yep. And there are essentially no encounters on the overworld as long as you have that active. And it'll only update your like your reference level, like to check your party levels, either after you win a fight or after you reload the game. So he got Hector in the party there, took one fight with Hector in the party, and then the fairy water that he already used was repelling all the monsters from there on. At this point on, we really don't have to fight any single monster on the overworld if we don't want to. We just have to make sure to keep the glitch active. So that's really nice. Saves a ton of time, not having to deal with random encounters as you're going over the overworld. Doesn't work in dungeons, but it does keep us enemy free all the time, exploring the world and trying to get from place to place. So yeah, Diener actually having a nice, pretty quick chapter 5 so far. Kind of like pace-wise, not very far at all behind Linda. Again, it's just that experience benefit from getting the 2 metal slimes for Linda. But Linda's starting the Lighthouse climb, and Diener's heading down to Konenberg, and we'll just be a couple minutes behind.
Yeah, looking at the other runners here, let's see, we got, looks like, yeah, looks like Northrex is the next person in line here for chapter 5 to start. He's on the Balzac fight, followed by Mr. Holmes. He's pretty close behind.
Nice, yeah, I see Errors just entering chapter 5.
Yep.
So I think he's a little bit behind Kumasun at this point, but not very much. Yep. While you were gone, I explained what the repel glitch is, since we saw Linda Nushi showing it off walking down to Konenberg in the Lighthouse.
Yes. The other classic explanation for this game.
Yeah, you always have to explain two things when you're doing this game. Well, maybe three, because the Sword of Lethargy comes up.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll get to it. Yeah, Diener is gonna go grab some extra small metals, popping onto the ship here in Conenburg.
Yep, there's actually 2 medals here you could possibly pick up, one in each of the ships, and they actually both disappear after you complete the lighthouse. They're actually missable.
Yep, so in Chapter 5, small metals become available, and the main benefit to grabbing them is we can turn them in for some items that are mostly worth a lot of money. We can sell them to upgrade equipment, but we also usually turn 6 of them in to grab a Sword of Miracles, which is a really powerful weapon that both Christo and Ragnar can use.
Yeah, it's got it's like 100 attack power, so it's a pretty powerful weapon, especially when you get it, and it's quite useful especially for Christo, keeping him like topped off on healing, just because he has such low HP.
Yeah, it's really awesome. It's kind of funny because when we fight Kilian in Chapter 5, Christo's got the Sword of Miracles equipped, and for that fight and that fight alone, he's like our major damage dealer.
Yep, doing all the damage there. Yep. Have you talked about the Lighthouse Bangle fight yet?
Nope, sure haven't. Yeah, go for it. I'm gonna take a break for a minute while you do that.
Okay. So I got Linda here approaching the Lighthouse Bangle fight. So it's gonna go pick up that golden beret here that's in a chest. Thankfully, you don't get any encounters on this floor of the lighthouse, so you're free to walk over here and pick up this golden beret. This is specifically why you would get the female hero, so you can put it on her. But the Lighthouse Bangle fight here has obviously the Lighthouse Bangle, and it's got 2 flamers. It's actually pretty dangerous, especially at the level that Linda here is, since he got like 2 extra metal slimes. It's not nearly as dangerous, but the general strat here is to use Expel on the flamers, and once you get one of them out of the picture, it's usually pretty safe, but you can expel both of them. It's only a 42% chance to expel them. So he's going to expel Flamer B here. But obviously the more HP you have for this fight, the easier it is, because when they cast Fireball, it deals quite a bit of damage to your whole party. And the Lighthouse Bangle can both make you cause your whole party to lose turns. So if it... Ooh, Mara's casting Bang. Look at that. So yeah, so the Lighthouse Bangle uses his roar, I guess, and causing his party to lose turns. So he's got so much HP here that he can actually take a lot of these fireball hits and fire breath hits. So it makes this quite a bit safer for him. But if you're going in here with like kind of normal levels, like 2 fireball casts can actually kill the sisters, depending on how they roll and how much HP they have at this level. But yep, it got the first one. So now he's just gonna go ahead and he's actually continuing to expel. So you can expel the other one as well, but you can also choose to attack the Bangle. So usually Nar will try to put them to sleep, which is extremely helpful, because they're pretty susceptible to sleep, which is just over a 80% chance to put them to sleep. Better than your expel chances. So as long as like Nara's putting at least one of them to sleep, you can usually kind of work your way through this fight slowly. He's getting pretty bad expel luck. If Linda did not have those extra metal slimes, definitely would be in trouble here, but it's not a problem here. Nara even has Infernos casting that just to kill off the Bangle first. But yeah, no problems there.
Yeah, a lot would have to go wrong for Linda to lose that fight at level 10.
Yep. Did Dieter get a medal?
Yep, level 9.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's up there.
So that's good. That really
that's
helps kind of your chances of getting through that boss fight first try. Doesn't guarantee it necessarily, but it helps a lot to get 2 more levels on everybody. Creates a little bit more parity between him and Linda too.
Yeah, they're still pretty close. And even though that Linda got that extra metal slime, if Diener first tries this fight, it ends up not mattering.
Yeah, it doesn't matter too much after this. You can get so much XP from that, and from here on, you're gonna get so much more experience from the next couple bosses that all that stuff kind of washes out.
Right. So defeating the Lighthouse Bangle obviously is the big thing that opens up the whole map, because now we get the ship. So usually there's a couple things you can do, different orders of stuff, but generally people kind of do like around the world, getting all the return points, picking up some extra small medals, doing some of the quests that you have to do, which is get the Pedekkia seed and drop it off so you can get the rest of your party, which includes Lena, Bray, and Christo, picking them up. So kind of like a around the world. It's actually kind of a nice, fun part of the game, just kind of going around, picking up all the points. Nothing too much to think about, but it's a nice break at the beginning of the chapter 5 after getting through the Lighthouse, because that Lighthouse Bangle fight can be a showstopper.
Yeah, there's a few
sometimes.
like really big obstacles that you really feel through the run when you're speedrunning it. And Lighthouse is top 3 for sure. And it's just always such a relief to be on the other side and just get to kind of relax, sail around the world. All right, so here's Diener going to Lighthouse fight. So this one won't be as easy as Linda's, but as long as he gets some decent luck, he has a good shot. Mara is trying to cast Fireball and successfully expel misses. But, okay, at least got one to sleep. That's the minimum you want, really. Sleep hits about 5 out of 6 times, whereas Expel is only going to hit 5 out of 12 times. So you're twice as likely to see Sleep hit versus Expel. Very nice. Alright, this should be pretty controllable from here. He can... Okay, well.
Oh, there you go, Hector.
Alright, good. Yep, Diener's got this. He's fine.
Yep.
Love the Hector crit.
It's pretty rare that Hector like really helps out other than like chip damage.
Yeah. I think Hector might have the highest critical hit rate of any of the guests, maybe tied with Dorian. But for some reason, it feels like you don't see it too often when it really matters like that. But that was nice.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, 2 for 2. Good Lighthouse boss fights. It's nice to see. Hopefully no one gets stuck at the Lighthouse.
Yeah. That can be another kind of filtering point if you get walled a few times there and you have to walk back all the way back up a couple times. But it's usually not as bad as like chapter 2, but it can definitely hurt.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Rifinuse is alluding to this in the chat, but I'd say the next one that's really big is the Metal Babble Grind coming up quite a bit later in the chapter. Up until then, there's definitely things that can go wrong. I mean, with the speedrun, you can kind of get stuck anywhere if you get really unlucky. But the places where it happens a lot. Yeah, Lighthouse and then the Metal Babble Grind.
Let's check on the other people here. Let's see. Ebby is fighting the Bengal right now.
Oh, very nice.
Not a good start, though. Oh, no. We got the Expel, but Mara and Nara are dead.
Ooh.
Oh, we got the second one. He might be okay. So it's just Hector and the hero against the Bengal. Yeah, I think you might be able to pull that out. And there you go. There's Ebby.
Yeah. Trying to bring it up as fast as I could.
Oh man, he doesn't have
Yeah.
What does he have on the hero? Is that the Iron Spear?
Oh, he had a magic potion, so he can
Oh,
do
okay.
some more healing. That's nice. That's definitely a use for that. Oh, Hector crits. Nice.
Oh, Hector did it again.
Man, Hector
Wow.
is a machine today.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Ebby clinches it out and doesn't have to waste any time watching the sisters gain levels, which is actually not a bad thing.
Yeah, it's actually, if you first tried this, it ends up being a waste of time to getting them levels. So,
Yeah, it can be like kind of nice for Nara to be a little stronger for like the Pedeki Seed Cave or something, but you don't want to spend any time on it.
yeah. Very nice. The hero does have the Iron Spear. That's why it's doing so low damage.
Yeah, so there's definitely different routing you can decide to take in Chapter 3, and something you do see some Japanese runners do especially is pick up the broadsword in Chapter 3 and then leave the Iron Spear for Chapter 5. Ebby's also going to go grab the Golden Barret before he leaves.
Doing it after the fight. Interesting.
Yeah, maybe just for money.
Yeah, what else we got going here?
Yeah, good. All right.
Dinner. Yeah, getting the Pedeki Seed. We got Moko climbing the Lighthouse.
Yeah, my second laptop that was on RTA Racing is dead, so you're going to have to keep me updated.
Okay.
I could try to pull up the window here, but I'm afraid my computer might explode.
Yeah, probably not a great idea. Let's see what else we got. Let's see, Shiners on Balzac. Northrex is getting the hero's equipment in the cave. Mr. Holmes is just the beginning of Chapter 5 in the casino.
Oh, he's in the casino. Yeah, let's pull up Holmes in the casino.
Okay. Yeah, he's at the table.
Yeah, great. Let's see it. Let me grab.
Let's see what else. Joe is still working through Chapter 5 after that very rough Chapter 2 he had. Countess is in Chapter 4 trying to get down to Orin. He's already got a dead sister on the first floor. That's not great.
I mean, it can be
maybe
okay
he already
if
died once.
If you're planning on it, but yeah.
He could have already died once. I missed that. Satoriak looks like he's about to go to Balzac. Ebby we have up here. Abukeen is picking up the small metals before the lighthouse. So we got Resi Leah is looks like he's at the beginning of Chapter 5. And YY is on Balzac.
Cool. Nice.
So,
yeah, so we can talk about Holmes is doing because it's different from everyone else. So he's here in Chapter 5. He's got the casino coins from all that money he had in Chapter 2. So he turned those in for at least, I don't know, 300 or 400 casino coins. And now he is playing poker. His goal is to get at least 4,000 casino coins so he can get a meteorite armband, which is an item that will double your agility for whoever has it on. Which has some pretty useful uses throughout Chapter 5, especially for using some of the heroes' ability to like expel monsters away from some fights. Or later on, when you get the Aeolus Shield, you can also bounce them out of the fight. Or even just, hey, it's a round, I want my hero to go first and heal somebody in a boss fight or something like that. Just makes it a lot more controllable, because traditionally the hero does not have very good agility. She's pretty slow.
Yep.
And that usually makes it so she's a little bit slower than Elena, but usually faster than everybody else.
Yeah, so he's going to be playing some poker here. So once you win a hand of poker, the game will give you a option to double or nothing. And so that's what he's kind of counting on. So all he has to do is win one hand, and he's playing this double or nothing, where you have to basically beat the card with a higher card, which he just did. He got a good chunk of money there, so I think he's going to go save. But so he's just going to do that double or nothing over and over again until he can get the 4,000 coins he needs for the meteor armament. I think he ideally would want more than that if he can get it, but 4,000 is the minimum.
Yeah, it's kind of nice if you end up landing above that, so you can grab a Staff of Jubilation, which is pretty nice. It's a pretty decent weapon for Nara. It's the same attack power as a Morning Star, but then it also has a chance to make an enemy lose their turn.
Make them smile.
Yeah, they're too busy smiling. Yeah. Or you can get a Wizard Ring, which can also be really nice to have. Holmes was just talking to me the other day about he used to grab a bunch of small medals to get a hat of happiness, but if he has enough extra coins from the casino, he could just pick up a couple Wizard Rings and then skip the hat, which makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, that's probably preferable than the extra picking up medals.
So he's got most of what he needs here. He just needs to essentially win 2 double or nothings here. One more will do it. It's a 6 and it's a 2.
Oh, he loses.
Yeah, this casino, as far as we can tell, is completely fair. There's no weighing either for or against you. It really is just drawing cards randomly. And Holmes has his superstitions about picking not the first card, but I don't think there's anything to it.
Yep.
It's kind of a Lingwar situation, I guess.
Yeah. And it looks like the other three on the screen are still continuing their around the world trip here.
Yeah.
Doing some story stuff, picking up small medals, getting return points.
Zener visiting the Sleeping Yeti.
Yep.
Does anyone in chat know what sound a Sleeping Yeti makes? The 0 step incoming. Yeah, Reefnuse is trying to curse the runners here. So on the world tour, we take 1 step inside of Santeem Castle as a return point.
Yeah, Diener's about to do it. Here, coming up soon.
It's coming up for Diener. And there's a pretty low encounter rate inside the castle. So you don't very often get an encounter on that 1 step you take inside the castle, but it can happen. And depending on how the fight goes and what party you have when you walk in there, it can be a little rough. You can see Diener is... his party is just Talon right now, which is... The reason he has that is just some optimized menuing, but Talon cannot take a lot of damage here, so if he gets unlucky, like really unlucky... then,
this 1 step right here.
Yeah.
Nope.
He's fine.
Not this time.
I think it's like a 2% chance or something. It's really small.
Yeah, it's really small. So the bad thing, if that does happen and you die, is actually you will lose your repel glitch. Because at this point, most people have already dropped off Hector, and they have not picked up Panin yet. So they don't have the guest character. So once the game resolves that you don't have the guest character anymore, it doesn't give you that super high level, and then you can't repel all the enemies on the overworld anymore.
Holmes has obtained Meteorite Armband. You got a Staff of Jubilation. You got some magic potions. So he's equipment-wise pretty well stocked here.
Is the meteorite? You don't equip the meteorite armband.
You like use it as an item in your inventory, and then it becomes equipped.
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. It's like the only item in this game that does that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the only one like that. It doesn't take up a traditional equipment slot.
It's interesting. I mean, they did it previous games, right? Equipping stuff that way, but didn't think about that till just now.
Yeah, exactly, Murdoch. Yeah, it's that kind of thing. Yeah, just like a
Yeah,
dragon scale and
or...
a dragon warrior too. So yeah, Linda is now in the Magic Key Cave. So this is actually the same cave from Chapter 4, where we got Orin and the Sphere of Silence. We have to come back here now because the lore is essentially that Orin, along with his master, who was killed by Balzac, were working on this magic key, and they actually finished making it. And so that spot where Orin was standing at the bottom of the cave is actually right next to a hidden room, which is like a workshop, and that's actually where the magic key is. You can't get there in Chapter 4, you have to come back in Chapter 5. So, coming back so we can grab the magic key and progress the story.
Yes, the switch does not exist, or the moreover doesn't exist.
Yeah. It's that treasure chest that has the Lamp of Darkness in it, which you pretty much always grab in Chapter 4 if you were playing it casually, because it's literally, you can't avoid it, you have to walk on top of it. But yeah, you have to check that same chest again in Chapter 5, and there's a button at the bottom of the box. There are hints in Chapter 5 that let you know you can do that, of course, if you talk to the right people. Do we have any other Lighthouse fights coming up?
Oh, let's see. Yeah, Moko is just starting it. Abu is in the middle of it. Looks like that's it.
Cool. Let me bring one up here.
Looks like air is about to enter the lighthouse. Yeah, Abukeen just won the fight, so probably not worth bringing it up at this point.
Yeah, I haven't actually pulled Abukins quite yet because I think he is only streaming to YouTube today. I'll do that when maybe when it comes up. But
oh man, okay. I just saw Moku on the Japanese stream. It does not go well here.
Uh-oh. You've seen the future.
I've seen the future. Let's watch it happen in real time here.
Oh yeah. So you really don't like to see. Oh man. Yeah, everyone is in a lot of danger here. He's trying to get the expel, but
yeah, the expel didn't work, and people lost turns.
Yeah, everyone is just nothing is hitting. They're all attacking for a ton of damage. Yeah, just not catching any breaks here. Yep, that's a reset. Fair enough. That's yeah, it's a fight where if your expels don't hit, and then especially if your sleep spells don't hit, or Nara gets distracted trying to heal instead of cast sleep, it can just be really
If
bad.
she loses turns, yeah.
Yeah, or if you lose turns because the Bengal has a cower attack, yeah. Or a roar attack that makes your characters cower. Yeah, but yeah, Moko there just wasn't really able to do anything, so too bad. Era's got a chance at a Metal Slime here. They're mixed up with the Thevro, so it's not the best encounter to see them in, but Thevro alone isn't really going to do anything. Oh, that's a Hector crit on the Metal Slime.
Nice. Another one.
Well, Hector is unstoppable today. Okay, very nice. This one's still here. It's oh, 2 in a row. Wow.
That was Hero though that time.
27-15. Yeah, wow. That was woo. Error is gonna go take a break while these levels scroll by for a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Nice. That was great to have that up. I'm so glad we caught the double there. Fantastic. Man, look at all these extra metal slimes. Diener, Linda, and Air all got metal slimes before the Lighthouse boss. And Diener gets down to the bottom of the cave, grabs a magic key. That's good. That cave can be pretty tough. You can run into some pretty bad stuff down there, but it actually went really well for Diener. You can see that Taloon and Nara are both dead. That's actually good. We want to use them as ghosts from here on, and we don't want them to gain any more levels, which just costs time. At a certain point, he'll want Mara to be dead as well, so he might go out of his way to kill her in a swamp, or he might let her die when he's going through the Zenithian Armor Cave. But he's not going to want her alive when he goes to fight the bosses in a little bit here.
Yeah, it looks like Air decided to bank those metal slimes and save rather than make his way to the top of the lighthouse here.
Yeah, makes sense. He was still pretty close to the bottom there, so he really wasn't very far in the dungeon. Yep, just replace your fairy water and get ready to go in. Yeah, so Air's gonna have a much easier time at the lighthouse probably than most of them.
Yep. Let's see if anybody else here is close. Looks like Kumasun is about to enter the lighthouse as well.
Cool.
Him and Air are like screen for screen on the same tile here.
Nice. All right. Well, we'll see if there's a chance to bring one on, but lots of lighthouse action right now still.
Yep.
Mokopoid is maybe the only one that we've seen actually coming up here. Not quite the lowest level. They did go ahead and get enough experience to bring the hero up to level 8, which you can do with just a couple random encounters. But they did not get any lucky metal slime experience. Yeah, Era hadn't even talked to Taloon yet. That's how just barely in the dungeon he was there.
Yeah.
So makes a lot of sense to just go and save it, and then the really nice thing is now Nara in the back of his party there has a lot of MP, and that gets refreshed by taking the inn back in town.
Right. You don't have to worry about healing too much at all now. Herbs. All right, looks like Moko Poid made back to the top here. Gonna take another crack at the Bengal.
Yeah, hopefully it goes better this time. Okay, emitted fireball is really not too bad to see there. It does a lot less damage than a cast fireball, which is what you see when you see like a bright red flash. since we're watching the Japanese one.
Ooh.
You can also just tell because it'll be double-digit damage instead of single-digit. All right, good, nice. One flamer down. Diener's got the Chapter 4 battle music. Good job, Diener. Got both sisters in the front of the party there, which allows us to hear it. Nice, expel number 2 hits. Okay, Moko's got
good
this.
shape now. Yep, easy.
Whew. All right, very good. Who was the other person you said was coming in right now?
Kuma.
Kumasun, okay. Linda Nushi is in the Helion fight here, so we're gonna have some kind of back-to-back 2 boss fights kind of here in the middle of Chapter 5 with Helion and Balzac. The hero and Panin both have a Sword of Lethargy equipped, and the cool thing about the Sword of Lethargy is every time you hit with it, it has a 3 and 8 chance to put the monster to sleep. Even if they're a boss, there's no way to resist it. What just happened with Kumasun there? They grabbed the golden beret. Did they just accidentally fall off?
I missed it.
I think
It has the beret, yeah.
I think that might have been an accidental fall off the tower.
Oops. That's right on the edge too, that like transition.
Yeah. Yeah, you do have to walk right on the edge to get to that hidden room.
Oops.
Oops.
No, it happens to everybody.
Yeah,
Some kind of
it does.
fall off something at some point.
Anyone who like tries to even just play this game, but especially run it, kind of runs into that awkward movement where you can only move on certain frames to have it register, and it feels kind of weird. And it can be awkward kind of all the time, especially when you're okay, I can't make the wrong input here. Sometimes it just
right,
happens.
and then you try to push the button like short enough where it only takes 1 input instead of 2.
Yeah.
You don't want to hold it too long, so you don't do 2 spaces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing might just be that it looks like Nara was actually dead, so maybe they wanted to grab the golden beret since they were so close to the top. But
And
then
come
just
back.
left intentionally to revive and didn't want to chance the boss fight. That might be it.
Yeah, could have been low on resources kind of thing, yeah.
Yeah, just don't want to. Not counting on getting lucky with expels and just getting through the fight.
All right. Error's up here.
Alright, so Era's doing a different thing from everyone else where he's got Mara dead and he's Coffin blocking Nara in the back there. Got some really good HP thanks to those metal slimes. Nice. First try expel.
Yep.
So the nice thing about that is she won't take any direct physical attacks, so she'll only take damage from the fireball spells or emitted fireballs. And ideally she can just kind of stay safe and keep casting sleep on these guys, which makes the fight pretty safe. Hitting that first expel and then having these levels, Era's not even trying to expel the second one, he's just going to take it out with damage, which makes a lot of sense. Nara's keeping him asleep, seems pretty safe.
Yep. Easy peasy.
Yeah.
Usually when the first flamer is expelled, like first try, usually the fight goes well either way. But especially at these levels.
Yeah, totally. So that looked pretty good. Era played the fight really nicely there and didn't really run into any trouble. Cool. Northrex.
Northrex is in the lighthouse. Yep.
Just popped into chat to say that he got a metal climbing, which is cool. So let's see how that goes.
Yeah. We've gotten a lot of medals at the beginning of Chapter 5.
Yeah, the metal slimes have been pretty generous, kind of all run. For those who tried it in Chapter 2, it went pretty well, and then here in Chapter 5 as well.
Yep, Diener's on the Helion fight. He's actually okay.
It's
He's
a little
asleep.
scary, but you got it to sleep, and he's
Yeah.
pretty far into it now.
Yeah. Did you mention that Helion regens health?
Oh yeah, I didn't.
Yeah. So that is actually a key part of this fight is that Helion
It's
and
regenerating.
Balzac after this.
Yeah,
It's
50
like,
a
what,
turn.
20, 50 a turn.
Mm-hmm.
So you gotta basically once you start doing damage, you gotta keep doing damage. Otherwise, it's just gonna heal back up to full health.
Yeah, but made it through just fine. He actually played it a little safe there by healing the hero up while Helion was sleeping. Makes sense.
Yep. All right, looks like Northrex is about the top here.
Yeah, pretty close. But yeah, Balzac in Chapter 4 is the first boss we see that's regenerating HP. It happens, it's a hidden mechanic. You don't get any like message about it happening, so most of us probably had no idea it happened until we learned about it in the speedrun.
Yeah, definitely.
But then after that, almost every single boss that you fight in the game is regenerating. I think the only exception is Bakor.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Assuming you don't count like, Androogs or some of those things that are a little bit more
Yeah.
normal monsters, but yeah. Maybe the biggest one is the Esterk fight. He's regenerating like 100 a turn, and like sometimes you really want to kind of like play that fight safer, or try to kind of take it easier, but it's really easy for you to just kind of fall behind. You gotta just keep doing damage to him, even though it's scary. Alright, Northrex in his boss fight. So yeah, Northrex is also doing the Coffin block Nara, also got Expel in the first turn. He is not going for damage, because unlike Error, he doesn't have all those extra metal slimes, so you can see his... Oh, 2 for 2. Easy.
Nice. Yep.
Cool. So yeah, he didn't go in with a ton of extra XP, although he's level 9 on the hero. Oh, he got the metal slime. That's right, he got one climbing up. So that was pretty safe for Northrex. Nice fight. See, Kumasun is trying to get a metal slime. And got it.
Oh, nice.
Man, free metal slimes today. Just can't believe
Yeah,
how easy it is.
They're like raining everywhere here in the lighthouse and the cave. Even Chapter 2 had a few more than we expected.
Yeah, no kidding. Alright, good. That's good for Northrex. Gets through. Kumasun's definitely in better shape to get through this time.
Yep, let me see if anybody else is coming up here. Looks like Rezilia is making his way down to Conan Burr. And Mr. Holmes is getting pretty close too.
We can, let's see, we can break Rashidia on. I haven't seen them since the very beginning. Oh, they found the metal slime in the desert. Ran away.
Oh, runs away.
That would have been a cool one to see.
Yep, Linda here is on the second Balzac fight here. So the Balzac fight is actually more dangerous than the Helion fight. Can do a lot more damage with casting snowstorm on your whole party. So getting Balzac to sleep is a lot more important. So actually, Diener just caught up because of that death. Diener is actually technically ahead now, assuming he gets through this fight.
Meant to make you receive a star. And upper left.
Not sleeping, but Ragnar's probably gonna die here. Yeah.
Oof. Yeah. Too bad.
Yeah. So both Diener and Linda are having some trouble here with Balzac.
Yeah, no kidding.
Linda's must have been having even more issues. I haven't been paying too much attention to it, but for Diener to catch up like that. So Balzac is kind of an interesting fight. It's like it either like is the freest fight ever, or it like completely walls you and you have to reset like 5 times.
Yep, that's for sure. Yeah, it's you're definitely like pretty underleveled to be fighting Balzac right here, and you're really relying on that sort of lethargy to keep him asleep, because when he's awake, he just can destroy you very, very quickly.
Yeah, Linda reset again over it.
Kumasun has one of the flamers out. Bangle down. Okay. Yeah.
Nice. Yep.
Yep. Doesn't
Should be
need
easy.
Yeah. You just finish this guy with damage. Should be alright. We see the Rashidia here kind of doing a desert grind. This is pretty unusual. But yeah, we're seeing the Baranth, the Desert Yeti. The desert is kind of an interesting place to try to get experience. There are some pretty decent fights. It's actually pretty good to fight the Yetis or the Metal Slimes, obviously. But there's also some kind of bad fights in there. Like, you can run into groups of Rogue Knights and Heal Slimes, which are just kind of a waste.
Man, Balzac is just having a day today.
Yeah.
Oh, Diener got him.
All right,
He's in the lead now.
Diener is through and technically in the lead now. Very good. Someone gets through Balzac. Yeah, that it's like such a fast fight to come back to, but it is amazing how you can just lose to him over and over, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Let's see. Mr. Holmes is picking up his small medals on the ships.
Yeah, Snowfire, there's not really too much of an edge at this point. Linda did get an extra Metal Slime compared with Diener, but that's probably not going to make too much of a difference from here on. It is more about the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's really going to come down to, like you said earlier, the Babel grind and how well that goes for him.
Mm-hmm.
For both of them.
Yeah. Or, you know, might lose time in some random place between here and there, like Bockhorse Cave or the Colossus.
Yeah, it's always possible. Man, Linda, again.
Oof. Yeah, just not getting lucky here.
Guess Linda finally ran out of the good luck.
Yeah, this is
The
definitely
run was
seen
going
quite a
so
bit
well.
of it.
Yeah.
Still, the pace is still really good, of course. Diener is also just on an incredibly good pace. But it's going to continue to be close between these two, I think, for a long time. Alright, come on, Balzac, go to sleep. Panin's attacking. Oh, man, just resisting all the sleep hits. And Snowstorm, yep, and a reset.
Wow.
Oof. Yeah. Even with Panin cooperating, Panin's a little tricky because it's nice if he does a physical attack, because then, yeah, he has a chance to put him to sleep. But he also likes to dance, which just steals MP, which is totally useless. Or cast sleep, which doesn't work, because Balzac is immune to the sleep spell. So, Panin wastes probably about half of his actions in this fight.
Yeah. See, we haven't had Sartoriak up yet, have we?
We haven't for a while. Let me, yeah, let's pull him up here. Let's see.
He's headed to the lighthouse.
Perfect. Let's bring Zytoriak on.
Oh man, again.
Oof. Yeah, these are the rough runs.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen this bad of a, or uncooperative of a Balzac.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those places where, you know, most of the time it's fine, but yeah, Balzac's is a really tough fight. Like, the only way that we're getting through it at all is for him to fall asleep. Just, it's the only way it works. And Linda Nushi is just, there we go. Okay, all right, he's asleep. Just stay asleep. We traded in those small medals. You can trade in one small medal for a Staff of Punishment, which is pretty nice. You can use it as an item to deal between 25 and 55 damage.
Oh, the medal.
Oh,
runs away.
Too bad. So while Balzac is asleep, Linda is using that to try to get a little bit more damage out of the hero. But whenever Balzac's awake, you want to be attacking with the hero. Try to get him back to sleep.
Man, snowstorm.
Yeah, he's okay for now, but really needs him to go to sleep this turn. Oh, Lena's using medical herbs. Interesting.
Uh-oh.
So if you don't get the medical herbs, like extra medical herbs off of Lena in Chapter 2 after the tournament, she'll use them here. And it's really probably not what you want her to be doing. You probably want her to be doing damage.
Okay, he's asleep again.
Yeah, this looks pretty good. I think this is the one.
Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, he's got him. All right. Yeah, definitely a pretty rough few minutes lost there for Linda Nushi. You don't really expect it on Balzac, but definitely happens. Meanwhile, Diener is here, getting framed for theft by Kirkbuzzer.
Who?
The notorious. Oh, sorry. So specifically, we put Taloon into slot 2 of our party while we get thrown in jail here because the character in the second position is taken as the hostage during this section. So we want it to be somebody that we don't care about. That's why Diener's got kind of that weird party order there. Taking Taloon as hostage.
They can keep him. You don't need him.
Yeah. After you defeat Bakor and get the final key, the queen is like, use this to take your friend out of the jail, and you can just leave town. Taloon finds his way out.
Can you actually imprison ghosts? How does that work?
I don't think anything is ethical when it comes to Torneko Taloon.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Zytoriak doing the poisoned climb up the lighthouse. Like, kind of annoying, but it's not a huge deal. There's no one here to heal poison. You definitely don't have any antidotes. It's pretty rare to get poisoned in here. Oh, Joe got the casino coins. Very nice. We haven't talked about the coins. So when you walk through that tunnel, the tunnel that Taloon paid for, that connects Bronca and Endor, depending on the frame you enter the tunnel, there is a 1 in 32 chance for you to randomly win 2,000 casino coins.
On the NES version.
On the NES version, yeah. Famicom version, you win 200? Is that right?
Yeah, 200.
It's a pretty big difference.
So it's like the only, I guess, real advantage the NES version has if you win that 1 out of 32.
Yeah, there's 2 advantages that both have to do with coins. That's one of them. And then the other one is that you can bet twice as much on poker.
Right.
Alright, Rashidia Star in the Lighthouse boss fight is putting Nara in the back, but is trying to keep Mara alive as well. Oof, that's a lot of cowering.
Oh yeah, not a great start here.
No, this is pretty bad. Both the Flamers are asleep though, so it might be able to recover this. Big spell hits. Okay, alright, that's good.
Okay, yep.
Yeah, more cowering. Hero is looking pretty low on HP here. That's the scariest part, but...
Oh, Hero went first there.
And the Flamer's asleep. Okay, so they're both monsters asleep. We're able to heal. This is probably okay from here. It's not guaranteed, but it's probably okay. Done some good damage to the Bengal.
All right, back to sleep.
Yeah, probably finish the Bengal off and then, yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It's got Infernos as well, so.
Should be fine. Nara can cast Sleep one more time. We'll probably get this guy out. And even if this Expel misses, should be okay.
Yeah, just attacking now.
Yep, just finished the fight out. Okay, well, good enough. That was actually pretty well played. The Lighthouse boss fight is kind of a good opportunity to sort of play it more defensive, because if you can kind of regroup, heal up, and Nara can put the monsters to sleep, you can often recover the fight. No one's regenerating any HP. So it's kind of good to take it safe there.
Hector does 2 damage to a metal slime.
Yeah, come on. We just need one more, maybe? Oh, it's still here. Come on.
It's still here, yeah. One more.
Nara got it.
Yeah, all right.
Another one. Very nice. I wonder... what Joe is doing with his coins. Wonder if I can see it.
Let me see.
Buying Staff of Jubilation.
Yeah.
So I think he kind of did the standard by Wizard Rings Staff of Jubilation.
Gotcha.
That's probably what that looks like to me.
Yeah, makes sense. That's probably what I'd do, but I've also never done the gambling part of it.
Yeah, if you're not, if you don't have a plan, I learned this the hard way. You probably shouldn't play poker. You should just turn it in.
Yeah.
It's cool. That's we haven't seen Ebby for a little while. Let me pull Ebby up on stream again.
Yeah, so we got Diener now in the Bakor fight. Bakor has a lot of HP, and he also has increase. So I think it already happened in this fight, so Diener's fine. But turn 2, Bakor will always cast, or turn 3, right? You got 2 chances to cast it. So turn 3, he always casts increase on himself. So once he does that, you do basically no damage to him unless you're using like spells and stuff. Mm-hmm. So you really need Krista to land stop spell one of the first 2 turns against him. So he won't do that. It's still winnable after that. It's just like pretty slow to get through the fight. But once you get him stop spelled and a little bit of increasing up from Christo, he pretty much goes down pretty easily.
Yeah, you can kind of hedge against it a little bit by having more magic casting items on your party members. Like Lena can have a Fire Claw, and Christo can have a Staff of Punishment. So if you have that kind of stuff, and even if it happens, it's not too bad. But it is definitely slower.
Bakker's almost dead because Christo's already using the Magma Staff. Yep.
Nice, that's good. So Diener is defeating Valkor right about when Linda is going into the dungeon here. But that was all pretty smooth for Diener.
Yep.
Ebby is doing the kind of the going down to Garden Burst, so not too far behind.
Oh yeah.
We'll be getting thrown in prison and then heading into the dungeon. Not too far behind Linda, really.
Yep, and Zytoric's now starting the Bangle fight. So he did get that metal slime, so he's in a little bit better shape. You got that a lot of HP on Nara there, and the hero as well. So
yep,
he can take a couple extra fireballs, which he got 2 of in the first turn.
Sure did.
Wasn't great.
Okay, only Hector is cowering though, which is good. Expel missed, but sweep it. So not too bad. I also really like what Zytoric did here with party order. We didn't see this with the other people who were coffin blocking, but by putting Mara into slot 2 there, that's actually going to funnel more attacks onto Hector and fewer on the hero, which is generally what you want. So that was definitely the right thing for him.
Yeah, I noticed he did it like as he was climbing, he had Mara in front, but then once he got up here, he switched to Mara second.
All right, come on, Expel. Come on, Expel.
Nope, man.
Keeps missing. Yeah, so like I said, Expel has a 5 out of 12 chance to hit these guys. So a little bit less than half.
He really needs to get one this turn. Okay, the heal. All right, there we go. All right, heal. Yep. As long as Nara gets the other one to sleep here.
Yeah, she's the one who's not cowering, which is... Oh, it missed.
Doesn't work. Oof.
That's bad luck. Yeah, healing is a good idea here with hero down at 21. Ooh, and the physical attack came for her. But fortunately, all good. It's definitely a little scary. He's playing it defensive, which makes sense. Okay, Nara's gonna heal herself, which makes sense. Okay, it's kind of under control again. Hopefully we can see some forward progress. Nice.
Okay, there we go. I was going to say, he only has 2 more expels left, so...
Yeah, that was really well played for Zytoriak. Has got into a kind of a tight spot there, but it was kind of exactly the right moves to recover it. That was good.
Yep. We got Linda now on the Bakor fight. Looks like stop spell hit first turn, so should be in good shape there.
Yeah, looking good. Yeah, stop spell hits 5 out of 6 times, so it's really rare that it misses twice. But it can happen. Then it kind of sucks, yeah.
I've never seen that before.
yeah, I can't remember a single time.
Nope. That was interesting, though. Lena still has medical herbs, and Lena used it on the hero.
Linda's just like, eventually she'll run out, right?
Yeah, just... I don't have time to inventory management here.
It's like, how well could the tournament have possibly gone? There's no way she has that many medical herbs.
Yeah, Lena has a lot of HP. Yeah, pretty easy fight. You pretty much know how it's going to go after the first like 3 turns. So
Yeah, once you've got that, like every once in a while he'll build power and maybe knock a lean out or something like that, but it's always winnable after that point.
yeah. All right, looks like Diener is.
Looks like Shiner's in his boss fight here. Let me.
Oh yeah. Pull up Shiner. Diener is now doing what we call him the early dive for the Zenithian armor.
Oh, it's not looking good, is it?
Oh man. Oh, Hector. Doesn't work. Yeah. With the hero dead, it's just like he just reset this.
Yeah, without the hero, yeah, this is done, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunate.
Might just be trying to die. Oh, no, he's resetting. Okay. I was gonna say maybe he got a Metal Slime experience and wants to keep it or something, but
Yeah. So yeah, back to Diener here. He's in this. What's the name of this cave again? I always mix them up.
This one is the Shrine of Breaking Waves.
This is the Breaking Waves one. Okay. So the Zenithian armor is at the end of this cave, and it's a requirement to get it, and it's actually by far the best equipment for the hero. The downside is all the enemies in this cave are extremely high level compared to your party at this point. So he's hopefully running from most of these fights, but this is the bad one. The 2 Dragon Riders.
Yeah, you really want to get away from this one. This cave is, you can actually come here as soon as you grab the magic key, and then it's quite a bit scarier. But he's coming here after having defeated, Helion, Balzac, and Bakor, so he's got a lot more experience. But even so,
that's
it's pretty bad.
Yeah, it still doesn't guarantee you're going to get through it.
Yeah,
it's not actually too long of a cave, but the encounter rate's fairly high, and like I said, it's either you get through it or you don't with the encounter luck.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the benefit of doing it earlier is you can have that Zenithian armor for those boss fights. Might make them go a little easier. Plus, you cut out one sailing trip to go visit the. Like you sail over to the same area twice once to go visit the Metal King, but you can kind of do them together if you grab the armor early.
Right.
It's a pretty small thing overall. The armor is actually really nice. It's very, very powerful for the hero to have the Zenithian armor. It's really high defense and has a lot of resistances. So that's the main reason to do it.
Yep, and then you don't have to worry about buying or armor for the hero or anything like that either. So.
Mm-hmm. Shiner is getting rolled in by the metal slimes at the bottom of the lighthouse here. Well, paired up with the Grizzly Saber and a Thevro. To me, this feels like a trap, but you never know.
I think the real trap one is like, it's like 5 metals and the other mix of enemies.
Yeah, they're paired up with like a bunch of rogue knights that call a heal slime.
Yeah.
And...
yeah, that's bad.
But he does have it down to 1 metal slime, and he's done a couple damage to it. Just needs it to not run. Hector missed. Mara missed. Runs away. Oh. Too bad.
Yeah, who else we got left? I guess Countess is almost to the lighthouse as well.
Oh yeah, looks like he's just about to start heading up.
And I believe that's it.
Joe is...
Oh, Joe is there, yeah.
Yeah, Joe is in Symbol of Faith Cave.
Yep. So just a few people left to get through the lighthouse. And then it's smooth sailing to the end, right?
Yeah, seeing a lot of world tours and yeah, it's definitely smooth sailing.
Yep. So now Diener is entering the Colossus. So this is another high-level dungeon that you're probably not supposed to be going through here at these levels, but there's one big reason we do this early is actually to pick up an item called the Demon Hammer. So the Demon Hammer is actually a cursed weapon, and it has the side effects of making all your attacks either miss 2/3 of the time or critical hit 1/3 of the time. And that critical is guaranteed. So you can see with the Babel grind coming up why that weapon is so useful. So we're going to be putting that weapon on the hero, and the hero is going to be taking some big swings at some Babels.
Yeah, it's really powerful. You might see some of the runners equip it on hero, and some of them might equip it on Ragnar. Kind of it's a little bit of a preference thing. If you equip it on the hero, then you can directly target the metal babbles from the beginning of the fight, which your other party members almost never will do. But if you equip it on Ragnar, then you can use the hero to expel or use the Aeolus shield to clear out the other monsters, and then more of your party members will be available to attack the metal babbles. No,
Yep.
Shiner
and
is
then Ragnar
encountering.
usually goes last as well. So
Yeah, he'll go last, like pretty much always. Shiner's got a bewildered metal slime here.
oh.
It's 2 damage. It's got 4 HP.
3.
Okay.
3
yeah.
damage, 4 damage. All right.
Yeah. Metal slimes love to have 4 HP.
Yeah, so the main thing that Diener does not want to see in here are the Blizzags, because they cast both defeat and beat, and can wipe out your team pretty quickly if you fail to run a couple times.
Yeah, it's these early Dragon Quest games really need to have their group instant death spell enemy, and the Blizzag is the one in Dragon Warrior 4, and the Colossus is just absolutely full of them. They can show up in a group of 4. Here's 2 on Diener's stream, so yeah. Half of their actions are instant death spells. They have the single target beat, which they'll cast 1/3 of the time, and then they'll have the group defeat spell, which they'll cast 1 out of 6 times. And yeah, there's beat on the hero. That's not what Diener wanted to see.
Right, it's not completely over yet. So like I said, the main goal was to get the Demon Hammer, which actually Diener already just picked up. But we do actually have to come through this dungeon anyway to get to the Dire Palace later on. Plus, you actually cannot cast outside in this dungeon. So the thing is, like, while you're here, you should try to get all the way through the end. So ideally, you do this all in one go, and you get to the Dire Palace, and then you go and off Metal Babel hunting. But even if he does die here, he can go do the Babel hunting and then come back later at higher levels to get through the dungeon easier.
This is pretty rough. It's actually kind of nice that Ragnar got put to sleep there to take less damage.
Yep. All right. Countess is on the Bengal fight as well.
Dude, a lot of damage on turn 1 there. Mara is immediately destroyed.
Mara's down. Yep.
Oh, that was good.
Okay.
That's good, though. Yeah, gonna try to heal up a little bit here. This is a smart move with that physical attack on the hero. Yeah.
Yeah. That worked out.
So Countess just trying to finish this with physical attacks, which makes sense. Getting Expel on that first turn and being at level 8 for the hero. usually is kind of the safer but slower.
Yeah, especially
kind of strategy.
when the flamer's already asleep as well. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, Nara can cast Sleep 3 more times. That should be enough to keep the fight under control.
Very nice. Well, meanwhile, Diener's down to just Christo. And he's got one more step to go. Oh. Okay.
And he makes it.
Whew. Wow. Diener has this knack from like barely making it through this dungeon with like one character. He had this one run a long time ago where he had just picked up the hammer and then right after that, like 3 characters died and only Alina was alive, and he made it through the whole rest of the dungeon with just Alina.
I thought Linda grabbed the armor, but now... Actually, it looks like he might be sailing back to the cave. I saw him in the final room. I guess I didn't see him actually get to the chest.
Oh, did he die like right in front of it?
Maybe. Or it's just visiting Metal King. Okay. No, it's just the Metal King. It's fine.
Gotcha.
Might have just accidentally used return instead of sailing back here to turn in these metals. That's what it looks like.
Right. Yeah, so an added bonus here, since Diener did make it all the way to the Dire Palace, is now he can go down to this hidden basement area and pick up the Aeliois shield. So, like I mentioned earlier, that it can basically remove enemies from battle. You don't get the experience for it, but it's actually pretty helpful in some of these Babel grind fights. You can use it to blow away some of the enemies instead of fighting them or running away. It can be a little slower depending on like what kind of strategies you go for with the Babel fights, but it's probably the safer option to use it.
It's definitely safer. It's probably a little faster at a higher level in the grind, like toward the end, but early on it's more of a safety.
Yeah.
Countdown in chat kind of mentioning that Linda might have died after grabbing the chests at the end of the Zenithian armor cave, which is it's kind of interesting, but I do see that Bray is dead at the back of the party there, so they might not have been able to cast outside.
Huh.
Might have had to death warp out. And maybe that was even planned. Like maybe they wanted Bray to be dead, not I don't know why you'd want Bray to be dead though. Not sure. But interesting party composition to come in the Colossus.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
So we have Hero, and then we have Christo Coffin blocked. This is good because there's less to heal from AoE damage, like these fire veins. But it's a much scarier because you can't take very many of those instant death spells. It is nice to funnel the physical attacks on the hero for sure. She has just so much more defense than anyone else in the party with that Zenithian armor.
Yeah.
Zenithian armor and the Zenithian shield both.
Yep, looks like Shiner here is about to start the Bengal fight. He's in pretty good shape with his levels though. He's got a couple Babel or metal slimes.
Yeah, for sure. Level 10 feels really good to go into this fight. Linda is seeing a lot of Blizzags, but is successfully running. Scaring me though.
Yeah, I've seen other people do this composition. I think Pop used to do it as well. And it's just like, I don't know, it seems so scary.
Yeah, for sure. Like I can kind of understand if you have Ragnar or Alina dead coming through here just to not have to heal as much, but only 2 living party members feels pretty scary to me. Ooh, the snow jabs are coming. This is gonna be fine. The hero has enough HP to survive that, but there's a couple of spots in this dungeon, like on the hands, kind of on the outside of the Colossus, where you can get some different encounters. You can see snow jives, and you can see dragon riders. Just like some kind of weird monsters you don't see in the rest of the dungeon. And Shiner's having a very easy boss fight, it looks like.
Yeah, I think he hit his first 2 expels, so easy peasy.
Nice. Good to see. Yep, I see Joe is in Conenburg, is going to be the next one climbing the lighthouse, and I think that will be everyone through it.
Yeah.
The demon hammer is cursed.
It is. In fact, cursed. I do like how it seems like in
D2 was
every
cursed.
yeah in like almost every Dragon Quest speedrun, like we equip some cursed equipment because it's better and faster.
Yeah, that's always pretty fun to find the use for the cursed equipment. Yeah, for a little while here I was trying to route in the demon armor as well, but ended up taking it back out when I found a little bit more optimal ways to handle Ragnar's defense if he ends up having a lot of HP for Necrosaro.
Right. Yeah, I looked at the demon armor as well a long time ago, and yeah, it's technically like better, but is it actually worth picking up? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's fine on Ragnar. Countess is showing off talking to Alina. Thanks for the Easter egg there, Countess. You shouldn't have worried. Listen to that accent-free Alina.
Yeah, so Diener now is starting the Metal Babble grind, so we'll see how well this goes. It can definitely make or break the rest of the run here. You can get anywhere from 40, 45 minutes to probably less than 20 minutes at its fastest.
Yeah, it's about 20 minutes for the very best ones. Linda Nushi actually really cruised through the Colossus. That was a really good dungeon for him. Did not run into all the trouble Diener ran into. So yeah, Diener has come down here to the bottom floor of the Royal Crypt. We do have to come in the Royal Crypt to get the Staff of Transform. That's required to progress the story. But while we're here, kind of along the way, we are going to farm some experience from Metal Babbles, and this floor of the crypt has the highest encounter rate, so we're going to be spending a lot of time down here. The runners are going to be looking for at least 8 Metal Babbles. You might see them do 7 and then fight the Sorrow Knight. Some people will do that, but you want at least 8. Most people actually want 9, because after 8 Metal Babbles, the hero will learn the Zap spell, which is really, really helpful for fighting Esterk. And after 9, Krista will learn the Heal All spell, which adds a lot of safety. Yeah, so we got a few things going for us for the grind here. So the hero, for Diener at least, has that Demon Hammer equipped that Ash mentioned. Alina has the Stiletto Earrings equipped, which allows her to attack twice per turn. And of course she has her kind of like fighter class specific high critical hit rate. So her critical hit rate is her level divided by 256. So right now it's, she's got a little less than a 1% chance to crit every single time she attacks. Or not 1%. She has like an 8% chance to crit every time she attacks. So pretty high. And Ragnar has the Sword of Lethargy equipped, so whenever he hits a Babble, he'll have a 3 in 8 chance to put it to sleep. Christo is also helping. And
there you go.
Yeah, Demon Hammer hits.
So it's always nice to get that first one because it makes a big difference with your HP as far as like surviving the bad encounters down here.
Yeah, for sure. It's pretty rough at the beginning of the grind. Once you get the first one or two, you're having to heal less in between fights. You're less worried about, especially Christo dying from just kind of every single encounter.
Yeah.
The worst thing for Christo is the Dragonites, because they have that scorching gas attack, and Christo has pretty low HP, and he has no resistance to that. So it can do enough damage to kill him in 2 hits, essentially. At least when you first come in here.
Yeah, Diener had pretty good HP stats already on his party, so he's already looking pretty good.
Yeah, he really is.
So that's another thing that we talked about early on, right, with Alina and her stats and Ragnar and his stats in Chapter 1, but this is kind of where your stats you're just going to see where you're going to end up. So sometimes you get like really good Christos, really bad Christos, same with Hero. Usually Alina and Ragnar kind of end up around the same HP values. And sometimes like maybe you'll have an Alina that doesn't have quite as much strength, so her hits aren't doing as much. But you kind of see where it's all going to end up, and you can kind of judge sometimes, okay, maybe I should get that extra babble just to make the rest of this race run safer.
Yeah, for sure. Hero's HP especially can kind of be a guide on how are we feeling. Do we want to play a little safer or not? Alright, so Joe's at the top of the lighthouse. Gonna grab the golden Brett and equip it on Nara. Which makes sense. It's a pretty good defense upgrade for her if you're not going to coffin block her.
Yeah, put her in the front. All right, yeah. Our last Bengal.
Yeah, I have confidence in Joe to handle anything that's not Yeti shaped. Ooh, sisters are cowering there. That's not really what you want.
Oh, definitely not with the double fireball too. Oh.
Ooh, it's a lot of damage.
Hit expel. Okay.
Well, yeah. Let's hope
not completely out of it, but
hope that Nara can make it out of this. We really need her.
Yeah.
Nope. We're gonna lose both sisters here.
Yeah. Should have probably healed that turn. I don't know.
Yeah, if expel
it's
hits,
basically bad either way. Yeah. If expel hits, you can maybe make this.
Oof.
Ugh.
Yeah. Nope. Not too bad.
Yeah.
It could have been salvageable with some good luck, but yeah, you needed to get really
Yeah.
lucky after that abysmal start.
Yeah, that first turn was basically worst case.
Yeah, that's about as bad
Aside
as it gets.
aside from the expel hit, but it still didn't matter.
Nope. Yeah, 2 fireball spells is like the maximum damage you're gonna see on that turn.
And they both cowered, so they couldn't heal.
Yep. Yeah, it was really bad. Ooh, very nice, Diener. So yeah, now we have Diener and Linda both kicking off the Metal Babble grind here. Diener's got a pretty good start to it. And unfortunately for Linda, Metal Babble runs away.
Yep, Linda's looking for his first kill here, so he can get things rolling like Diener has. Because once you get your first kill, like it really does start making a difference. Like the second one just starts kind of rolling in, and then you start getting more.
And I should bring up Ebby as well, who is also in the Babble grind.
Oh wow. Yeah, I should probably is our ranking accurate now? Pretty close.
Yeah, Ebby and Linda are essentially tied at this point.
Yeah.
What's Mokopoid doing?
Moko is looks like getting the final key.
Yep. Okay. Nope, I see error resetting over 3 great Oruses.
Ooh.
We didn't see that with Xena and Linda walking through Balcor's cave, but there's some pretty nasty encounters when you're walking down to Balcor. That's one of them.
Yeah.
So yeah, at this point, it really is, for these top three at least, Ebby, Diener, and Linda, a lot of it is going to come down to the luck of this Metal Babble grind. There's still definitely a lot of RNG behind this, but this is the thing that tends to create the most separation this far into the run. Oh, Joe is seeing a Lighthouse Metal Slime, but no.
Wait, Ebby has Bray in here?
Yes. I've seen this before with Ebby, so this, like, one of the reasons I love seeing Ebby in these races is he always does weird things, especially around the Metal Babble grind.
I don't think I've ever seen this one before.
Yeah, I think that he brings Bray down to try to get him that Metal Babble experience directly, and then does a party switch for Ragnar at a certain point in the grind.
So you just cast outside and walk back down?
Yeah, I think so.
Huh.
And then you don't have to worry about getting Bray enough experience later to learn the by kill spell.
That's interesting. But then you don't get it on, what, Ragnar? I guess Ragnar doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, it's not really a big deal for Ragnar to lose a Babble or two or the experience. Diener got crit by the Hemisword. These Hemiswords can be really nasty in this grind.
Okay.
But yeah, he'll be okay. He's healing this.
Oh, he's asleep. Okay. Yeah, he's all right.
Yeah, critical hit from those guys can really mess up your grind. Fortunately, Hero just barely survived. Yeah. Sometimes you'll see it seems like runners are maybe being a little bit too cautious with how healed they're keeping their party, but it's exactly for situations like that.
Yep.
Because Christo, if he hasn't learned the Vivify spell yet, then you have to leave to revive somebody.
All right, Joe's back at the Lighthouse, Bengal.
Expel missed.
Yeah, not a great start.
Yeah, we got one to
But at
sleep,
least-
but
Yeah, better than last time, probably.
he's trying to think about whether to heal or not. Yeah, he's gonna keep
Yeah.
expelling, but then have Nara heal. Okay, A woke up, but was
Okay.
expelled. That's good.
Okay.
Oh, physical on
Ooh.
Nara from the Flamer. That's terrible luck.
Oh, yeah. At the very back.
Yep, but Mara's using that Staff of Jubilation. It's an edge that Joe
Yeah.
has from those casino coins.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah. All right.
The Bengal is smiling. Just
Yep.
keep smiling. Ooh, could really use a little bit more expel luck for Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah. The tactics probably don't matter too much at this point. Yeah. She's using that Staff of Jubilation to pretty good effect.
Yeah.
It's not as good as Sleep because it only makes them lose one turn, but it does still make them not act. Oh man, come on, Expel.
Oh, man.
Mara's out.
Oh, Mara's down.
Okay, we can cast it, Expel 3 more times.
At this point, he needs it to work.
There we
Okay.
go.
Now I can heal up and go.
Yeah. Heal spell. You can finish the Bengal off from here. Yeah, he'll be alright. Definitely a good call in healing.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, really coming down to the wire for Joe, but he'll make it through this. Bengal can cast heal a couple times. It's not a big deal though.
As long as he doesn't focus down the hero.
Really, just only hitting the hero at these physicals. You actually want to see him roar. Cause,
Okay.
yeah, all right.
Let's
All
go.
good.
Whew.
That's a tough one. All right, everyone has made it past the lighthouse. That's good.
Yeah, it looks like the babbles are starting to roll in a bit more. Meanwhile, Error fails to run from 4 Chilanodons.
Oof. Yeah, we haven't seen Error for a while. We can bring it back.
No, they're all breathing instead of casting, though. That was lucky. But he one physical Christo in the back, and he died.
Yeah, Error's been stuck in Bakur's cave for a while, huh?
Now we get to see it again here.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, usually at most you have to reset like once for Bakur's cave, but it's kind of rare. You have to do it a few times.
Yeah, one or two is pretty common, but yeah, it seems like he just keeps running into some pretty bad fights in here. But yeah, one thing that is kind of amazing at this point is all of the top 3 runners are playing the English version.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't think we've ever seen this before. At this point in the race, there's always a Famicom version either in the lead or essentially tied.
Yeah, and the next closest is Moko, right?
Yeah.
He's in the Colossus right now.
Yeah, not really far behind by any means, but maybe too far to take the lead from here.
Yeah, it's probably unlikely that all 3 of the leaders would run into trouble.
Yeah, Diener's hit a little bit of a drought here. Hasn't gotten a babble for a little while. Ebby is catching up. Ooh, Linda's got one of the best fights you can see with 4 of them. No other monsters. Yeah, and you see Linda actually has Ragnar with the Demon Hammer. Yep.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah. It's interesting. When I first looked at the Demon Hammer stuff, I actually did look at it on Ragnar first, and I kind of determined that it wasn't as worth it, but yeah, if you can make it work.
Yeah, I also prefer to have it on the hero, but yeah, it's probably close enough that you can find a way to play optimally either way.
Right.
And Linda's maybe the best runner of this game that I've ever seen, so I trust that he's definitely thought about it.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't talk about all the enemies down here in the crypt, but you see on Linda's screen here, he's got these dragonites, and we did mention that they are pretty dangerous to Christo because they can do this scorching gas attack, which Christo basically has no protection against. But as you see right there, they are 100% vulnerable to expel from the hero. The only downside is that the hero is so slow at the lower levels until she gets into like the 22 or 23 or so before she'll kind of start consistently outspeeding the dragonites. So you're going to basically be eating a lot of attacks from them before the expel hits.
Yeah, when Mr. Holmes gets here, we'll make sure to bring him on stream, because one of the big benefits of having that meteorite armband that he played poker for is you can outturn a lot of these monsters a lot earlier in the grind,
Mm-hmm.
which makes it a lot safer. But yeah, it is
Yeah, so
interesting.
this
that-
fight right here that Linda's on is the one prime example for having the Demon Hammer on Ragnar.
Yeah, for sure. This is great. You can just use the hero to clear those guys out, and then Ragnar will target the Babbles on turn 1. And Ragnar is almost always going to go after the hero. He's just really,
Yeah.
really slow.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah. Diener managing to find a couple more, but it's really close among these three. Like,
Yeah.
anyone could come out
They're
of this
all-
ahead.
Yeah, Diener still has a bit of a lead, but it can change pretty quickly.
Error did manage to make it down to Bakor this time. Oh, that's right, he uses the stiletto rings on Alina. I used to do that, and then forgot what it looks like when Alina does 2 damage to Bakor.
Yeah, this is like, well, if you don't use the stiletto earrings on her, this is like the only fight that she has the fire claw equipped for.
Yep. Yeah. As soon as you're done with this one, you sell them for exactly as much as the stiletto earrings cost. It's a
Yep.
straight trade. But this looks really good for Ares. Totally got this under control. Yeah, so these monsters down here, it's kind of interesting because we have Expel, and then we also have that Aeolus Shield, and they actually use different resistances that the monsters have. So the Aeolus Shield uses the same resistance as the instant death spells like Defeat or Beat. And what's nice is a lot of these other monsters in the grind, like the 2 that are up on Diener's screen right now, are vulnerable to Aeolus and Defeat. So you can see Diener's using the Aeolus Shield here. He's going to clear these guys out as soon as the hero can take an action. It doesn't hit 100% of the time, but it hits 5 out of 6 times.
Yeah, Linda's getting some good encounters here.
Yeah, it really is. Alright, Ragnar's doing good work with that Demon Hammer. That's another one.
This might catch Linda up here.
Yeah, I think this is going to bring Linda even with Diener. Actually, pass it
Ooh,
with
2.
getting 2 there. Yep. Alright.
Yeah, Diener's grind is kind of stalled a bit. He's not getting good encounters at all.
No, he really isn't. And he is trying to play it relatively safe. You can play it a little riskier and run from more of these fights. Maybe spend more time healing, but also sometimes just get away. But it can be scary to do that at these lower levels as well. Except with Tyrannobats, which aren't scary at all. Looks like Abukin is in the Babel Grind now as well. Kumasun just beat Bakor.
Yep, Saitoriak is entering Kilion.
Oops, not that.
And Moko is in the Colossus. Yep, I'll post the Japanese stream again here. So in case anybody wants to watch the full race with all the runners, they got them all up on one stream as well. Or if you understand Japanese, you can watch them too. But
Yep.
that's kind of what what we're using just to kind of keep track of everybody, because having 15 streams up is kind of difficult.
Yeah, it can be hard to watch 15 at once, personally. Prefer to have
Yeah.
a little bit less going on at once, but it is kind of nice for the overview. While we're here, I don't think we've actually shared. Here's the long list of runners. So it actually cuts off at a certain point there. Sorry, somebody didn't get included.
That's funny. I think you can actually cut out and just do www.twitch and cut out the beginning of those
Yeah,
to
probably.
save space.
Have to get back into MooBot.
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
I think the last one that got cut off was someone who's not on Twitch. It's one of the Japanese runners who's only on YouTube.
Oh, wow. Not only that, I just noticed that Bray has a poison needle and just killed a Babel with it.
Yo, okay, interesting. So, yeah, Ebby is really going much more all in on Bray and not on Ragnar, because Bray is level 24 now?
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is cool. So I actually wonder if we're going to see more things from Bray since he's going to be such a high level for this endgame. And less from Ragnar. It's pretty cool. I think that the two runners out of this whole group who do things really differently are Ebby and Dr. Mr. Holmes. They both kind of try their own thing.
Yeah. It's definitely cool to see. Yeah, I think Ebby's also kind of caught up as well with the Babbles. It's pretty close between all three of these guys.
Yeah, it looks essentially even at this point, just because Diener has had a little bit worse of a grind than the other two. Kind of amazed with Ebby doing Bray strats here, but it's working alright so far.
Yeah. Diener finally got a good encounter here. He's got to kill one though. Okay, nice.
Yeah, here's the runner whose URL got caught off was YY. There we go.
Ah, okay. Yeah, so usually the breakpoint we're usually looking for is heal all on Christo is usually what people go for. Sometimes you'll see runners actually kill a couple more to get heal all on the hero as well, but you typically see Japanese runners do that more often, but they're also more used to kind of killing more Babbles just because you can kill them so easily down here with the fairy water.
Right.
But
I think in a lot of these races we have seen Linda go for 11 Babbles down here.
Right. Yeah, I seem to remember that as well. But also those times I think Linda was pretty well ahead.
Yeah, had more of a comfortable lead, whereas the pressure is on today for sure. There's no lead anywhere to be seen at the moment.
Yep.
Dino grabs the staff transform. Like I said, you have to grab this at some point. You usually grab it, like, I don't know, maybe 3/4 of the way through the grind, just to get out of the way. Maybe you meet a couple Babbles along the way and get lucky, but you just gotta do it. But yeah, everyone's got level 24 right now. They're just kind of staying even.
Yeah. But yeah, that key level is for Christo to learn heal all is level 27 on Christo. So that's kind of where, if you're comparing them, it's probably where you probably should look at is what level Christo's at.
Diener gets ambushed by 4 Babbles who all run away. That's good.
The classic.
Yep. Yeah, Hero learns the Zap spell at 25. So that's kind of your, like, the first time you probably see anybody leave.
Yeah.
And then,
Absolute minimum, yeah.
Oh, nice fight for
Oh,
Ebby.
wow. Like, worst fight for Diener.
Yep. Oh, that's another one for
Oh.
Ebby. So yeah, Ebby now has the hero at 25, so could leave if he wants to. See if he does. Actually, that got Christo to 27, so
Yeah.
not sure how the experience worked out like that, but I guess Christo got some more than Hero somewhere along the way. That Ebby is actually going to stick around and get a little bit more. Not done
Yeah,
yet.
actually, if I remember correctly, when Ebby came in, Hero seemed like he was down a level or 2. So maybe the hero died, like, to
Balzac or something.
Balzac or something, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, Babel number 10 just came really easily for him, so no problem.
Yep. Just keep going.
Yeah, Diener just got his 8th one. Hero's up to 25. I don't really expect Diener to stick around. I bet he's going to leave.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah. I think Diener is really comfortable taking 8 and leaving. I think that's pretty much always how he does it.
Oh, did Diener get 2 with that one? So Christo actually might get 27?
I think that was 7 and 8, but I could be wrong.
Was it 7 and 8? Okay. No, he just got 26, so probably not. Yeah.
No, maybe, yeah, okay. Not quite leaving
Yeah,
yet.
maybe one more. Yeah. Here's his chance.
I mean, if it's going to be this free, then great. Oh, Ebby
Ooh,
got the
boys.
The boys. The boys have arrived for Ebby. Oh, come on, Diener, get it. Oh, Ragnar put it to sleep. Nice. Got a few more swings at it.
Oh, and
we go.
Ragnar kills it with 1
Chipped it. That works. All right,
Alright.
nice. Great. That's definitely as much as Diener is gonna want. He's definitely out of here right now. So he will be the first one to leave the grind. Ebby is actually in second. Has had a better Babel grind than Linda has.
Yeah.
Poison needle strats.
Yep. Wow, 3. Whew. Well, that's going to be all that Ebby needs for sure.
Yeah, Ebby is right behind Diener coming out of here.
And not only that, like 3 more babbles, so it's going to make the rest of the game go a lot smoother.
Yeah. Hero has the Vivify spell, which is actually kind of amazing.
Yep.
You often don't see the hero have Vivify until after the final boss rush. And sometimes never, actually.
Yeah. Diener got slimes for his transformation.
Nice, yeah, Slimes is a good one.
Oh, you got to teach Diener where to
Yeah,
cast return
he took 6 more steps than he had to there.
and a fall. Yeah.
And the fall to the screen transition. Diener just lost 8 seconds. Wow, Ebby is oh, actually, I think Ebby
Still
probably
good.
hasn't grabbed the staff yet.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. Bray's casting ice spears.
You never see this.
Just trying to remember the last time I saw Bray cast Ice Spears. I was probably 14.
I don't think I ever see him cast it because I didn't use Bray.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Chronic Skillness, Ebby's Christo is going to learn the Heal Less spell. Yeah, which is actually great. It's just usually so much of a investment. Oh, break Poison Needle's another one.
Wow. Nice full moon herb drop.
Yeah. Just here to mess up your inventory. Cool. Yeah, so Diener is the first one going down to Esteric's Palace here. This is the mine from Chapter 4. What happened is the humans went and dug too deep, which is what's going on with Actemto. That's why that town is kind of a disaster. And the first 2 floors of the mine are actually encounters from Chapter 4, so they're totally free. You can run first try. Oh man, this NPC. This NPC never walks all the way north. He can only go up a couple tiles. He can't come out the top, so you have to let him out the bottom. But
At least he goes fast.
Oh my gosh.
Diener. Oh.
Okay. Dragon Quest NPCs.
Yep.
Bray Poison Needle's another one. Oh my god.
Wow, is that 4?
I feel like Bray has killed more Metal Babbles for Ebby than Elena has. This is really something. This is not something I've ever considered, but I might need to start thinking about it.
I wonder what the proc rate is in this game, because I just assumed it would be like 1 out of 8, like it is in other games, but
yeah, me too. Yeah, you might just be getting really lucky. It's kind of hard to know. But yeah, Ebby's gonna come out of this in incredible shape.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who's in the 4 slot. It could be Nara.
Yeah, whoever you want to get experience.
I won't go that far.
Yeah. Might matter a little bit. Cool. Well, all 3 of them are done with their Babble Grinds. Error is just going into his. We're going to see a few of the runners starting to enter their Babble Grinds now. Mokopoid is a couple Babbles in. We can bring up Mokopoid, actually, as being the furthest in the lead, running the Famicom version.
Actually, Abukin is ahead of him, but yeah.
Okay, I might. Why don't I try to capture Abukin since I haven't yet? Because Abukin is, I think, only streaming on YouTube. Let me double check this.
All right, so you see these guys actually fighting these dragon riders down in the mine here. The double dragon rider is by far the scariest fight. And
oops, sorry, I know.
Okay, actually, was it? Ebby is actually getting the Zenithian armor because they hadn't picked it up yet. But you can see the Dragon Riders there as well. So anyway, the Dragon Rider fight is the only one that they're going to probably be fighting. You could run from it, but it's the only one that if you trip or run fail, there's a good chance Christo is going to die. And you basically need Christo to get through the Esteric fight. The only upside is that Ebby actually has the hero with Vivify, so he could actually run from the fights safely and then revive Christo if that does happen.
All right. Sounds like it's getting too late for Northrex. He's gonna go ahead and drop out. GG Northrex.
Yep, GG. Thanks for participating. Yeah, it looks like Linda and Dina are both have about the same levels. So basically the minimum kind of safe level where Christo gets to level 27 with heal all. So Abukin here is actually getting pretty close to the end of the grind. Looks like they're the lead Famicom runner here. Looks like a standard lineup as well. You know, not getting Bray in this grind.
Yeah.
So here to the end of the game actually does, like, a lot of your time save actually depends on random encounters and if you could run from them or not, because you can fight them, and yeah, it's safer for some stuff, but you don't actually need to fight all these encounters except for the double Dragon Rider to be safe. And if you do fail to run, you're just taking damage that you have to heal, and it just takes more and more time. So here through, like, until you get to the dark world is kind of a lot of the encounter luck is gonna make or break who's in the lead.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of long dungeons, and sometimes you get really lucky with very few encounters, and sometimes you get really unlucky with a lot of encounters and can't run.
Yep.
Yeah, before you can fight Esther, you have to fight this Rhino King Bengal fight, which is almost always completely free. The only thing that can happen is if the Rhino King decides to double attack Christo in the back of the party, which is really unlikely.
I don't think I've seen that happen.
I think it's happened to me once. It's pretty bad because Christo will die.
Yeah.
But yeah, he has to decide to attack twice and has to decide to attack the fourth slot twice. So.
All right. So Esterk fight here. So Esterk actually starts the fight asleep, and it's actually kind of his most dangerous in that whenever Esterk is asleep, it'll cast these, give off eerie lights, and it does damage to the whole party. So Esterk here woke up, was it turn 1 it looked like.
Mm-hmm.
So we did not see that for Diener here. So the rest of this fight is on a known rotation. So we know he's going to take 2 turns, and it always happens in a specific order. So Diener's going to know, okay, he's going to build power attack, or he's going to do freezing waves. So he's going to know when he's safe to just attack, and mainly he's going to be using Zap with the hero for attacking, and hopefully Christo will keep everybody healed that needs to be healed, and he'll occasionally cast Increase if you let him, but usually that doesn't do too much for us because freezing waves happens as well. The main thing here you're looking for is once Alina gets like a couple crits, like there's one right there, usually the fight goes pretty quick. If not, if it drags on a bit, it can get a little dangerous, but usually it's pretty smooth.
Yeah, with this fight, you really do want to just try to be getting through as quickly as possible. As many turns as you can spend having hero cast Zap, the better off you are, but that was really good for Diener.
Yep.
The turn 1 wake up is kind of such a blessing. You don't get it most of the time, but it makes the fight a lot easier. Yeah, so I hadn't realized that Ebby actually hadn't gotten to Dire Palace yet, so he's having to finish the Colossus here.
Oh.
So if Abuquin is finishing the grind as soon as they grab the Staff of Transform, they're actually going to be in 3rd.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty close.
Oh.
So let's see, we're at the 5:14 mark. So kind of a rough estimate for from here to the end of the game, like for Diener, is about a good end game is about an hour from this point. So 6:15 would be extremely good run if things go well.
Yeah, if you can get under an hour for this end game, you're pretty happy. Getting faster than that, you're probably having some pretty good luck.
Yeah.
Although with as much XP as Ebby has, might be going faster once he gets that.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is another dungeon that we are not able to cast outside from. So Diener is going to grab the gas canister out of this treasure chest, which is required to get the balloon, and then he is going to be trying to death warp as efficiently as he can, which isn't really that easy at these high levels.
Yep. So I think the reason why I don't know why they put the treasure chest here, but I think they made it so you can't use outside, is so they force you to walk back and find this treasure chest. It's like, oh, I can pick this up now, and it's a required story item. So, so now Diener has it. He's actually gonna try to death warp here. There's one of these chests is a mimic, so he's gonna got the hero, so already dead. So that's not too bad. But he's gonna hope defeat lands on his party here. Oh, Lena. So you put Crystal in the front here to make sure that the mimic does rob magic from Christo, so he can cast defeat again.
Yeah, for some reason, the mimic kind of doesn't see the back character as someone to steal magic from. Not really sure why.
I assume it's like something similar to the coffin block thing. But yeah. Anyway, the rest of this is not going great.
Yeah, he's getting there eventually. It's not the fastest, unfortunately.
Yeah, not having the hero alive is actually kind of bad, because the hero can actually attack the other characters as well sometimes, so, and kill himself or herself.
Yeah, so you can maybe find a good other fight to finish this off. The Necrodanes aren't really the one you want to see, because they'll just waste time trying to push you to sleep. It's a lot better fights that will do a lot of damage to Ragnar, but good enough.
Yeah, not too bad. Could have been worse.
So yeah, you can do that. An alternative is if you walk around a little bit further, you can get some damage tiles in that room where we fought Esther, just kind of on the upper floor. So it's kind of the alternative. There's no good solutions though. It feels kind of bad.
Yeah. It looks like Ebby put Ragnar in now.
Welcome back, Ragnar.
Yeah. It's kind of funny because this is like the remake team, right? Hero, Alina, Christo, and Bray, and you leave Ragnar kind of in the wagon in the remakes. So
yeah, I wonder if that influenced Ebby at all, kind of thinking about this. Oh, Ebby gets foxes. That's a good choice. Yeah, that Esterix Palace was actually really good for Diener. He's pulled ahead of Linda a little bit from that. I think Linda had a little bit more trouble coming down. Yeah, and because Ebby just came here for the first time, has to grab that Ayla shield out of the back now. It's still useful even after the Metal Babble grind. Mostly for when we fight the Anderugs during the boss rush. When I was routing out some things, I was trying to cut out the Ayla shield. I tried pretty hard, but that Anderug fight is just like so much worse without the shield.
yeah.
There's no way to justify saving the 40 seconds that it costs to walk down here.
All right, Linda's on Esterk here. Ooh, sniped Christo in the back with the physical.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah, I haven't seen how many crits he's gotten from Alina, if any, so he might be okay still here.
Yeah, at least he has heal all in the hero. If you're going to be in this position, you at least want to be able to do full heals with the hero. Oh, he doesn't.
I was going to say, he doesn't, yeah. He's got
never
the same levels as Diener.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, well, that's going to make this actually quite a bit harder. Yep, alright, hero's down.
Ooh.
He probably does not win this.
He needs crits from Alina to win this now.
Yeah, and he needs a safe walk to the gas canister after as well. Oh, nope. No,
Wow.
He's not going to get it. Oof, man. The physical hits on Christo in this fight is really how you lose the fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, just getting targeted in the back like that, it's terrible luck. Yeah, Linda just taking the runs to pass turns and die. Yeah.
Ooh, man. Yeah, that's really unlucky to lose this fight like that.
Ragnar dodges the built-up power attack. Come on, Ragnar. Yeah, so Esterk is regenerating 100 HP per turn, so once you're down to Ragnar alone, there's no way you can win the fight. Did he touch 3 in a row? Ragnar really, he's a survivor, you know? What can he do?
Yeah. Like, I'm the only one left. It's all up to me now.
Only I had a Sword of Lethargy to wave.
Yeah. Ooh, I mean, well, the result of that is Diener's lead is quite big now.
Yeah, he's in a much more comfortable position, and Abukin is going to be technically kind of tied with Linda now. They're both walking back down. Abukin's a little bit further in the dungeon, and Abby's coming in right behind, so all 3 of them are now really close with Diener having a little bit of a lead.
Yeah, they're all 3 of them at the first part of the dungeon. Yeah, so Diener's now making his way through the tree here. It's usually pretty safe. You're literally standing on the world tree, so you have infinite world tree leaves to revive whoever dies here. However, you can get unlucky, and there's some encounters that if you're like low enough HP, it can like snipe the hero. But at this HP level, he's got like 190 some HP on the hero. It's usually safe.
Yeah.
As long as you heal up.
Yeah, I think that if your hero is above like 170, there's almost no fights that can essentially take you down. I think the only one that can is 4 red cyclones or maybe... Oh. Oops.
Speaking of...
I'll stop talking.
Okay, he got away.
Yeah, those red cyclones can be pretty bad. They have actually a really high physical attack, and their AoE spell does a lot of damage too, so Christo was not going to save him by staying alive in the fight.
Yeah.
But everything else probably can't do enough. If we see the 4 snow jives, they can cast Blizzard, which does quite a bit of damage, but they can only each cast it once, and then their physical attack is really weak, so won't do too much damage. But yeah, this
those cyclones are back.
Yeah. There is a way you can try to take that fight a little bit safer because they are vulnerable to defeat in the Aeolus Shield. But, Diener doesn't want to take any fights because Christo would spend his turn trying to vivify Alina.
Right.
And he wants her dead for the Coffin block, but also to make healing more efficient between fights. Yeah, I feel like we actually haven't really talked about the AI like at all, which is kind of interesting. But you know, one of the most notorious things about this game is the party AI in Chapter 5. In Chapters 1 through 4, you control all of your party members who aren't guests, but in Chapter 5, you only get direct control over the hero, and you have to use tactics to control everybody else. Except guests, they don't listen to tactics, they just do whatever they want. So yeah, in this case, you know, we are thinking about Christo's AI and what will he do, even on offensive. If there's a dead party member, he's probably going to prioritize trying to revive them over almost anything else. He might try to heal a party member if they're kind of low HP. But you're probably never going to get Christo to do an offensive action if there's a dead character in the party and he has the Vivify spell.
Right.
So Diener is successfully not fallen off the tree branches. He does want to win one fight with Lucia in the party, so he can get his Repel glitch activated. And this is a really nice one since it was a first strike, and these guys are vulnerable to defeat. Nice and quick.
Yep. All right, so he has the last of the Zenithian equipment, so now we can make our way to the tower. So a lot of these dungeons here, until we get to the very ends, are just kind of run from stuff and get through them as quick as possible. There's nothing in here that we really want to fight. We pretty much have all the levels we need. The only other thing that Diener is going to need to do at some point is make sure Bray gets some levels in the final cave. So he will learn Bykill by the time we get to the Necrosaro fight. And usually you only need like, I don't know, 2,000, 3,000 experience on Bray. So usually like 1 or 2 fights in the final cave is enough to do it, because you have the wagon in the final cave as well. So
I think the way that Diener did Chapter 2, he probably needs a little more experience on Bray.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so he might need like 5,000 total for Bray, something like that.
Yeah, because he kept them dead. Yeah. Yep, it all depends on Chapter 2. You get that little bit of extra Babel experience, or you keep them alive during your grinding sections. So.
And Abukin is the second one to beat Esterk, so officially second place. I will keep this YouTube tab open.
Well, both Ebby and Linda are right at the fight here. All right, we got some double Esterk action here. Turn 1 zap, Eerie Lights. So one bad outcome here is if Esterk stays asleep for the full 3 turns, he can do a lot of damage to your party, and it's full party-wide damage, doing like 50 each to everybody. And Christo is obviously the most vulnerable here in the back.
Yeah, it's kind of a... Waking up on either turn 2 or turn 3 can be kind of bad, because turn 2 wake up is... He wakes up, but then he builds power and attacks.
Right.
So that's also kind of bad. But yeah...
So yeah, this is
Ebby's
pretty rough for
taking a lot of
Ebby here.
damage. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And Ragnar only 142 HP.
Yeah. Counting on Christo to keep him alive. Fortunately, he's skipped the build power attack. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, there you go.
All good. Fortunately,
Yep,
with all those levels, you can have
Yeah.
a lot go wrong and still be okay there.
Yeah, got a lot of HP room in case things go bad here. Linda does not have that, but there we go. looked like that one went smooth too. So usually if Lena gets like 1 crit in the fight, you're usually pretty fine. If she gets 2, it ends pretty quickly. And one other thing we didn't mention is Esther regens around 100 HP per turn. So you got to make sure that you're doing that damage every time. And like the earlier that damage happens, the faster you get through his HP pool. Oh yeah, you mentioned that earlier, didn't you? I forgot about that.
Yeah, Esther is probably the #1 monster where HP regen is a real thing. Maybe Radom Vice is the other one where you really see it sometimes make it so you can't win the fight.
Right.
Getting a little
So
bit
Diener
of that,
made it through the tower there.
yeah, a little
Pretty
bit of that
smooth, it looked like.
Zenithian castle theme, just for a
Yeah.
second.
He's going to make this return trip here to Konenberg to stay at the inn, replenishes MP before the final cave, and I believe he's also going to pick up the Sword of Decimation here in the basement. So the Sword of Decimation is another cursed sword. However, if you use it as an item in battle, it actually will cast sap. So this is going to be very important for the Necrosaro fight.
Yeah, and there's no inn in Zenithia Castle, so if you want to replenish your MP, you gotta go somewhere else. You can use the World Dew that this little Demonite gives you if you want to just replenish HP. But we're about to go into the longest dungeon in the game, so it's kind of nice to have full magic.
Yeah. Yeah, both Linda and Abby here are working on their death warp. Will the mimic cooperate?
Yeah, both having kind of mixed luck with the defeat spell here. At least Abby got to a place where Christo was the only one left, so
Yeah, he can just zap himself and zap Christo.
yeah, a little bit more efficient
Yep.
for Abby than Linda. Abukin is listening to Jingle Bells, heading to the World Tree. So yeah, about 2 dungeons behind Diener at this point. Diener's got a pretty comfortable lead here.
Well, unfortunately, it's nothing that one Necrosaro death can't turn around, but
Yep, that's true.
it's definitely nice. He can definitely play safer out front. So like I said, this final cave is the longest dungeon here in the game, and thankfully you do have your full wagon party through it all, so you can do some character swapping, keep certain characters out, and you still have your wagon in case they die. They'll pop out. You can keep certain characters protected. So
Yeah.
this imposter fight is one of the ones that you definitely want to fight to get XP for Bray. So you get basically a free turn to start with when they transform. And then usually, as long as you only started with Lena and Ragnar, they can't cast bad spells on you. So if you like had Christo out and they transformed into Christo, they would actually cast some bad spells on you, like beat and defeat. So thankfully that doesn't happen, and these guys are pretty much free XP.
Yeah, that imposter fight's the #1 best one to see down here when you need some experience for Bray, for sure. The other one that you see people take for experience is the Ogre Basher, which is also relatively safe. He essentially has a Demon Hammer equipped. He doesn't technically, but he'll crit 1/3 of the time and do no damage the other 2/3. It's actually kind of funny. He actually just has really low attack power, and his critical hit rate is coded as do 10 times attack. Has the same attack power as a carnivore plant from Chapter 2.
Yeah, that's cool. Yep, the only thing that can really go wrong here is if you get a few, like multiple run fails, and then Ragnar and or Alina die, and then you have to use Vivify with Christo, and then if Christo fails his Vivifies, because they're only a 50% success rate, then he runs out of magic, and then you can get into trouble. But it's not super common that happens, but it is a possibility.
Yeah, this dungeon is the main reason you see some runners pick up the Hat of Happiness. Linda did pick that up with small metals, turned 4 in to grab it. So if he needs to regenerate MP in the cave, he can. That's not going to be an option for Diener.
Yeah, and the other nice thing for Ebby and Abukin is that their hero has Vivify already. So if they do die, you can use the hero's MP to Vivify people as well as Christo.
Yeah, so Diener's kind of toward the end of the cave here. He wants to get some experience, so he's bringing out more of the party here and just taking some less ideal fights. The whole party is surrounded here by the red dragon.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know about red dragons.
Yeah.
But yeah, you take what you can get.
Like, it's good experience, but being surrounded kind of sucks. He's actually still pretty early in the dungeon. He's just taking it, I guess. It's interesting. Just doesn't want to have to worry about Bray's experience, I guess.
Yeah, you don't usually see red dragons too often this early in the dungeon. You see them in the later part.
Yeah, it's got thrown off there. And here's the fight you never take.
Yep.
Master Malice has the maximum possible amount of HP for any monster, and he's gonna spend 2 of the first 3 turns casting Bounce and Upper.
Explode it.
Yeah,
too. Yeah.
He goes
Upper as well. Yeah.
He goes Explode it, Bounce Upper, or maybe Explode it, Upper, Bounce. I can't remember what the order is, but
Explode it. I think Bounce second. Sounds right.
Yeah. Either way, he's making it so you can basically do no damage to him, and he's got tons of HP. And yeah, he's just gonna keep hitting you with like Explode it and big AoEs after that. Yep, Abakin gets to the top of the tree. So Ebby is doing only the hero alive climbing the tree. You see this with a few runners. This one always scares me.
Yeah.
Although if you have a hero as strong as he has, maybe it's less scary.
It's fine. And then you use the shield if you get a bad encounter.
Yeah, because she's got 200 HP. Yeah, it's probably alright. I actually wanted to see if Holmes is...
Holmes is in the
in the grind. Here.
Well into the grind, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Let me bring Holmes up for a minute here, just so we can see how the grind goes with the meter at Armband. He's most of the way through, so but actually he might be finished. We might have missed it. Didn't think to check for a little while here. We'll let him hang out for a minute and see if he's gonna get any more, but with him having gotten number 8 there, he's done. Yeah.
Yeah, he's done. Good timing.
Oh well. We tried.
Meanwhile, I still have errors stream in the background just so I have the sound, and I hear Beat and Defeat being cast a bunch, and all but his hero is alive in the Colossus now.
Oh no. Yeah, I guess maybe while Linda's just kind of finishing the tree climb here, we can see how that goes. That'll be dramatic.
Oh, he just reset.
Oh no.
Yeah, and this is after the grind for error too. So he just got really unlucky there with beating the feet.
Yeah, you can come into the Colossus pretty good shape, but in the end, the thing that usually gets you is instant death spells. It doesn't matter what level you are. It's kind of nice to have Vivify, but sometimes your Vivify casters are the ones who die anyway. Yeah, so, alright, well, pulled error up for a second there, but then, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll just keep the top 4 up here. Let me actually check on Mokopoid real quick.
Yeah, you can kind of take a quick look and see where people are at.
Mokopoid is fighting Esterk right now, so pretty good. But definitely a little bit behind the others.
Yeah, you got a few people in the grind still. Shiner's getting the Demon Hammer. Yeah, there's a lot of battles on the screen, so it's hard to tell where people are at sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. Looks like YY is just about finished with his Babel grind. Grabbing the staff to transform and has all the levels he needs.
Yep. Okay, I'm gonna take a little quick break here.
Yep. So I think Holmes actually goes up a little bit in the standings here. Diener is getting close to the end of the final cave. He's in this kind of back section. So he's probably gotten Bray about as much experience as he needs. I saw him run away from an Ogre Basher, so that's probably a sign that he's essentially got what he's looking for. He's opening up an equipment slot on Ragnar here because he's going to drop down and grab a really nice piece of equipment for Ragnar right here, which is the Mirror Shield. This has really high defense and it reflects spells. The spell reflection is a pretty minor thing, doesn't really help that much, but the extra defense is really nice. And yeah, Diener is out of the final cave. Didn't really have too much trouble in there, got the experience he needed. Just gonna go ahead and visit our this is the last refuge. Just walked in to grab the return point, and it's actually gonna, instead of talking to the Zenithian in there, he's just gonna come back to Soretta here to take a quick in. Probably save the game. Nope, no saves. Just gonna in and then go straight to the boss rush. Kind of depends what order you do the boss rush in. Diener, it looks like he's gonna fight the Anderugs first, which is probably like the second easiest fight in the boss rush, so you wouldn't want to save before this one. The two fights kind of in the north corners of Gotside Island here, or not Gotside, the Dark World, are the more dangerous ones, whereas the kind of two southern ones, like this one in the southeast and then the Giga Demon in the southwest, they're relatively easy. This is the one I was talking about where you want the Aeolus Shield, so you can see Diener is going to put on offensive tactics because he wants Christo to cast instant death spells. And he's going to use the Aeolus Shield, which got 1 out of 3. Christo gets another one. So this is looking pretty good for him. caves do like to call for reinforcements. Nice. Very efficient. So that's an extra 3,000 experience. That's definitely everything Dinner needs for Bray. Bray will 100% for sure learn Bykill. Fortunately, in Dragon Warrior 4, it's not a coin flip the way it is in Dragon Warrior 3 for the Bykill spell to be learned. And yeah, so Diener on a good start to the boss rush here. So in order to enter Necrosaro's palace, we have to defeat all 4 of these bosses. Doesn't really matter what order you do them in. Feels like almost every runner does them in a different order. There's no right answer, necessarily. It's just whatever you like. And Diener's going to go straight up to Radamvice. Radamvice is pretty tough. So this fight is going to start with Radamvice himself, he's a really powerful magic caster. He's got a lot of HP. And he's going to be accompanied by 3 demighouls. And the problem actually usually comes with those demighouls. They are pretty vulnerable to Expel and the Defeat spell, but not 100%. So if after turn 1, if there are any that are still hanging out, they can really kind of cause a problem because they have really high attack power. They are able to paralyze on hit. And sometimes when you try to hit them with a physical attack, which Alina will 100% try to do, they will just split. And so instead of 1 demighoul, you'll be back to 2 or maybe even 3 again. So it can get really out of hand if your Expel and Defeat don't hit at the beginning of the fight here. And Defeat gets 1 out of 3. That's not great, but Expel got the other 2, so that's good. That's everything you want. From here, usually the fight is pretty controllable. You're going to see Diener use the Zenithian Shield as an item, which is going to use the bounce spell on the hero. And then he's going to cast Fence spell on at least some of the other party members so that they'll be safe from these big magic spells from Radamvice. And once you're to this part of the fight, you really can't lose it. The bad thing that happens is if you get to this part of the fight, but then you only have like 1 or 2 living party members, you do have to be able to do enough damage to keep up with Radamvice's regeneration. Okay, Alina, that's good. That's gonna help. You can see this uses the Master Malice sprite that was down on Linanushi's screen. There's actually a kind of like fake Radamvice fight that can happen in Necrosaro's palace where it's Master Malice plus 3 demighouls, which is actually like a really terrible fight to run into. But yeah, this is a good Radamvice fight for Diener. Halfway through the boss rush and looking good.
Alina doing some work there.
Yeah, a lot of crits. Meanwhile, Ebi, Abukin, and Linanushi are all going through the final cave. Linanushi having a pretty bad start to the cave with that fight. He's going to have to revive Alina pretty early on in here. Vivify doesn't work. Alright, second try. That's not so bad.
Yeah, already pretty low on the hero's MP.
Yeah, it's interesting to see so many people using Alina in the second position walking through this cave. I always use Ragnar. It's not an option for Ebi, obviously. But
yeah, I could see Alina just because of the Cloak of Evasion, but yeah.
Yeah, but Ragnar's got the Dragon Mail, of course, so he has some of those resistances. Right. Yeah. It's probably not too big a difference, but...
The encounters you get, physicals versus breath.
Yeah, to be fair, a lot of the bad encounters in here are physical attacks, like the Baroks.
Yeah.
Or the demighouls, I guess. Cool. So the third one that Diener is fighting here in the northwest corner is Infernus Shadow. Personally, I think this is the worst out of all the boss fights in the boss rush. Infernus Shadow can take either 1 or 2 actions per turn, and he has some big AoEs like that Violent Blaze. He can cast Explode it. So if he decides to do a lot of attacks and do ones that hurt a lot, then sometimes he just kills you.
Yeah, nice. Put him to sleep.
Yeah, putting him to sleep is not 100% required, but really helps stabilize the fight.
And 2 crits. Yeah, good shape here.
Yeah, this is looking good. His defense is reduced. I don't know if he did it with the Sword of Decimation or if Lucia did it with the defense spell, but either way, we're doing good damage. And since he's asleep, take him out. Infernus Shadow always drops that Sword of Miracles. You're going to see Diener give that to Christo so that he gets a better way of dealing damage. Because Christo is going to end up in... He might bring him into the Giga Demon fight here in a minute. And if nothing else, Christo will be in the Necrosaro fight at the end of the game.
Yep, got 28 on the hero, so he's got Vivify now on the hero as well.
Oh, we have an angry big sloth on Ebby's screen. Very nice.
Ooh, look at that. That's pretty rare.
Yeah, so Big Sloth is kind of like Giant Eyeball, has a enraged state that it goes into when you've done some damage to it. It's kind of funny that it's just hands and feet turn red.
Yeah, he's also one of, what, I think 4 enemies in the game that is 100% vulnerable to Expel.
Yeah, there aren't very many.
It's like 3 or 4.
Okay, so Diener has probably saved the easiest for last year with Giga Demon. Oh no!
Oops. Well, he's got Vivify.
Yeah, 75 damage from those fairy tiles. Yeah, Christo, not sure where Christo took damage for Diener, but apparently at some point.
He probably forgot to heal him after Radom Vice.
Yeah. Fortunately, Vivify always works.
Yep.
So yeah, Giga Demon is kind of a pushover. He does physical attacks, he casts the defense spell. He has like a move where he'll just increase his defense by like 10 times or something. So you don't do any damage on that turn, but for the most part, it's just really easy to keep up with his damage.
Yeah, his defensive move is also, I think, fixed on fixed turns, like every 3rd turn or something.
Yeah, it's every 6th action in his pattern, but he takes 2 actions per turn, at least while
2
he's
actions.
awake.
Right.
Yeah, it's nice when he's asleep, because then he only cycles through that half as often. You can do more damage to him. But it's all pretty minor. I mean, this fight is always just pretty fast and pretty safe.
Ooh, more big sloths. Oop, they're gone.
Big Sloth dance is a strange dance. So yeah, we kind of mentioned that Diener beat Esterk right about the 5:15 mark. And a good end game would have him finishing around 6:15, and so far so good. Definitely on pace for it.
Yeah. I didn't catch the Anarogue fight, but
It was
these boss fights have been pretty smooth.
Yeah, the Hendrik fight was great. No issues. Took 2 turns. Got 3,000 experience out of it because defeat hit a bunch of times.
Oh, nice. So there's the buy kill. Right on time.
Yep, right where you want it. He's paranoid now.
Just double check, Krista. Okay.
Want to make sure.
You're on the big screen, Diener. Everybody's watching you.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm not sure if Diener is paying any attention whatsoever to what's happening with the rest of the race.
Yeah, maybe.
I think he's acting a little bit like he knows he's in the lead. Saw Metal King on Linda's screen. Linda did not try to take the fight.
So Diener picking up another sword of lethargy for Ragnar here. He sold his sword of miracles because he won't need it anymore. But that sword of lethargy for Ragnar is going to be very important for the Necrosaro fight.
Yep, so we're gonna have a lot of Necrosaro coming up. So we're gonna watch this fight a few times as the runners get to it. But yeah, we part of the way we can succeed at these lower levels is by having Sword of Lethargy equipped on both the hero and on Ragnar, because we do really want Necrosaro to just be asleep as often as possible. So even though it's got a lot less attack power than the Sword of Miracles, it's a good trade-off to just have the sleep. Oh man, Claydolls are just lining up for Diener.
2 of them.
So Claydol is bad exactly because of that.
Reset. Yep. I was going to say, I would almost just reset before the fight even starts with 2 of them lined up like that.
It's pretty ugly. Yeah, they really like to cast Defeat. If they don't cast Defeat, usually it's okay because you can put them to sleep really easily. So Diener was just attacking there. Ragnar often will actually use the Sword of Lethargy as an item and put them to sleep. Or you can cast Sleep More, which works really well. Yeah, this one might still be coming for him. We'll see.
It's the Duke.
Oh, got away. Much better. It was good that Diener took that safety save. That's a quick reset.
Yep. So one kind of quirk to this this dungeon is that you don't have the wagon, so you can't actually switch party members around, but you can actually use the spells and access the items and inventory of all your other party members. So in this case, we actually left Christo behind. We're still going to be using his healing through the dungeon, but this way we don't risk him dying in the dungeon itself. Lucia is a bit more... she has the water flying clothes, so she has a bit more survivability with the monsters in this dungeon, so that's why we have her in.
Yeah, you'll see different runners use different party compositions walking through this final dungeon as well. Some people... You usually don't see people bring Christo. Part of it is Lucia's survivability, but part of it is those imposters. But you might see people just bring in Hero, Ragnar, Alina. Maybe they'll have a ghost in there, maybe not.
Oh man, that's not good for Diener here.
Yeah, yeah. Time to reset. Those Guardians are a really bad fight inside of Necrosaro's Palace. They are on a fixed pattern. They have Sleep Breath. They have a bunch of very powerful attacks, and they take 2 actions per turn. Yeah, good question, Snowfire. So if Christo has the Hat of Happiness, but he's not out, but the wagon is available, he does not regenerate MP. He has to actually be walking outside of the wagon to benefit from the steps of Hat of Happiness.
Yeah, and before we kind of figured out this new party order, and we could use spells inside of the this dungeon here, we actually used to take Christo with us, and he would have the Hat of Happiness. In the past, that's been long cut out from the run, but interesting enough, in the outside parts of this dungeon, So right here, as Diener, you cannot get encounters out here. So this is actually a safe spot to like regen his MP if you ever needed to.
Yeah. And it's kind of nice because this dungeon ends with an outside section, so if you do want more MP on Christo, you can use the Baron's Horn, pull him into the party, and then just walk into the back of the dungeon and regenerate him with the Hat of Happiness right there very safely.
Ooh, the elevator encounter.
Yeah, so even though Diener has had to reset twice in the palace here, he's still got a little bit of a comfortable lead. So as long as he gets Necrosaro on the first try, he's safe. The others are all kind of still making their way through the end of the boss rush.
Yep, it's kind of hard to compare them because usually people do things in different orders here, but we'll know once they enter the castle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, looks like Linanushi's got a good Radam Vice fight going. Was able to get the Demighouls out and get the Z shield up, so safe from here. And
yeah, Abukeen here is a little bit trouble here on the Hell Battler.
Okay, put him to sleep. Should be alright.
There we go. Okay.
Do. So yeah, you come out the other side. You can use the Baron's Horn to call the wagon. Diener is doing a quick check of the party stats there. You want to be pretty careful about the HP and defense lines on a couple characters here because we want Christo to think that Ragnar and Alina are in a certain amount of danger so that he'll cast Increase twice. So he actually ended up unequipping Alina's hat there. And that's because she has a little bit too much HP to have that much defense.
Yep, so the goal here is there's a lot of setup to this Necrosaro fight. So we're going to cast Fen Spell on Necrosaro, so Christo will not try to cast spells against him, and he'll instead cast defensive spells for us. So we want Christo to cast 2 rounds of Increase. So we'll have a good amount of defense here through all the first 6 phases of the party. There's the first one. It's going to try to just make sure everybody's healed up here so Christo doesn't heal instead of cast his Increase. There's the second one.
Very nice.
So good start here. So the second part to this setup is he's actually going to want to get By-Kill cast on Ragnar, Alina, and the hero. So that's going to make the rest of this fight go a lot more smoother and faster. So he's going to first get Christo out of there, and then he's going to, I think, probably switch in a dead character to Coffin block Bray, as well as use the Sword of Decimation here to lower the defense, which failed on that attempt. So now I'll bring Bray in. So we need Bray to cast By-Kill on each party member. So he's going to do some party manipulation to make sure that Bray is still Coffin blocked, plus pull in each character as they get, and pull out each character as they get By-Killed. So he needs to do a specific amount of damage here to Necrosaro before Bray. There's the first one on Ragnar. We'll start casting By-Kill. So now that Ragnar has the By-Kill,
yeah, he needs to do a little bit more damage before he'll cast on hero.
Yeah, it's kind of on the edge of that.
Yeah, he'll get it this turn.
Yeah, he should be good here. So there's the By-Kill on the hero. So it just needs to get it on Alina now. We'll bring Alina in. And there it is.
Cool.
So perfect setup here. So now he's just going to get through this phase and get the party back out with Ragnar, Alina, Hero, and Lucia to get through these middle phases.
Yeah, so Necrosaro's got 7 phases total. The first 2 are kind of nice for getting all the setups because it's only physical attacks. That first phase, he does 2 physical attacks because he's got 2 swords. Phase 2, he's only got 1 sword. He's going to do 1 physical attack. After this, things are going to get a little bit more interesting, so you really want to make sure you've got all those increases and buy kills before you get past phase 2. Sometimes if Alina gets like a bunch of critical hits or something, she will move the fight too quickly, and then you're not quite able to get the setup that you want.
Yeah, so Diener's doing a little bit of advanced stuff here where he actually switched out Alina on the last turn of that phase in an attempt to make sure that Hero or Ragnar changed the phase over so the sleep will proc on this next phase, because this phase can actually be kind of dangerous because it can cast both sleep your party and also increase himself. So if cast increase, then you're going to have to use the sword to get decrease to get sapped again so you can do damage to this phase.
Yeah, this
But
phase can
the
also
sleep-
cast the beat spell.
Right, beat as well. So that can, if somebody dies, you lose not only the character's dead, you have to revive them, you also lose their buffs. So that can definitely affect the rest of the fight.
But Diener having no trouble whatsoever with that phase 3, which is always such a relief. Phase 3 is the worst phase after phase 7. So phase 4 is, he follows a pattern in phase 4, but one of the actions in the pattern is freezing waves, which would remove all of our buffs. So since we didn't get him to sleep here, you're going to see Diener use Iron Eyes, because he wants to pass some turns and actually see where Necrosaro is in his attack pattern here. And he's actually in kind of like the perfect spot there. So
Perfect, yeah.
yeah, he could just finish the phase out from here. He's going to lower his defense, or Lucia will, and he'll take him out before he's able to either heal his MP or HP with Meditate or cast Freezing Waves.
Nice.
Looks like Ebby is the second one in the Necrosaro's palace.
Yep, so this 5th and 6th phase here is kind of, you got to get through it, but you also want to make sure you're set up for the final phase. So what Diener is going to try to do here is heal Alina and pull Alina out of the party at full health. Unfortunately, the hero went too fast on that turn and healed Alina before the damage came through. So he's going to try to pull Alina back out and heal her up again so she's out of the party at full health. So we're not going to be using Alina again until we're ready to do damage in the final phase with the 7th phase, because you need, number 1, her buffs up, and number 2, her full HP in case the final phase does wake up again. So now that's happened, he used the sword to sap again, and he's just kind of doing damage here with Ragnar and the hero to get through the phase.
Yeah, it's also really nice to have Lucia Coffin blocked in phase 6 because it has really high attack power.
Yes. So pretty much same thing with this one. Ideally, you get the sap with the Sword of Decimation off, as well as put him to sleep here. Nice first try sleep. So use the Sword of Decimation to sap, and start doing some damage here. So ideally, he wants to get Lucia out of the party as well here at full health, and get the hero back up to full health for the final phase. So he's going to just go ahead and pull Lucia out. She's pretty close to full health. And then he healed the hero. So now, just have to finish off the phase here with Ragnar and the hero.
The closer you can be to essentially full HP going into phase 7, the better you feel. Ragnar's a little low in HP here. So this might be a little scary, but we'll see what Necrosaro decides to do.
Yep, so we'll see if the sleep procs here. If the sleep procs, he can actually... Nope, he did not. Unfortunately, he's going to have to Ironize here for at least 3 Ironizes. So each Ironize wastes 3 turns, full turns. Necrosaro attacks twice per turn, so it's 6 attacks. per Iron Eyes. So what he's doing here is he's actually having the AI learn, specifically Ragnar, that he cannot use the Sword of Lethargy as an item against Necrosaro. So hopefully Ragnar does learn. If he does it 4 times, it's what, like a 92% chance that Ragnar will not use it as an item and actually attack. And so once he does, he's probably going to do 4 just to be safe here, and then he's going to start attacking. So hopefully Necrosaro goes to sleep before he does too much damage. Otherwise, things can go south pretty quickly.
Yeah, this is pretty much the scariest part of the entire speedrun as you go into phase 7 here and you're trying to attack and hopefully put him to sleep. Okay, freezing waves came out, so we've lost buffs on Hero, Ragnar, and Christo. And Christo dodges. Okay.
Well, but nice dodge.
But no sleep, so this is...
No sleep, but that was just... Yeah, nothing... No damage that turn. Oof.
Okay, waves are good now.
Waves are good because it's just a wasted turn.
Yeah, Necrosaro always
Double
does
waves.
2 actions in phase 7, so yeah, all these
that was
freezing
lucky.
waves is really lucky.
So we need Ragnar to hit a sleep here. Nice. Okay. So now he's going to use the sword, or he's going to heal up first just to be safer while he's asleep, and then he's going to use the Sword of Decimation here to sap.
First try, very nice.
First try.
Okay.
There's only a 42% chance to hit. So he's going to pull Alina out and start going in on damage. So Alina's our big damage dealer here with By-Kill and attacking twice.
Nice, yeah.
He's going to want to keep Necrosaro asleep, which Ragnar's doing good work there. And then Christo came out to do a little extra damage. Unfortunately, he cast Upper instead, but it's not a big deal. He's probably going to switch him out for Bray this next turn.
Yeah, so we can get our By-Kills restored.
Yeah, Bray can cast By-Kill back up on Ragnar and Hero. But things are looking pretty good right now. He's still asleep.
Time for Bray to lead us to victory.
Yep. He's awake. It didn't matter. GG.
GG to Diener. First place finisher. Very nice. Man, this is such a good time for a race.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, finishing under 6 hours, 15 minutes. I think that this is about as fast as we've seen anyone finish in our international community races. I think Linda has probably had maybe 1 race that finished about this fast. Really, really good. Great run from Diener, just solid the whole way through.
Very he had some good luck, he had some bad luck, and he played well. Yeah, now we got Ebby here now on Necrosaro. I'm interested to see. I guess he's still doing still a standard setup here. He did level up Bray a bunch in the grind. So Bray will have extra HP, I guess, for this fight.
Yeah, he's using transform.
Yeah. He transformed the hero into Bray. So now the hero can cast Bray's spells, which includes Sap and By-Kill. And look how much damage Alina just did.
So good,
wow.
Yeah. So this is the benefit of getting all those extra metal babbles is you can, let's see here, it's like, that was like a 613, 30-ish from Diener. You can have full control over some of those spells that ordinarily you'd be kind of relying on AI for. So yeah, you can transform into Christo, or you can transform into Bray. You can use Increase from Christo, or you can use the Sap spell from Bray. And Sap is actually better than using the Sword of Decimation. It reduces more defense.
Right. Yeah, he's just flying through these phases. Look how Alina doing like almost 400 damage each turn.
Yeah, this is huge damage. I love seeing ice spears in the menu in a Necrosaro fight.
Yeah. Get him, Lucia. It still doesn't stop Ragnar from waving the sword around.
Yeah, these damage numbers are unbelievable.
He's already in phase 6.
We'll switch the audio in a minute. We actually don't often get to see the credits and hear the ending music on these races, so we'll enjoy the victory music for a minute before we switch the audio back to somebody else.
Yeah, we got both Abukun and Linda approaching Necrosaro as well, so...
Yeah, they're both very close. They're whoever gets through this fight first might just depend on, you know, when Necrosaro falls asleep, when he doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay, Ebby going into phase 7. His hero is full health. Ragnar's looking pretty healthy, but maybe not quite as high as you'd like. Alright, also not asleep, so Ebby is also try out. Okay.
What?
Try out.
Z-Sword.
Using the Z-Sword, we're going to remove Necrosaro's bounce. We are not relying
Double
on Ragnar.
attack. Okay.
Ragnar uses the Aeolus shield. Good try, Ragnar. Okay, so Sap immediately removes all of Necrosaro's defense there. We are going to add Lucia in. Oh,
to heal here. He's just doing so much damage.
Lucia doing 48 with a normal attack.
Okay, there goes the buy kill. But he hasn't pulled out Alina yet, and Alina's going to be doing like 400 damage in a turn.
Yep, here she comes. Yeah, he's just not even scared of Necrosaro.
Okay, there's the freezing waves. Lina lost her buffs, but it doesn't matter at this point.
No, we're going to be doing plenty of damage. With Necrosaro having exactly 0 defense at this point, we are going to be able to keep up with it, no problem.
Okay, this could be a little scary if he does double...
Yeah, Icy Wind or something.
Yeah, if he did double Icy Wind, Lina could have died, but... And Ragnar.
Yeah, this is definitely still some damage, but...
Yeah.
It'd be nice if he fell
It's a little
asleep.
scary.
Okay, alright.
Okay, he's asleep.
That's it. That should be plenty to finish this out, yeah.
And a crit to finish him off for 199 damage.
That'll do.
GG.
GG, yeah.
That was pretty cool.
Alright. So, yeah. And, yeah, looks like Abukun and Linda are still very close. Linda is 1 phase ahead of Abukun, but... That's good. Very, very close. And, you know, again, kind of worth reiterating, Ebby is a Japanese runner. And, you know, finishing this game on this pace in a language that's not your first language, not easy.
Yeah, this is a great run. That Ebby's grind really turned it around.
Yeah, Ebby had such a cool Metal Babble grind using Bray with the Poison Needle. That was great. And then, yeah, all those extra babbles transforming into Bray in the Necrosaro fight.
Yeah. I have seen
cool.
that before, but yeah, it's just so much damage. All right, they're both in phase 3 right here. So, again, this is like one of the more dangerous phases. Looks like Linda got through it. So it looks like both of them have the more standard setups like Diener was doing in his Necrosaro fight. Nice job, Lucia. Cast defense. So Linda's going to do the same thing, figure out where Necrosaro is in this one. Unfortunately, he was in a bad spot here, so he's probably going to have to cast Iron Eyes a second time. He can do 1 turn safely. And if he puts in the sleep, yeah, that's fine.
Very nice.
Yep. So he did the trick again where you pull out Alina, so Alina doesn't attack, but then the turn doesn't fully resolve. So you get Ragnar to transfer to change the phase with a chance to proc sleep here at the end, which it didn't happen, but it is definitely nice when it happens. So probably similar deal here. He's probably going to want to eventually pull Lena out of the party. Yep, which he did. Healed her up and get Necrosaro sapped here and set up here for the final phase. Okay, kind of asleep. Good shape there.
Ragnar
Abakine
has
is
broken the 300 HP barrier for Linda, so that's always nice.
I saw that. Yeah, Abakine is not too far behind, so it could come down to the final phase. If sleep procs into the final phase for Abakine, he could actually still beat Linda here. But Linda's looking pretty good.
Yeah, looking really nice so far. Everything's going really well. And yeah, one phase ahead of Abakine exactly.
It's nice to get Necrosaro asleep in this phase and Ragnar not throwing his sword around.
Yeah, it is really
so you
nice.
can heal up here.
You don't
but
really want to spend
unfortunately,
a lot of extra time in
Yeah.
phase 6 because it is pretty dangerous.
Yeah, he's going to pull Lucia here to heal. And unfortunately, she did not do that.
Yeah, trying to play it safe here with the parry. That makes sense. There we go. Yeah, Lucia's a little bit like Healy, where she's gonna have parameters where she heal like a lot of the time, but not guaranteed. She might decide to do other things sometimes. It can be a little rough to rely on her completely.
He's going to do that again. Fortunately, he's not slept at all, so he hasn't been able to use the sword as that decimation to sap him. Okay, now he's finally asleep, but he's also probably pretty close to the phase change at this point. Okay, get Ragnar healed up. All right. Last phase, so we'll see if sleep procs again. If it does, there's a chance you can skip the Ironize part of this phase. No.
Oh, we receive
So
more
we'll see
Iron
again.
Eyes.
Yep, at least 3 more Ironize, probably 4. So this is the chance that Abakine has to catch up if it does proc for him. Yep. So he's also having some issues here in phase 6, not playing too nicely. He pulled Lucia out again to do some healing. All right, entering phase 6. So we'll see if it procs here. You'll see the bounce cast, and then you'll see if there's a text box after that. That means he's asleep. He's asleep.
Ooh.
Okay, this could be it. Linda's actually in attacking now, so depending how this goes. Oh, wow.
This is really
You got
close.
the slap first try. They're both attacking here. They're all in. Linda has not gotten the sword to land, though. Okay, there it goes.
Wow, this is just like a damage race. And Abakine wins.
He did it. Yeah. Wow. Congrats to Abugi.
All right.
He got the luck he needed on that final phase and just did it. Wow.
And Linda so close behind right here.
Yeah. GG to
There it
Linda.
is. Yeah, it's probably even closer than we see on the restream here because my capture of Linda is a little bit behind.
Oh yeah.
But
I wonder what they actually are. They could be tied.
Yeah, I wonder. I'm
They'll
looking.
probably split at the ends, right? Their timers will stop.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Japanese restream. Abukun is walking away from Master Dragon a little bit before Linda. So I think Abukun did still win, but wow, it was close.
Okay. Wow, yeah. All right. Meanwhile, we got Moko here on the fight as well. Looks like I had to do some extra setup here through phase 2 because it couldn't get it to work out in phase 1. Sometimes, like, Alina will crit and you get through phase 1 too quickly, and so you don't have time to set up the increases and buy kills. Phase 3 here.
11-second difference.
Wow. Wow.
All
That
right.
come from behind in that fight, dude. Is the full phase behind.
Yeah. That how long it takes you to land the Sword of Decimation. Sometimes that's. I think that was pretty much the factor there.
Yeah, it took Linda a couple extra turns after Iron Eyes to do that. Ooh. All right, so we got Moko here. Get through phase 4. So again, you have to be careful with that phase just because of the freezing waves. You don't want that to happen on your team. So you lose all the buffs that you worked hard for in the first couple phases to set up. So if you get like in a bad like pattern in phase 4, sometimes it can like troll you and like get into the spot where the Necrosaro will meditate and heal, and then you got to do all the attacking again and make sure you skip the freezing waves turn. It's kind of rare that that happens, but you do have to be careful about it.
Yeah, I really like that point that Snowfire made in the chat there. Yeah, well, the times we're seeing, the top times we're seeing here, like 6:13, 6:18, these were world record times, maybe like 7 years ago,
Yeah.
and it felt like, so risky and unlikely to try to get a run that fast, and now we have kind of these developed strats to. We have several runners in a race setting who are managing to get under, 6:20, 6:30.
Yeah, and 3 of those top times were all the NES version. So
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, really cool. Definitely, it's been really cool to just see, especially these last few years, as far as kind of like the race safe strats, what people have come up with, and how good they've gotten at this. It's a different game for a race or a marathon than it was several years ago, I think.
yeah, for sure. All right, we got another 300 HP Ragnar there on Moko's stream. Getting set up here for this final phase, pulling Lucia out, using the Sword of Decimation. So again, entering this final phase, if sleep procs, you'd be able to jump right into the decimation. Nope, unfortunately not. Gonna have to ironize here. Yeah, so far we've had good results with Necrosaro. This fight can actually go south pretty quickly in this last phase. If, say, sleep doesn't proc and Necrosaro uses his Icy Wind 2 turns in a row, or with both attacks, you can just wipe yourself out extremely quickly.
Yeah,
there's not much you can do about it.
When it goes badly, it usually goes badly very quickly.
Yeah.
But yeah, so far so good. We haven't had too many like really friendly ones, but no one who's had to really scramble to get through the last phase.
All right, so he pulled Lucia out here. No, that was Lucia. That's oh yeah, it was Lucia. Lucia's in the third spot.
Yep.
To heal Ragnar, because Ragnar was already low. Fortunately, Lucia is going to take some hits here, but no, Ragnar used the sword.
Yeah, this is
as an
bad.
item. So this is a bad spot.
It's trying to think about, do I ironize? Choosing not to.
Okay,
So.
use the freezing waves. So fortunately, he has a good chance to sleep here. Nope.
Still awake. And Ragnar is still flinging the Sword of Lethargy.
He's using the dew on the hero. Unfortunately, Ragnar's out. He's probably gonna have to use the leaf on him.
Yeah, gonna bring out Christo.
Yep.
Okay, more freezing waves. Freezing waves are a pretty good thing to see at this point, but okay, Necrosaro finally falls asleep.
Okay, good. So he could, let's see. Christo should, no, he'll use Vivify though.
Yeah.
Healed. Okay. Does he not have a leaf? Okay, it hit.
Vivify hit. That's good. Let's see if we can come back. This is the scrambling I was talking about.
Yep, this is definitely the scrambling. It's like get him to sleep, and then scramble to recover your party, and then go back in here, hopefully. So we need to both get him to sleep and land a Sword of Decimation to sap him.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, you got the sword.
Okay,
the sword
asleep. We have a sword.
Okay, so we should be able to...
Back to sleep. All right, cool. This is looking actually pretty good. It's a nice recovery.
Yeah. Bring Alina out now and start doing damage.
So Alina does still have her buffs because she was in the wagon for those freezing waves. So she's doing good damage here. And yeah, bringing Bray out here to see if we can replenish some bike kills. And we do get some.
Nice. Good damage. We're looking really good now. Yeah. He should have it this turn.
There you go.
GG. Yeah, that's it. Definitely a very good example of where it can start going wrong and you like scramble a bit. And it's like, okay, we just made it back. All right, back to it and go.
Yeah, that was pretty scary.
Yeah.
It's got basically like just enough sleep luck and was able to recover it, but it was very scary when Ragnar died there.
Yeah. I'm guessing he must have used a leaf earlier because that was definitely a spot to use it in.
Yeah, it might have happened. I know that for me, sometimes I end up using my leaf in that Rat and Vice fight if it doesn't go very well. And don't go out of my way to replenish it.
Yeah.
But that's good. Yeah, Mokopoid will take 5th.
Nice. All right, looks like we got a little bit of a break before the next Necrosaro.
Yeah, we had definitely a good Necrosaro rush there for a little bit. I'm sure it'll happen again before we're done.
All right, looks like what? Mr. Holmes here is pretty close to entering the castle. He's getting his Sword of Lethargy for Ragnar. Don't forget to equip it. Alright, he's going to do one last save here before the ends. So the reason he's actually putting Lucia in the party here is so if he does have to reset, the repel glitch will still be active. It's just a short walk from like the shrine to the Necrosaro castle, but you know, you still can get encounters there. Yep, looks like we got error on the boss rush still, as well as Kuma soon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Trying to think about who is kind of next to bring on. Probably Error and YY are both looking kind of even.
Oh, you got error up already?
Oh yeah, you're right. Well, let me see if I can find YY. Might not be easy.
Yeah, it's the way of speedrunning, right? The times will always be beaten if there's someone willing to put in the work.
Yeah, for sure. In a game like this, like the level you could go to is way beyond anything we've really seen, even today.
Yeah. Even with like our current strategies.
All right, I'm gonna see if we can capture this YY video. He is only streaming on Nico, so we'll see how it looks.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've been on Nico, but at least they the website's a little bit better than it used to be. It's like you can actually like easily make the video bigger and chat's a little bit better. Get a great ride on here on Mr. Holmes' stream. You don't see those guys too often.
Okay, don't be too alarmed when the whole screen becomes a Nico window.
Yeah, Tonic. The Nico used to be pretty limiting on their bandwidth as well. Even like the number of people who could watch streams, like they would have like a limit on how many people could watch a stream. So like if you didn't join immediately, it would kick you out. And then you get kicked out anyway because it would like reset the video like every 30 minutes because it would always favor people who had subscribed to Nico. So it's pretty difficult to watch back in the day. All right, looks like Mr. Holmes here is about to start his Necrosaro fight.
Yeah, looks like he's actually a little bit ahead of Kumasun, because Kumasun still has to fight at least Inferno Shadow.
Yep. Yeah, it's actually kind of rare that you get encounters on the way up to Necrosaro. It's like a pretty low encounter rate, but it is possible.
Yeah,
it's even possible to get an encounter on the square where you encounter Necrosaro, which is very unfortunate.
Yeah, it's really rough. Both the Necrosaro and Esterk fights start when you walk onto the tile in front of them, but you can get an encounter, and the encounter triggers first, and then after that you automatically go into the boss fight.
Yeah.
I know Mr. Holmes likes to joke that he gets so many encounters on this kind of mountain walking up to Necrosaro that he calls this the Mr. Holmes encounter zone.
He is getting a bunch of them.
He's showing it off, yeah. I don't think
Yeah.
anyone else got two like that.
So Mr. Holmes did actually get to show off a little bit of another glitch that we didn't really talk about is the heal us kind of glitch, where it's in both versions of the game. So if Krista knows heal us, you can actually kind of convert it to a heal us all for free. Well, not for free, but at the cost of a heal us cast. If you first open your party ordering menu and you start to order it, you back out, and then you go to Christo and cast heal us. And what will happen is it actually will cast the heal us all on your full party. So you can get full heal on everybody at a pretty cheap cost.
Yeah.
But obviously you can only do that out of combat.
It's pretty nice though, yeah. Holmes has a couple things going on here. So he killed a King Metal and an extra Metal Babble at the end of the final cave, so he's got really high levels.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I think maybe higher than Ebby had. And he still has that Meteorite Armband equipped. So you saw he cast Fen Spell on Necrosaro at the beginning of turn 1, and Christo was actually able to cast Increase on turn 1. So a little bit of a leg up just to start the fight, still having that armband. Got both of his increases, and looking pretty good. Wants to do a little bit more damage here, and then he'll bring out a Ghost, bring out Bray, get his bike kills.
He's going to need to get the sword up as well, right?
Yeah, I think he still needs to reduce defense. Well, maybe.
Yeah. I think you can do it this way. It's just can be a little slower.
Yeah, it's a narrower window to get Bray to cast by kill if you haven't reduced his defense.
Right.
Because yeah, Bray's whole decision making is a function of your attack power, his defense, and his HP. But he also hasn't done very much damage to him yet.
That hero name is getting me though.
Yeah. Baramos Gonus, why not? Named after everyone's favorite DQ3 boss. But yeah, it is interesting that he's not reducing Necrosaro's defense.
Okay, there's a by kill. Okay.
Got it on hero. Parrying, doesn't really want to hit the phase over until Alina gets her by kill. And there it is. Okay. No, worked just fine.
Yeah, it works.
Like I said, it's a little tighter. You can see how close he was to shifting over the phase there.
Yeah, for sure.
Looks like Error's having a little bit of a harder Radam Vice fight down here. Christo died.
Yeah. Alina's out. I've got his stream up actually too. I'm looking at that.
Oh yeah.
Alina's about to die.
Alina dies right there.
Goes.
Yep, there she went.
There she goes.
I think he does have. Is Ragnar Fendragged?
I think so.
Looks like he is. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he is. So he can get this done.
Yeah, he'll finish this out. You can stay ahead of Radam Vice's regeneration with Hero and Ragnar.
Just a little slow.
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't really talked about YY at all because I wasn't capturing his stream because it was on Nico, but YY at least used to and might still had the record for the Famicom version.
Yeah, I believe it still does.
Yeah, I think probably still does. I haven't heard about it. Oh, Fundosi now. Okay.
Oh, Fundosi. Okay. Yeah, that's right. YY had to be 4 Fundosi. Yeah, Fundosi got it like around the pandemic time, I think. Yeah, cool to see YY also playing on the NES version.
Yeah, totally. It's awesome to have so many of the Japanese runners playing on the English version.
Yeah, Kuma as well.
I've actually been meaning to check to see if Linda Nushi submitted that sub 6 to speedrun.com, because I'd like to actually see that on the leaderboard.
Oh, yeah. It looks like Mr. Holmes here is... Things are going mostly to plan here. Just kind of have to be careful with Lucia here. Oh, she healed herself. Setting up for that final phase again.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Holmes so far. I think everything's going according to plan. And he's got so much HP from those like extra 4 levels he got from the medals.
Yeah. Oh, a rare day-night cast from Kumasun.
Very nice. You love to see it. Wants to.
Oh, he's gonna go buy the sword here. Yeah.
Yep, comes to Stancia at night so we can see the nighttime weapon shop.
All right, Mr. Holmes entering the final phase here. We're gonna see if the sleep will proc here. If not, we're gonna see some more ironizing.
Nope. More ironizing.
Yep.
Yeah, talking about kind of the version differences in the rule set here. There are a few things that the Famicom players are not allowed to do. Throwing holy waters on metal enemies is the biggest one for sure. Otherwise, there are some glitches that the Famicom version has that the NES version doesn't. It's quite a few of them. There's like one that overflows when you try to run away a bunch of times and activates the chance ability where you can critical hit every turn. There's an overflow glitch to get unlimited casino coins. There's a glitch to grab the balloon early and do a sequence break.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are others I'm forgetting. There's one where you use the world map to glitch out big doors in the final cave and do a sequence break.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I don't know if that does that save time, and could that save time? Maybe.
I think
right.
so.
Mr. Holmes is attacking here. I don't think he went to sleep. He pulled out. Oh, he did sleep. Okay. Pulled out Lucia here to do some healing. Woke up. Back to sleep.
Nice. This is looking
Good.
great.
All right. Do your thing, Alina. So one thing I don't remember if we mentioned, but if Alina is bi-killed, when you're bi-killed in this game, you actually cannot do critical hits. So while Alina she can do a lot more damage consistently, but she cannot critical hit. Easy peasy. Stay asleep.
Very nice. Yep. GG Holmes. Great, now I have to find somebody else with audio.
Oh, yeah. No, air is almost there.
Yeah, we can switch to errors.
Yeah, we're getting about halfway through the group here. We still haven't even hit 7 hours, so.
Yeah, we're having a lot of really strong racers today. This is great. Okay, let's see. What's Holmes' time gonna be? Holmes still getting a sub 7. I know that when he and I were talking about this, he really just wanted to try to complete under 7 hours with his route there, and he definitely got it.
Yep, very nice.
Yeah, really good.
Yeah, so it looks like Air actually chose to bring Coffin block to Coffin block for Alina. Oh no. Yeah, Ragnar died there.
Yep.
This is actually Coffin.
This is how I like to do it too, is Coffin block
Yeah.
Alina as you walk through the palace. It's mostly helpful just have that extra party member alive to protect against the sleep breath from those guardians.
Right.
But it's not a huge thing for sure.
Yep, we got YY here starting up the fight.
Yeah, so it does look like YY is up next.
Oh man. So Kuma is also demonstrating to us why it's also can be dangerous to bring Christo in the final castle here.
Yes,
If you
indeed.
get those imposters and they transform into Christo, they can cast defeat on you. So
Yeah, you never want to see Christos double. It's terrifying.
no, very terrifying. Fortunately, it takes two runaways to have a chance at seeing that, but 2 failed runs.
Yeah, looks like we'll have a couple Necrosaros on screen here with YY, Error, and Umasu not too far behind.
It's really weird to see the Japanese runner in the corner here playing on English and the American runner here in the other corner playing on Japanese.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, it's part of what's cool about this this event. It kind of gives you a chance to try it out, show it off. But yeah, that is pretty fun to see. YY here in phase 3. Necrosaro did cast Beat, but fortunately it didn't land, but it's been a little scary. Alright, makes it through.
Yep. They're not too far behind. Probably not a get lucky on the final phase amount behind, but
yeah, something would probably have to sort of go wrong for YY.
Yeah. Kuma is actually pretty close to Air as well, actually. He might have a chance.
Yeah, the two of them are probably close enough. Kumasun trying to recover some MP, it looks like.
Yep.
Christo's at 90. He's checking. Oh, Bray does not have Bykill.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that might be a problem. So he's not recovering MP. He's trying to get a little bit more experience for Bray. That's what that is. It's going to take a fight. Not a position you really want to be in, but and unlike Holmes cannot find an encounter down here.
There are encounters out here. I swear.
Probably questioning. Like, I thought there were encounters
Okay.
here. But... Okay, 2 Flamma Dogs is actually pretty friendly.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Oh, yeah, Crystal can defeat him. Not bad at all.
This is good. I'm not sure I've ever seen anyone take a fight up here. Well, still needs more.
Yeah.
At least he realized before he went in the fight.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's still winnable without it, but it definitely makes it a lot harder.
Definitely scarier. It's slower.
Yeah. Right. Meanwhile, looks like they're going pretty well for YY here.
Yeah, so far so good. Cruise through phase 4. Phase 5 is looking pretty standard. Oh, actually,
his Lucy is dead. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not.
Did
great.
not see that. Yeah.
But bringing her out, he might. Yeah, he's gonna leave her. That makes sense.
Yep.
Sorry, my Nico keeps buffering, but there's nothing I can do about it.
No, it's good we get to see it at all. Yeah, actually, Air is kind of starting to catch up. Okay, well, we have an alive Nara, thanks to Christo.
Hi, Nara.
Yep. Yeah, when things go a little sideways like that, you're like, you think it's like, okay, I'll just do this and this, and then, oops, I didn't mean to do that. Christo revives Nara.
Yep.
Oops, looks like we lost it.
Yep. Hey, Holmes, welcome in. GG.
Yeah, I guess.
Hey, you finished under 7.
Yeah, GG.
I'm not sure if I was on the screen during chapters 1 and 2, which was no fault of my own. A complete disaster.
Yeah, you were on there a little bit, but yeah, you definitely had a pretty slow start, unfortunately.
Well, my Alina had 38 strength at level 11, so
yeah,
that didn't help.
We had a few runners who had Alina's with really low strength who had a lot of trouble with the tournament. Actually, you definitely were not alone in suffering there.
I mean, the tournament was fine. I just had to save scum levels, and that took forever.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But yeah, congrats on finishing it out, and yeah, still a 6th place time out of 15. Not bad.
I can't I'm great. Very happy about that. Today was the first time I failed to run from a battle for 6 turns. That was cool.
Ooh, if you're gonna do that, it has to be like a king slime or something like that.
No, it was 2 steps before the gunpowder jar. I got cowered by were-tigers over and over and over and over again.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
And so that cost me 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, Linda died to Estric, which was pretty rough. So it's not the worst thing that happened down there. Oops, Zaitorek is gonna try to get some babbles at the end of the cave here.
So you got my message about what happened in the final cave?
Yeah, we heard about it in the chat here. Someone mentioned that you got the Metal King in the babble there. That was cool.
Well, yeah, I got the Metal King and 2 Metal Babbles and was 1 HP away from killing a 3rd one. So hero learned transform. That was interesting.
Yeah, we saw some good transform strats from Ebby, actually. Was transforming into Bray. It was cool.
Ooh, is that Turiak?
Sorry, I lost YY's stream
Okay,
for a second.
YY's
There,
back
we're
now.
back. Yeah.
Okay. It was been gone for a little bit.
But, okay.
Looks like YY's hero is dead. Oh, Christo,
Yeah. Nice. All right.
Oh,
GG to YY.
all right, GG.
Sorry we missed some of that phase 7. But that'll do it.
All right. Arrow's now in the phase as well. It's ironizing.
All right, so YY will take 7th. Very nice.
He's playing Dragon Warrior 4, not Dragon Quest 4.
Oh, you're right. It's very hard to know in advance what people are going to do. I didn't expect this much cross-language playing for sure.
Yeah. All right, looks like Air's about to start going here. Yep. Okay, freezing waves.
Freezing waves.
Attack.
Yeah,
Or that's
that's pretty bad.
fire breath. Okay.
Not asleep. Yeah, this is rough.
Okay.
Okay, no, this is nice. Got the sword of
Okay.
decimation.
Got the sword. So he's Necrosaro is probably towards the end of his sleep cycle, so there's a good chance he's gonna wake up here pretty soon. Oh, stay asleep. So he's definitely gonna wake up this next turn. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Okay.
Ooh, that's gonna hurt.
Oh man,
That's really
not
bad.
good. Ooh, alright. Lena's out. Ragnar and
Okay,
Hero are
got
still
him back to sleep.
alive. He's got a leaf.
Bring in Christo.
Okay. Probably not then.
Okay, back to sleep. Good. He's
Alright.
maybe just going for damage. He knows he's close. There's not much else he can do.
Come on, Christo.
Stop waking up, Necrosaro.
Christo, please.
There we go.
Okay.
Good thing Shimura knows Vivify.
Yep. Alright, pulling Bray in. Alright, he's keeping him asleep enough. Alright, he's looking pretty good now. Nice crit. And GG.
Whew. That was that one got a little scary for sure.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the reason that happened is because Necrosaro can only sleep for, what's the maximum of? He
Yeah.
wakes up on the 4th turn
Yeah, we'll wake up on the
automatically.
3rd turn. Yeah, so, oh no, you're right, because
Well,
it's 25, 50%, 75, 100%.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, for each turn. So he brought Alina in on the 3rd turn there in his sleep cycle, so it was likely that he was going to wake up immediately and start doing damage, so he needed to get that sleep procced, and unfortunately it did not proc. So that's why he got some big damage done there, but after that he got the sleep he needed, and Christo finally vivified.
Yeah, at least Vivify worked eventually.
Yeah, or Tremora.
Chamorro.
Vivified
You're right,
and-
Chamorro.
Yep, sorry.
That's good.
Yeah, we are still like 100% success rate on Necrosaro so
Yeah,
far.
no one's died to the final boss yet. Hopefully that keeps up. That'd be nice. Okay. Very nice. GG to error.
Looks like Kuma here is working his way through phase 5. It's being a little trolly here, not going to sleep. And Ragnar's not attacking either, so that does not help. It should be okay. Should be able to Lucia heal Hero and Hero heal Lucia. Ragnar's still waving that sword around. There we go. Oh, fortunately the sword decimation failed, so it's got the high success rate on this, which is around 82% chance, I think, to work on this phase. There it goes. Oh, Lucia helped out. Oop. There we go. Looking good now. Alright, so phase 6 here. Looking to pull Lucia out here pretty quick, yep. First turn, pulled Lucia out, got him to sleep. Looking good here. Here's the sword. Alright, do some damage. Get him back to sleep, hopefully. Ooh. Good. Heal Ragnar back up. Yep, get the hero also healed up. Going to phase 7 here is topped up as you can. Yep. Yeah, again, we'll look for that sleep proc here in the final phase. So far, we've only had one. It is a
Yeah.
1 out of around a 1 out of 3 chance.
He hasn't been very sleepy today, really.
No.
Alright,
One more Iron Eyes probably.
Yeah, this is probably the last one. And then I will say that Kumasun, with these HPs kind of coming into phase 7, might be in the best shape of just about anyone we've seen.
Yeah.
It's kind of nice to be able to take a couple extra attacks if you need to before he falls asleep.
Okay. No sleep. Okay, got him to sleep.
Yeah, that's good.
Good job, Ragnar.
We've lost some buffs, but that's pretty normal. We expect that.
Land the sword here, hopefully. So in this phase is actually the lower percent chance, like a 41% chance to land the sword.
Mm-hmm.
Compared to the other phases. But you got it first try. Looks good. Pulled Lena out.
Lena is out. She's attacking. Ragnar is getting critical hits.
Yeah. Even better.
That's great. Okay, he did wake up there, so this is a little scary.
Did not sleep.
He's gonna want Alina to get out of the front for sure. Fortunately, she's feeling fast. Great. Really nice turn from him there.
Yeah, there's a wasted turn. Sleep. Okay, good. Pull Lena back out. Start doing some more damage. So pull Bray out to cast by kill. Woke back up. But he should be okay.
There we
Yep,
go. GG.
That did it. GG.
Cool, yeah. With Kumasun, you could kind of tell, didn't have that much familiarity with the English version. Was really taking his
Yeah.
time through some of those menus just to make sure he didn't pick the wrong item.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing as I was watching.
But
Better to do the right thing on Necrosaro than try to speed through it and accidentally do the wrong thing.
yeah, definitely. That was good. Didn't make any mistakes that I saw, so that was nice.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on Rashidia Stars? Here we go. Okay.
Whoa, what was that? It's like somebody spilled jam all over the screen.
Yeah, that was someone's spray paint. Oh, it keeps happening.
Nope.
Hmm. Is this on my end? I don't think this is.
No, I don't think it would be. Is that Twitch or is it YouTube or something?
I'm trying to look to see if it's happening on the other restream.
I guess it could be VLC if you're using that.
Yeah, it is VLC. Oh, well, it
Yeah.
seems like it's going away. I don't know.
I've seen weird things like that on VLC before. Looks like we got Sartoriak and Countess here as well.
Both going through the boss rush now. I think Sartoriak is on his last fight of the boss rush.
Okay. A little scary there, Sartoriak there, but all 3 expels hit, so. Yeah, it looks like where is he? Here is still trying to do the setup with Bray. Hasn't gotten a by-kill cast on Alina yet.
Yep. It's not great when you end up having to do it here in Phase 2, just because Phase 2 has less max HP, so the window for Bray to do it is a little bit narrower, but you can usually get it if you're really careful.
Did he put Alina to sleep?
He sure did. Yep.
Okay. I've not seen that before.
Doesn't want her to do too much damage, I guess, but wants her to
Yeah,
get by kill.
yeah. I mean, that's a cool idea.
Yeah. Alright, well, we're going into Phase 3, whether we're ready or not.
Yep.
This happens. It's not like a huge deal, necessarily, but you just have to play the fight a little more carefully.
Yeah, it's better to have more party members out for this phase because you got those beat spells that'll come out.
Yeah. Rashidia is trying to reduce his defense here, which this phase is resistant to it, but it is also really nice if you get it.
Yeah, and it's probably more worth it if Alina doesn't have by kill.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, beat did not land, thankfully.
Yeah, and Lucia reduces defense, which is that'll work.
All right, it needs to sleep.
Yeah, looking good. Cool. So that's Zaitoriak going into Necrosaro's palace.
And unfortunately, Rosalia here is on the bad cycle of patterns here, so they had to Iron Eyes the second time to get past the freezing waves.
Yeah. It happens. I know in theory you could count the number of rounds that have passed by the time you got into phase 4, but I don't know anyone who's ever actually done that.
Yeah. Definitely not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be wrong and then lose all your buffs.
Yep.
Although I know that Calnus likes to just take his chance that he's not going to get the 1 in 6, be on the wrong.
Yeah, just keep attacking. Yeah. If you put him to sleep anyway, it doesn't matter.
Right. We have Shiner going out of his way. You don't see this too
Get
much.
the water flying clothes.
Yep, grabbing the water
Yeah.
flying clothes. That's cool. He's
That's
also
a
got
nice thing
sword
for
edge
Bray.
armor. Yeah. Shiner's got some
Yeah.
interesting armors here. Oh, Shiner has Doran. Uh-oh. That's probably not on
Oops.
purpose. Yeah, we haven't really talked about it. So, our runners here have Lucia in the final battle. And Lucia's great because she has more MP than you'll ever use, and she has the heal all spell and defense, which are all really helpful. And so we actually don't return her to Zenithia Castle the way the game intends you to, and we don't pick up the final guest, who is Doran, the baby dragon. But if you accidentally go into Zenithia Castle with Lucia in your party, she will leave permanently. And then you end up with Doran, who's... It's not like you can't win with Doran, but Lucia's just so helpful in the final boss fight.
Yeah, and you basically have to replace Lucia with Christo, and that's not ideal either.
Yeah.
Yep, things are looking good for Resilia here. Probably one of the smoothest phase 5s we've seen.
Yeah. Phase 5 and 6 are kind of interesting because often they're pretty relatively straightforward. Like, all Necrosaro can do is physical attacks and Scorching Gas, but sometimes the damage is just a lot.
And you end up like spending a lot of time healing instead of
Yeah. And phase 6 especially, if he's not really asleep, maybe he's just doing a bunch of damage to you and you can't, have good health going into phase 7, which is kind of frustrating.
Yep.
But he's being pretty nice for Rashidia here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, basically like a perfect phase 6, really. Couldn't be better.
More Iron Ices.
Alright, and here we have Zaitoriak climbing the mountain. Will be next in the Necrosaro fight. Duke Mallistos is actually one of the worst monsters to see at the end because they have the beat spell.
Yeah. You don't usually see them too often, but
Yeah,
definitely don't want to see them.
No, yeah, one of those monsters that can very suddenly everything is fine and then it's not.
Yep.
Ooh, man, Zytoric has some pretty high levels here. He is going to have to adjust some equipment for sure. It looks like he does have the demon armor as a backup, which we were talking about earlier.
Yep.
He's looking at his tables and thinking, well, if I just unequip Ragnar's shield or change his shield or unequip his hat, is that better? He wants to get the highest defense he can with also kind of like bringing Ragnar below the defense threshold with his HP where Krista will still cast increase twice. It's kind of a delicate thing. So what you can do is kind of play with it in that you can have Ragnar equip the demon armor, which gives him more defense than his dragon mail. But then you can like
Right.
remove a helmet or something to kind of dial it in exactly where you want it.
All right, looks like Reza here's got Necrosaro asleep, but not sapped yet.
Wakes up very quickly. Okay, nice.
Back to sleep.
And sapped, very good.
All right. Also beginning of the sleep cycle here, so he's in pretty good shape.
Yeah, Lena's doing good damage. Ragnar and Hero both don't have
Yeah,
buy
lost
kill.
their buy kills.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he's awake for this one. Yeah, this is evacuate Alina. Good. That's a scary way to do it, because she will often outturn Necrosaro, but not always.
Yeah, and then you basically lose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, putting Lena in
Get
the
him
front
loose here.
there is pretty scary to me.
Yeah.
I'm surprised to see so many people do it.
Yeah, I definitely don't like it.
Okay, we've lost Lucia. He is still awake. Just wondering if he can save Ragnar and the hero here. It's pretty scary.
Yeah, you gotta get lucky. Well, that's one part of the luck.
Let's see waves one more time. Come on.
Oh,
Perfect.
yeah.
Okay, alright. So we can
Wow.
get healed. That's exactly the
Okay.
turn we needed. Ragnar did not
Still
get
not
any sleep.
asleep, though. And you gotta attack again.
Yeah, it's tough. All that damage we did earlier when Alina's out's disappearing to regenerated health now. Come on, go
Come
to
on.
sleep.
Oh, man.
We don't have Lucia to be able to heal, so we could bring Christo out to heal, maybe. See you, Ragnar.
Okay, Ragnar down.
Yeah, too slow on that heal wall, unfortunately.
He needs somebody else out there. He's gonna have to bring Christo out, probably.
Yeah, Christo is the only way to win this fight. We need Christo, and then we need some lucky Vivifies, probably.
Not a good spot here. Oh, we brought Alina out. Wow.
Maybe just go in for it. Alina in front is interesting.
Nice
Okay.
dodge. They put
Okay.
him to sleep. Wow.
So if we have him asleep and Alina has buy kill, she can stay ahead of his regen for sure.
He's
Oh,
still got a leaf. Yeah.
oh wow, I kind of surprised we didn't use the leaf on Lucia when she died, but okay,
Yeah. All right. All right. We're in good spot again.
that's good. We can win from here.
Somehow. Wake up. Back
Okay.
to sleep.
Nice.
Okay.
There we go. GG.
GG. Wow. that was scary. He got really lucky on that turn. He pulled Lena out. But it worked.
That was that was a scary one. And that is the last of our Japanese runners, rounding out the top 10.
Now we got 4 people left, it looks like.
Yep.
All right, Cytorex into the fight already. Looks like he got his setup. Lena's spy killed, Hero's spy killed. Oh, increase. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's never fun. This is when you wish you talked to Master Dragon and powered up the Zenithian sword.
Yeah. Yeah, the worst part about that in this phase is you can still use the Sword of Decimation to sap, but unfortunately it's still the lower chance to land, so it's the 41%.
Yep.
And in the meantime, he's just doing the bad spells.
Whatever he wants, yeah.
Yeah, putting you to sleep.
Sometimes Lucia bails you out by casting defense here. Another reason to have Lucia in the fight.
Yeah. And there's pretty much nothing you can do, especially if, I mean, it's the only time where Alina not being bi-killed might help if she gets some crits, but you don't want to count on that. Everybody, okay, woke back up. All right, he got the sap off, so. Thankfully, with Necrosaro, only the final phase regens. So whatever damage you do in these other phases, it all counts.
Yeah, phase 3 can be pretty tough because it does have the maximum HP for any monster in the game at 1,000. Was it 1,024? Like that.
23.
23.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's a lot to go through in this phase. But Cytorex did get through it. Didn't make it easy, but got through it.
Yep. Nobody died, so.
Right. It's all you can really ask. And we do see Countess going into his Necrosaro fight.
Yep.
And it's good to remember, you know, Countess got to the end of chapter 1 playing the Famicom version, and then his game froze.
Yeah, that's right.
And so had to...
So it's like, what, 20, 25 minutes or something like that?
Yeah, he was somewhere between 25 and 30 minutes when that happened. And so started completely over playing the NES version. So his 7:30 here is more like a 7-hour, if you just count that, without the unfortunate game crashing.
Yep. Phase 5 here is being a little trolly here for Cytorex. He needs to get the sap off here so that Ragnar will start attacking again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There we go.
Yeah, should be okay from here. Just gonna go ahead and get Alina out, get her healed. Yeah, so the party order thing is kind of interesting when you're changing characters in and out. It's the turn order is based on the agility of the party member who comes in. So when you want Alina to leave late in the turn, you switch her with Talune, who's at level 1 and has like no agility, and then you have a pretty good chance to Hero can cast heal on her, and then she'll leave in the wagon. She'll probably be completely full HP when she comes back in later.
Yep.
It's one of the reasons I don't like to have the armband in this fight, even if I had it in the run, because then you can't do that trick.
Yeah,
Have
it's definitely
enough
like one of my
disparity.
favorite little little tricks to do. It's like, oh yeah, we're just manipulating how the battle system works and the switching just to get Lena perfectly set up for the final phase.
Yeah, often your success in phase 7 really comes down to Elena. Like, you got bike kill on her, you got stiletto earrings. You hope that, by having her have a bunch of HP, she can take some hits if she has to, and just keep dealing damage.
Lucia, don't attack. Ugh. Okay, he's
All right.
asleep.
This is good.
Worked out in the end.
Taking Lucia out. Gonna keep Hero Coffin blocked. Hero can be the healer for the rest of phase 6 here. Or
Yep, very nice.
not even necessary.
We got another 300 HP Ragnar.
Yeah, so many people have just gotten a bunch of extra medals at the end of the game here, but Cyturek was very diligent about making sure Ragnar's defense wasn't too high. Oh, starting asleep. Very nice.
Ooh, oh, nice, nice. This is our second one. That did not work.
Cyturek is, he came in here, Ragnar and Hero both have full HP, Necrosaro is asleep. If he can get this sword off, he'll be in great shape for phase 7.
Woke up. Nope. 3 misses.
Not too bad. Okay, well, we're gonna Ironize. That passed 3 turns, but we'll Ironize at least 2 more times, probably 3 more times.
Yep. Meanwhile, Countess over here is working for phase 4. He's got Bray out for some reason.
He sure does.
I didn't. Does he have Lucia? Because I didn't see.
I don't know. I haven't seen.
I don't think I've seen her yet. Maybe he does, but
Switch Ray for Christo. Oh no, he's got her.
Alright.
He's got her.
oh, okay, good. There you. All right. So Turek's now attacking. Ooh. All right, he needs to put him to sleep here.
Really nice heal from
Okay,
Lucia. Good sleep. Yeah.
Yeah, very nice.
All right, and there's the
Got the
defense.
sword. Still asleep.
Lucia
Lucia not
defenses
healing.
herself. Thanks, Lucia.
Yeah. Gonna stay a little safe here. Heal up and do another attack round. Put him to sleep before pulling out Alina.
Okay.
Okay,
Yep. Looking good.
Now I can pull Lena in.
Yeah.
He's at the very beginning of a sleep cycle, so better chance that he does not wake up immediately.
Yeah. Probably safe to attack this turn. Bring out someone who can heal next turn. But Christo is all on the offense today, which is actually good since
Yep.
he's staying asleep. Yeah, this
Very
looks
good.
great. About time to bring
Yep,
out Bray so
brilliant.
we can get spy kills. Perfect.
Just keep attacking. Should be probably dead on this turn. No, one more. Lena will get him at the beginning here. GG.
GG. Very nice. And yeah, just in time for Countess to be finishing up phase 6 and heading into 7.
Very nice. Will he? Will he sleep here? Turn 1. No.
Nope. Oh, Countess is going for it.
Oh wow, Countess. Oh no.
See you, Lucia.
Countess is testing our Necrosaro streak here.
Okay, all right.
Okay, he's asleep.
We're okay for now. It's fine. I'm sure those Maribels will distract Necrosaro and make him sleepy.
They're distracting me. I don't know. I woke back up here. So the thing is, if you don't Iron Ice, your Ragnar's kind of wasting his turns every time Necrosaro's awake. So you're basically relying on the hero to put him to sleep until Ragnar finally learns, which he actually did pretty quickly there.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah. All right. Lee's doing crits already.
Okay, good.
Decimation has not worked yet. Okay,
Yeah.
back to sleep.
Good sleep luck.
Yeah. I mean, if you get the sleep luck, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it takes you a long way.
But Alina isn't doing much damage until this. Okay.
You might have to transfer the unbridled aggression crown from Error to Countess after this.
Yeah. Okay. They're doing real damage now. Alright, he woke up. And he's done quite a bit of damage here, so he might be okay. He pulled Lena out, though. Freezing Waves is okay. Violent Blaze is okay-ish.
Yeah, this is kind of a tricky turn. Ooh.
Yeah. Okay, survived it.
Yeah,
Christo should heal.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah.
We can keep up with
It's
that.
okay.
Come back, Alina. Let's finish this fight out.
Alright, back to sleep. He should have it now.
Especially with all these crits.
especially with that crit. Okay. GG, Countess.
GG, Cowie. Set up Schmet up. Yep. Technically, that's GG. Yep.
Yeah, it worked.
Just I don't know, whole day, I guess. Ash and I spend over an hour talking about how complex the Necrosaro fight is. All the complicated things you do, and Countess just attacks.
I write up a 5-page document on how to do it properly. All right, we got 2 left now.
Yep, last 2. So we've got, looks like Shiner has finished up his boss rush. He's trying to make sure he's got the right equipment for the end game here, and then Joe's going through the boss rush.
Woo.
Yeah, that's 12 people finished out of 14 looking to finish the race here. Getting pretty far. The plan here is probably see if these two can finish in the next 20 minutes or so. If we don't have everyone quite finish, we'll probably still send the main restream here somewhere else. But make sure to kind of cheer everybody on here as they try to finish it out no matter what.
Yeah, as long as they're willing to keep going. It is getting late out there. Well, not in Japan, I guess. It's like probably midday in Japan.
Yeah. The Japanese side is more caffeinated than the Western side. That's the excuse.
Yeah. Yep, looks like Shiner is entering the castle. Yep, he's got a smaller party he chose here, which is just Hero and Ragnar.
Yep.
So it can't be faster, but I think you're saying earlier, it's like if you don't have like a third person, you can be like sleep locked. It's a lot easier.
Yeah, this is still not too weird. You definitely see this from a few runners. I think you used to see this a little bit more often actually. And Shiner is we haven't talked about Shiner too much. Shiner is kind of like an old school runner of this game in a lot of ways. He's been running it for a long time. And I don't know how much attention he's been paying to kind of what people do in the last few years. He kind of does his own thing and does it the way he learned it quite a while ago. So the nice thing about that is sometimes we see things that are a little bit more old school. Like Shiner very well may have done the Grizzly Saber grind in Chapter 2, for example. I know he likes to do that.
Yeah, he's been around for a long time, since around like me and Cowie playing it.
Yeah, I think his PB in this game is, I don't know, 5 or 6 years old at this point. One thing that Shiner likes to do in the Necrosaro fight is if he grabbed the Staff of Healing in the World Tree, sometimes to make sure he gets his setup in Phase 1 with Necrosaro, he'll use the Staff of Healing on Necrosaro, get him healed back up, because that can go through the Fend spell, so that's kind of fun to see.
Yeah, sometimes you see somebody use the Sage's Stone, but have not seen that today.
Yeah, I don't think anyone went out of their way to grab the Sage's Stone today. It's a little out of the way in the palace here. Takes a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Alright, see Joe beating Randomice there. I didn't see Bray learn Bykill quite yet, so I wonder if he's still needing some experience for Bray here. He needs to get his Baron Horn still. This is... You see this with some runners, they wait to grab the Baron's Horn until a little later. Doesn't really matter, you only need it once you are entering Necrosaro's palace. First PB was 2015. Nice. Yeah, so
Yep, that sounds about right. What I was thinking.
pretty long time.
Yeah, I think I was running Dragon Warrior 2 at that time.
Yeah, and I didn't realize Twitch.tv existed at that time.
Yeah, I've been around a while since before it was Twitch.
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily speedrunning at the time, but
Joe also using the nighttime weapon shop here.
yeah,
It's funny to see this from so many runners.
he's got the demon armor on there.
Oh, interesting. I didn't realize Joe looked at demon armor as well. That's cool. Okay, yeah, so we got Shiner just about through the palace here. I don't think Right On is going to stop him. Will actually be the next one going into the Necrosaro fight. But I will say, Joe does not look like he's too far behind. He's got to get some Vivifies to land. But...
So Shiner here will be a little interesting to see this fight because he does not have Lucia.
yeah, he's at a disadvantage for Necrosaro for sure. You can get through it for sure, but you have to improvise a little bit more. And you definitely need a little bit more MP resources on Hero and Christo to do some healing versus normal. But Hero looks great at 103, so that's good.
Oh yeah.
Let's see what Christo's got. Christo has 20. Uh-oh. That's scary.
Yeah.
So Christo's probably going to use basically all his MP in the first 3 rounds of this fight with whatever he does on turn 1 and then 2 increase spells.
Yeah,
he's
almost
oh,
like
you're right.
leave
Look at these wizard rings. You're right. Okay, cool.
Oh yeah, I forgot he had those.
Perfect.
He came prepared. Yeah.
Great.
Look
So
at that.
these wizard rings, every time he uses them, they're going to heal between, I don't know, like 25 and 30 MP-ish on Christo, so even if we see some breaks, he's going to be fine.
No. Hello, Handy. Yeah, you really don't see wizard rings much in this game at all.
Yeah, they can be pretty helpful, especially in a spot like this where you're like, well, let me just get some extra MP.
Oh, he's down to 1.
Yeah, at this point, Christo has so much.
Yeah, he's okay now.
This is all right. Yeah, we're not going to run out. I do see that Staff of Healing on the hero. May as well just top it off there. Last 18.
Yep. And he pretty much stopped off it all. So, yeah, okay. He's in good shape now.
Yep, if you're going to lose Lucia and have Orin, at least have some wizard rings to top off your MP. That's going to make it better.
Yep.
Ooh, starts with the double physicals on Christo. That's the worst way for this fight to start.
Oh, man. Yeah.
So unlucky. Yeah, he's going to try to Vivify before he uses his leaf, which kind of makes sense. If you can get it here, this is a relatively safe place to be doing that, but you can't have it take too long. Okay, well,
It does a
Ragnar
lot
put him
of
to sleep.
damage. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. He's
okay.
back.
So that worked out okay. Should be able to get back into an okay spot here without having to use his Leaf of the World Tree. Might use his Dew. Let's see. Staff of Healing.
He likes that Staff of Healing. Where's that? That's in the World Tree, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the kind of the beginning of the World Tree, you take that path to the north Takes you to a different branch with the treasure chest.
Ah, right. Alright, he's got his first increase there.
Might only be getting one.
Yeah.
Oh, nope, there it is.
Okay. Alright, he did get it. That's weird.
Yeah, that was a little strange, but I think that it was because Necrosaro was asleep.
Oh, right. I didn't catch that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense then.
Ooh, don't crit, Ragnar. We don't need that. Slow down, buddy.
He's going to have to heal him.
Yep. Might have to. Alright, Bray is now coffin blocked. That's good. Oh, he's... Okay. Hi, Doran. Doran is assessing the situation.
Nice blizzard.
Yeah. The rarely seen Doran moveset here. Doran can attack, Doran can crit, Doran can do Blizzard Breath. What else can he do? That might be it. We have Joe coming up pretty close behind here, climbing the mountain.
Oh yeah, he actually could beat Shiner here if his fight goes well.
Yeah. Actually coming into the fight pretty close together.
Okay, Shiner's actually getting his setup going here pretty well. It's taking him a little longer with all the oddities here.
Yeah, definitely taking his time, making sure he gets it. Okay, so going into phase 2. Doesn't have Baikill on Alina. Yeah, it's always scary to have Bray exposed in the back like that without a coffin block, so
Yeah.
Shiner's gonna take him out until he can reduce the defense and probably take some HP off. Looks like for Joe, Christo is casting some uppers, so he's not going to get increase across the party. At least not a second one. But on the bright side, Alina has lots of defense now.
Yeah.
Yeah, one nice thing about having Doran, I guess, is you can have him kind of a little bit closer to the front of the party, because he does tank damage pretty well.
Yeah, that's a good point. Be good to have him up there. And if he does die, it's not a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Joe's getting through the last part of his setup here. Looks like he didn't get 2 increases, but he did get all the buy kills.
Yeah, might have to do a little bit more healing as he goes along here, but usually it's manageable.
Yeah, he's catching up to Shiner pretty quick here.
Yeah, I think the nice thing for Joe is he can kind of do the fight just the way he practiced, whereas Shiner's having to improvise quite a bit.
Yeah.
All right, 2 phase 3s. 2 Necrosaros, 4 legs, 0 arms.
And 2 horns.
Yeah.
Or I guess 4 horns.
4 horns. Yep, so Shiner is about 1 phase ahead of Joe at this point.
Yeah, he's probably almost through this phase now. Yep. Shiner casting Iron Eyes to see where Necrosaro is. Unfortunately, he's on the very worst part of the turn because the next action is Freezing Waves. Yeah.
The worst spot to be in, but yeah, just Iron Eyes again. It's usually okay from here. You really want the Sword of Decimation to land at the beginning of next turn, if you can. But he's gonna heal first instead. Maybe he's gonna get to a better part of the cycle and Iron Eyes again or something. Or Necrosaro just fall asleep, which also works. Yeah, this is definitely a less aggressive way to go through Necrosaros. Trying to be pretty careful. Which it's working out okay so far, but it's losing a little bit of ground against Joe, who's moving through a little faster.
Yep, okay. Oh yeah, Joe's right there too. Yeah, so Joe's definitely going to probably pass him up here. He's just got a kind of more confidence in his setup. I don't think Shiner plays the game as, like you said earlier, right? He's kind of an old school guy. He plays the game how he wants, and not quite as often as other people.
Yeah, but he definitely plays this in a way that you don't see other people play it.
Yeah,
which is kind of it's working for sure. That's kind of cool to see.
Right, Joe's in the phase 6 here, and Shiner's right behind him.
Yeah, really close. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is one of the scary things about phase 6. Yeah,
if you have full party out there.
Yeah, you might want to try to have Lucia Coffin blocked so that exact thing doesn't happen, but the attack power is just so high in phase 6.
I think I just saw Alina use the Staff of Healing too.
Oh, she must have gotten one dropped from a Bevan bar.
Oh. I wonder if he knew she had that or just...
Yeah. It's not necessarily the worst thing in the world if Ragnar or Alina end up with one of those, but it's also maybe not what you want them to do. Kind of depends on the situation.
Yeah. Okay, well, he doesn't have Lucia, which isn't the end of the world, but makes this last phase a little more risky.
Yeah, she does tend to be less important from in phase 7. Like sometimes you kind of need her to save you, but not always. A lot of times she never even comes out.
Right.
And Shiner is in phase 7.
Yeah, look at that. Okay, he jumped ahead.
Yep. He's ironizing through the actions now, right as Joe comes into it. So yeah, this is super close between the two.
So is he going to sleep for Joe or not?
Nope.
No. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So 2 out of 14 Necrosaros decided to be asleep. It's not very much. 2 out of 14.
And we get double Iron Eyes. Look at this.
Yeah. The people came here for Iron Eyes today, and they're getting what they asked for.
Yep, you get your money's worth. Alright, it's going to come down to sleep luck probably here. And decimation luck.
Alright, Shiner is going for it. Let's see. So you got him to sleep pretty quickly there, but didn't land a sword, and now he's awake again.
Okay.
Good, back to sleep.
Unfortunately, Ragnar was waving his sword still, so he hadn't learned yet.
Yep. Alright, defense reduced. Looking alright.
Alright, Joe is now attacking. He's asleep. Okay, he's using the sword. Woke up immediately.
Oof.
The sword did not work.
Okay, yeah, Joe's got to get him back to sleep. Looking actually really good on Shiner's side right now.
Yeah, looking a little scary here for Joe. Okay, got him back to sleep, thankfully. Probably want to heal up Ragnar, though. Can maybe pull out Christo.
That was a pretty painful turn for Shiner.
All right. Good work, Christo. Still asleep.
Oof.
Sword did not work yet.
Oh, that's bad. Shiner had just 2 really bad turns where he wasn't asleep and then dished out some major damage.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so now we have no one to put him to sleep. Here comes the Icy Wind to take out Bray. We'll see if Christo can keep Alina alive, but it's going to be tough.
Okay, well, Joe's going for it. Here he's got him asleep. And Alina's out.
By
It's
Christo?
looking pretty good. Yep. Let's bring Christo out. One more sleep and Necrosaro's done for it.
Yep, Shiner, unfortunately, demolished. That was rough. He was in really good shape there, but then Necrosaro just woke up and decided to go all out.
Yeah, Joe's got this easy this turn. He's done a ton of damage. GG.
GG, Joe. Whew. Oh, man. Well, Necrosaro was going to get somebody today. I mean, it just always happens.
Yeah, I'm surprised we had, what was it, 13 people beat him first try?
Yeah. That's pretty good. Nice. Yeah, good for Joe. Yeah, good job sticking with it after absolutely atrocious Lingwar luck.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that already.
As many hours
it
ago.
seemed like
but
yeah, many hours ago, man. That chapter 2 tournament. Wow, that was something.
it wasn't really anything you could have done. I don't think it just Linguar just was not standing still. Nice. Well, yeah, maybe while Shiner is kind of doing his walk back through the palace here to get his rematch in, I kind of want to mention a couple things going on for DQRTA. Let me get Joe's final time here real quick. 6:21. Yeah, so let's see. So, probably won't have another international race like this for a while, probably not till next year. So this was fun. We do have some fun DQRTA coming up. End of next month, though, we'll have the DQRTA Marathon, which will be here on RPG Limit Break. What are the dates on that?
I was just pulling that up. We got it May 2nd through the 4th.
May 2nd through May 4th. So I think it's like a Friday through a Sunday.
Yep, and well, submissions are still open, so still figuring out the runs that are going to be in that. But we usually have a representation for like every game.
Yeah, I'm not sure we'll get DQ7 this year, but probably all the rest.
Yeah. The long ones are difficult to get in there, but yeah, we usually have some fun races and.
Yeah, so definitely get ready for that. It's always a really fun highlight for the DQRTA community. We'll show off a bunch of different runners across different games and probably have some spin-offs and yeah, races, different versions of the games. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
I want to definitely, say thanks to RPG Limit Break and Poexel for letting us host the race here on RPG Limit Break. Always great to be able to have the event hosted here. So appreciate you guys letting the DQRTA community kind of come in and take it over for a Saturday. I'll once again post the extremely long runners list. It's too long for the command. Let's see, where's the last one? Don't forget about YY.
Yes.
You can also follow me and Ash if you want to. I also want to make a big shout out to everyone working on the Japanese restream side. So we've had the Japanese restream going as well. Crimson YTB helped me put this event together. He probably did more work on it than I did. And he's actually been like really awesome about trying to connect kind of the Western Dragon Quest speedrun community with the Japanese community. So it's very cool to have him around and appreciate his efforts to kind of make all that happen. I think that we'll probably send the stream over to Shiner while he's finishing up his Necrosaro attempt number 2.
Yeah, it sounds like a good plan.
Well, you remember how to get to that. Close that tab because I didn't want to have too many tabs open. Yeah, so we will send it over to Shiner's stream. Definitely hang out, cheer him on as he tries to defeat Necrosaro with the non-optimal party composition. And yeah, just thanks to everybody for participating in this race. We had a huge turnout for the racers with 15 runners. It's amazing. And it's just a lot of fun to be able to do these events. I think they're pretty special. And yeah, thanks Ash for helping me with commentary.
Yeah, my pleasure. And thank you for helping putting all this on. You also did a lot of the work, at least on the English side. So I just jumped in and helped with commentary. So, but yeah, it was a great race this year.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, big congrats to Diener for winning 613. Awesome run. So that was cool. All right, I will click the raid now button. Thanks again, everybody. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your night.